Opportunity is out there, everywhere. Opportunity for innovation, for discovery, for breakthroughs. The challenge in healthcare is navigating vast quantities of data and information, disparate stakeholders, and new technologies. It's a complex, disconnected environment. At IQVIA, we believe this requires a new approach. Because when we create intelligent connections, you can see paths you didn't know were there, accomplish things you didn't think were possible, and drive healthcare forward like never before. We call it IQVIA Connected Intelligence. Connected Intelligence brings together IQVIA's expansive portfolio of capabilities, including unparalleled data, advanced analytics, innovative technologies, and cutting-edge services. With our industry-leading healthcare expertise, intelligent connections enable you to modernize R&D, demonstrate value of treatments, enhance stakeholder engagement, elevate execution, and drive operational efficiency. Only IQVIA has the global scale and commitment to the healthcare ecosystem to deliver this next-level approach to moving healthcare forward. Discover deeper insights, drive smarter decisions, and unleash new opportunities. IQVIA Connected Intelligence.
In this changing world, you can rely on us to meet all the supply chain challenges. We provide solutions, reducing your environmental impact. We are ready for tomorrow.
Opportunity is out there, everywhere. Opportunity for innovation, for discovery, for breakthroughs. The challenge in healthcare is navigating vast quantities of data and information, disparate stakeholders, and new technologies. It's a complex, disconnected environment. At IQVIA, we believe this requires a new approach. Because when we create intelligent connections, you can see paths you didn't know were there, accomplish things you didn't think were possible, and drive healthcare forward like never before. We call it IQVIA Connected Intelligence. Connected Intelligence brings together IQVIA's expansive portfolio of capabilities, including unparalleled data, advanced analytics, innovative technologies, and cutting-edge services. With our industry-leading healthcare expertise, intelligent connections enable you to modernize R&D, demonstrate value of treatments, enhance stakeholder engagement, elevate execution, and drive operational efficiency. Only IQVIA has the global scale and commitment to the healthcare ecosystem to deliver this next-level approach to moving healthcare forward. Discover deeper insights, drive smarter decisions, and unleash new opportunities. IQVIA Connected Intelligence.
In this changing world, you can rely on us to meet all the supply chain challenges. We provide solutions, reducing your environmental impact. We are ready for tomorrow.
Opportunity is out there, everywhere. Opportunity for innovation, for discovery, for breakthroughs. The challenge in healthcare is navigating vast quantities of data and information, disparate stakeholders, and new technologies. It's a complex, disconnected environment. At IQVIA, we believe this requires a new approach. Because when we create intelligent connections, you can see paths you didn't know were there, accomplish things you didn't think were possible, and drive healthcare forward like never before. We call it IQVIA Connected Intelligence. Connected Intelligence brings together IQVIA's expansive portfolio of capabilities, including unparalleled data, advanced analytics, innovative technologies, and cutting-edge services. With our industry-leading healthcare expertise, intelligent connections enable you to modernize R&D, demonstrate value of treatments, enhance stakeholder engagement, elevate execution, and drive operational efficiency. Only IQVIA has the global scale and commitment to the healthcare ecosystem to deliver this next-level approach to moving healthcare forward. Discover deeper insights, drive smarter decisions, and unleash new opportunities. IQVIA Connected Intelligence. Opportunity is out there, everywhere. Opportunity for innovation, for discovery, for breakthroughs. The challenge in healthcare is navigating vast quantities of data and information, disparate stakeholders, and new technologies. It's a complex, disconnected environment. At IQVIA, we believe this requires a new approach. Because when we create intelligent connections, you can see paths you didn't know were there, accomplish things you didn't think were possible, and drive healthcare forward like never before. We call it IQVIA Connected Intelligence. Connected Intelligence brings together IQVIA's expansive portfolio of capabilities, including unparalleled data, advanced analytics, innovative technologies, and cutting-edge services. With our industry-leading healthcare expertise, intelligent connections enable you to modernize R&D, demonstrate value of treatments, enhance stakeholder engagement, elevate execution, and drive operational efficiency. Only IQVIA has the global scale and commitment to the healthcare ecosystem to deliver this next-level approach to moving healthcare forward. Discover deeper insights, drive smarter decisions, and unleash new opportunities. IQVIA Connected Intelligence.
In this changing world, you can rely on us to meet all the supply chain challenges. We provide solutions, reducing your environmental impact. We are ready for tomorrow.
Opportunity is out there, everywhere. Opportunity for innovation, for discovery, for breakthroughs. The challenge in healthcare is navigating vast quantities of data and information, disparate stakeholders, and new technologies. It's a complex, disconnected environment. At IQVIA, we believe this requires a new approach. Because when we create intelligent connections, you can see paths you didn't know were there, accomplish things you didn't think were possible, and drive healthcare forward like never before. We call it IQVIA Connected Intelligence. Connected Intelligence brings together IQVIA's expansive portfolio of capabilities, including unparalleled data, advanced analytics, innovative technologies, and cutting-edge services. With our industry-leading healthcare expertise, intelligent connections enable you to modernize R&D, demonstrate value of treatments, enhance stakeholder engagement, elevate execution, and drive operational efficiency. Only IQVIA has the global scale and commitment to the healthcare ecosystem to deliver this next-level approach to moving healthcare forward. Discover deeper insights, drive smarter decisions, and unleash new opportunities. IQVIA Connected Intelligence.
In this changing world, you can rely on us to meet all the supply chain challenges. We provide solutions, reducing your environmental impact. We are ready for tomorrow.
Opportunity is out there, everywhere. Opportunity for innovation, for discovery, for breakthroughs. The challenge in healthcare is navigating vast quantities of data and information, disparate stakeholders, and new technologies. It's a complex, disconnected environment. At IQVIA, we believe this requires a new approach. Because when we create intelligent connections, you can see paths you didn't know were there, accomplish things you didn't think were possible, and drive healthcare forward like never before. We call it IQVIA Connected Intelligence. Connected Intelligence brings together IQVIA's expansive portfolio of capabilities, including unparalleled data, advanced analytics, innovative technologies, and cutting-edge services. With our industry-leading healthcare expertise, intelligent connections enable you to modernize R&D, demonstrate value of treatments, enhance stakeholder engagement, elevate execution, and drive operational efficiency. Only IQVIA has the global scale and commitment to the healthcare ecosystem to deliver this next-level approach to moving healthcare forward. Discover deeper insights, drive smarter decisions, and unleash new opportunities. IQVIA Connected Intelligence.
Would you please be so kind as to take your seats? We would like to start in 1 minute. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends and colleagues, it is an enormous pleasure to welcome you to Dublin here today, to this 7th edition of our supply chain conference, which we started in 2016. Normally, it would have been Bernd Grabner, our president, who would have done this welcome, but his wife is going to give birth, maybe today or any time this week. And for that reason, he had to apologize himself, but I think everybody understands that very well. The spirit and the aim of this conference is to bring everyone together. Regulators, supply chain experts, key stakeholders in the healthcare sector, and to bring everybody together around a single question. How can we boost efficiency, quality, safety, and drive innovation in the supply chain to make effective medicines available to patients whenever and wherever they need them? For our sector, the key question drills down how we, as full-service healthcare distributors, can best fulfill our vital role in ensuring safe and efficient as well as fair access to medicines for all patients in Europe. Our core responsibility was greatly challenged since March 2020. That was the time when this event was last held physically in Vienna. Since January 2021, our sector had to adapt enormously to support authorities in the safe unrolling of COVID-19 vaccines for the European population. Today, member states and healthcare supply chain are now fully engaged in one of the most important immunization efforts in living history. Full-service healthcare distributors' partnerships with community pharmacists and all other healthcare channels should continue to be fully leveraged to ensure the efficiency and ultimately the success in the current as well as in future vaccination campaigns to vaccinate as many citizens in as short time as possible. In 2021, the EU had enough vaccines to vaccinate every European. In other words, more than 1 billion doses were available. And I'm proud to say that more than 1/3 of these vaccines were delivered by full-service healthcare distributors. As we have repeatedly stated over the past years, full-service healthcare distributors truly thought from the background of their B2B function to the very front line of the COVID pandemic, proving their resilience and strength and key role on the road to recovery. I'm fully convinced that we now have not only the strength, but also the means to overcome the pandemic and to help end it for good. I wish to thank and congratulate GIRP members and our partners for their tireless work, the warehouse staff, the drivers, the technicians who had to all go on site to ensure that the patients could receive their medicines at the beginning and further on their vaccines. I also would like to warmly thank the regulators on national and European level for the excellent collaboration and their support that we witnessed and truly felt during the peak of the pandemic in these past 2 years of the crisis. During all of my years in the healthcare sector, I have never seen such quick, immediate action and reaction. Many thanks for this. Each person in this room has worked very hard to make these means available and above all, to help put in place better structures to tackle the pandemic. Together, we have shown the very best of our sector and of our collaboration capability with our partners in the supply chain together. In this context, we must also speak about the conflict in Ukraine and the humanitarian situation which arose from the invasion of Ukraine. I want to underline once more our full and unwavering support for Ukraine in the face of this aggression and applaud the work of full-service healthcare distributors across Europe who immediately sprang into action, offering donations of medicines and medical supplies, as well as financial support in any way it was possible for them. We know this is only the beginning of the humanitarian crisis, but we are and we will be there for Ukrainians, whether it is in Ukraine or as a refugee in one of the EU countries. Before we pass on to today's program, I wanted to share a brief flashback on history in Ireland, the host country of our conference today. Ireland held from January to June 2014 its sixth presidency of the Council of the European Union. The theme of the presidency was Europeans working together. In what is known the Day of Welcomes, 10 new member states joined the European Union, and this was the largest enlargement in the history of the EU. As the Irish Prime Minister at that time said almost 20 years ago, people prosper when they focus on what unites them. As we exchange and connect, share our thoughts together during the next 2 days, we would like to challenge you throughout this conference to focus on what unites us. I now have the great pleasure and honor to introduce to you Ms. Emma Cook, the Executive Director of the European Medicines Agency. With a background in pharmacy and business administration, Ms. Cook has over 30 years of experience in international regulatory affairs, alternating between the private and the public sector, including the pharmaceutical unit of the European Commission, the European Medicines Agency, and WHO. Emma finally rejoined the European Medicines Agency as Executive Director in 2020. I would like to warmly welcome Emma and sincerely thank you for having made the effort to come here and join us in person despite your very, very busy agenda. And we really appreciate this and think it's a true testament of the value of our sector, who now emerged from the usual B2B function, brought more into the limelight during the pandemic. I know I speak for all SHIRP members and participants here when I say how proud we are of the work and of the good collaboration we have with the entire European Medicines Agency team in advancing the healthcare agenda and strengthening the nexus between the EU institutions and the stakeholders to explore new opportunities and solutions for a better, more sustainable, and ultimately healthier Europe. Emma, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Monique, and indeed it's a real pleasure to be here. This is not the first face-to-face conference I've been at in the last 15 months, but it's one of the first. So thank you for inviting me to participate in this 7th supply chain conference. And I'm really pleased to be here in what is my own hometown, because I'm very proud of being Irish. I'm proud of being from Dublin, and I know that my kinsfolk will welcome you with open hearts. Even if it's not warm outside, their hearts will be warm. Well, as Monique has just said, we live in unprecedented times. I know many of you, as myself, as I, have been deeply shocked by the events in Ukraine over the past few weeks. The peace and stability of Europe that we've taken for granted has been shaken to the core. We really feel for our Ukrainian neighbors. They are very, very close to many of our member states. And I just want to say that we feel absolutely solidarity and support, and we will do everything we can from EMA to help in the crisis. And we count on your support as wholesale distributors and to help us with this. So this new crisis comes on the back of the crisis that I'm asked to talk about today, and I want to share some of the EMA's experience during the COVID-19 crisis and how we have worked together with partners and stakeholders. The fact that we're physically present here today is a clear indication and illustration of our collective achievements. Today is almost exactly 2 years from when life as we knew it stopped. 2 years ago, my predecessor sent EMA staff home to work from home because of the pandemic. And in these 2 years of this crisis, we have seen many challenges, many changes, but wonderful examples of great cooperation and collaboration. So let me start with some figures we can all be proud of. We have 5 authorized vaccines in the EU. We have 7 new COVID treatments. We have distributed over 1.1 billion doses in the EU, and over 2 billion doses have been exported from the EU to 166 countries. And that's in a little over a year. That is just an incredible figures to be proud of, and I know many of you have played your part in making this happen. This wouldn't have happened without a clear vaccine strategy at European level. It wouldn't have happened without collaboration between member states, collaboration with manufacturers, distributors, wholesalers, technicians. These successes came with many, many challenges, scientific challenges, logistical challenges, and they required us all to intensify our activities. We needed to think differently, we needed to be more agile, but at the same time we needed to be sure that we could serve our fellow European citizens with safe, effective and high-quality medicines. So EMA, as the central scientific body in charge of the regulation of medicines, had a central role to play in ensuring that treatments and vaccines were authorized as quickly as possible to help fight what was a very new disease. And we had to do this without compromising any of the EU standards for efficacy, safety and quality. Just over 2 years ago, we put in place our health threats plan and set up the EMA Pandemic Task Force, which allowed us to offer rapid scientific advice, to provide intensive support to developers, and to move to a system of rolling reviews, which meant that rather than waiting for a complete authorization package to be put together, we could ensure that evaluation of discrete packages of information were evaluated as they became available. We were keenly aware of the huge responsibility we had to ensure that vaccines and treatments came on the market as quickly as possible to protect the European population. And the pandemic was a true catalyst for many, many initiatives that in normal times would have taken much longer. Everything went quicker. everything was more agile. We went from monthly committee meetings, very strict timetables, to almost daily discussions. We had weekly meetings with all the European heads of agencies. We organized real-time discussions with international partners. We had to increase our media and communication coverage, and we had to make sure that we were all involved and informed, because we were all learning in this crisis situation. We also developed and published COVID-specific regulatory flexibility guidance for industry, and this allowed some of the less critical activities to be deferred and allowed us to introduce some exceptional change management processes to increase the use of distance inspections and to adapt some of our requirements for good manufacturing practice, good distribution practice, etc. And these were essential to help us to address the challenges that we were seeing from the lockdowns, from the lack of availability of staff, from the restrictions in travel. And they also helped us to ensure coordinated availability of critical medicines for use in COVID patients, because of course that was the primary focus at the beginning. Now, in addition to the 5 vaccines and the 7 therapeutics, I mentioned at the beginning of my talk that we have managed to manufacture 3 billion doses of vaccines. That's in a little over 1 year. So this means that even after the initial vaccinations, we were still working to ensure that the manufacturing capacity could be increased, that we could add new manufacturing sites to the licenses, that we could look at new formulations, that we could look at new filling lines. So we had to continue to review the manufacturers. We had to look at all the rollout of the vaccines and collect and analyze what were often very rare side effects, and of course to ensure effective communications to member states, healthcare professionals, patients and the public. We were also extending shelf lives, looking at new formulations, extensions of indications to new populations, to booster doses. Everything was really happening at a huge increased pace. And of course, it was a very critical time for medicines supplies, starting with disruption to supplies because of lockdowns and transport problems, export bans, but also because of the increasing need for patients in intensive care units, particularly patients who were suffering from COVID, where really there were no treatments or vaccines available. And of course, this affected the manufacturing, supply, and distribution of medicines, leading to constraints in global medicine supply. And a demand also increased for some medicines, in particular anesthetics, antibiotics, some muscle relaxants, and some medicines that were used off-label. So this brought us a new role at a European level. Together with the European Commission and the European Medicines Regulatory Network, we put measures in place very, very quickly to help prevent and mitigate possible disruptions to the supply of medicines in the European Union. And even though shortages were not part of our mandate, we took over the role, as EMA, we took over the role of central coordination. And we quickly identified with the member states and the national authorities a list of critical medicines and set up single points of contacts in each of the member states and in each company responsible for the critical medicine. This really helped us to ensure that we had real-time information on actual shortages and also on anticipated shortages. So we had to really increase our activities with all the actors in the supply chain and get essential and real-time information on the challenges that were being faced. As you know, wholesalers and distributors played a key role, and I want to thank you. I want to thank GIRP members for providing up-to-date intelligence and insights into what was really happening and how we could use the information from the ground to mitigate shortages and supplies. The information we received on logistical and transport challenges as input to the executive steering group on shortages was really an essential part of the puzzle. Now, I wanted to talk about two other slightly different areas, probably a little bit less close to your activities, but which were also very, very important as we move to be more agile during this pandemic. So in the whole area of communication, we were dealing with unprecedented amount of information, but we were also dealing with unprecedented amounts of misinformation. So the current pandemic has highlighted the need for not just more effective communication tools, but for more targeted communication to different actors, and to ensure that the messages are coordinated, not just from a regulatory perspective, but also with the public health authorities. Never before have we seen such public interest in regulatory outcomes. This comes with good sides and bad sides, but now people know what we do, and they want us to do it faster and more agilely. So we're at the center of attention. But as we were trying to deal with the unprecedented amount of information and the needs, we were also seeing the circulation of a high degree of misinformation, fallacies, deliberate or uninformed misgivings about the benefits and risks of vaccines. So this was another area where we had to intensify our activities. We had to set up new networks. We were liaising with the Commission. We were liaising with the WHO. We had a subgroup on COVID communication with the member states, and this really helped us to listen to what was happening on the ground and provide timely feedback. Let me give you just a few examples of the scale of this increase in communication activities. During 2021, we held 18 press briefings. We had 200 news announcements. We organized approximately 60 media interviews. We had 1,000 updates on Twitter and LinkedIn. Over 6,500 direct interactions with healthcare professionals and patients, and 10 million website visits. So really, we were going from a very under-resourced communication activity to a huge focus and needs that we were seeing from the European citizens. But notwithstanding the efforts we put into this, it's clear also that we didn't always get it right, and we need to continue to improve and adapt. We have learned even more than we had ever anticipated how much trust and confidence in the regulatory and public health processes is necessary to ensure that the perception of the work that we do. While we focused on being the authoritative source of scientific information, sometimes we've fallen short just on simple messages. And this is something I think we really need to work on in the future. I wanted to talk also about our work on international collaboration, because again, this was an area where we had to really intensify our efforts. We needed to be doing the same thing. We needed to be accepting the same data. We needed to be having the same approach globally. And we worked within the International Coalition of Medicines Regulatory Authorities to really make sure that this international collaboration was done on a daily basis, focusing on areas of communication, on scientific requirements, sometimes on statements to the public. We had a vaccine confidence statement. We had a statement. We issued a statement encouraging or highlighting the need for robust clinical trials, because a lot of the trials that were being performed were just too small to be of statistical significance. So the International Coalition of Medicines Regulatory Authorities really became the vehicle for high-level strategic coordination and international collaboration between regulators. So together we formulated advice to developers on the conduct of clinical trials with our experts from all over the globe. We agreed on requirements for data packages. We're now working on looking at what would be needed for to adapt to new variants. And we also worked on areas such as collecting real-world data, sharing information on the safety of vaccines, to name just a few. And these initiatives were immensely beneficial in facilitating convergent approaches and making sure that the barriers to access in Europe and beyond were not regulatory barriers. The other initiative I want to mention here is the Open Initiative. This was a pilot launched by the EMA at the end of last year, and the idea was to involve regulators from outside the EU in the discussions that were going on at the scientific committee meetings. So we involved a number of regulators and also the WHO in the actual scientific discussion meetings. And this allowed them to rely on the evaluations that were done at the scientific committee and then to accelerate the rollout of the authorizations internationally. So just let me give you an example. For the Vaxzevria, the AstraZeneca vaccine, the WHO was able to issue an emergency use listing within 2 days of the European authorization, which then led to, within 2 weeks, to over 100 authorizations in 100 authorizations in over 100 countries. Apologies. So really, we were seeing real-time efforts to avoid duplication and a much more efficient and effective global response to the public health emergency. So we have lessons here that we've learned beyond COVID, and we will maintain many of these beyond COVID as well. So what we were seeing was tremendous collaboration with all relevant actors, global regulators, with experts, key to facilitating the development and approval of the vaccines. And it's really essential that we build on this beyond COVID. And I'd just like to mention 2 pilots that we're working on in the context of ICMRA. We're working on looking at a collaborative assessment of a post-approval change protocol and also hybrid approaches to inspections. So although the pandemic is not over, we have already initiated a lessons learned exercise, and we found many areas where we can do better, where we need to streamline, where we need to reduce complexity of our processes and procedures. And we're doing this exercise together with the heads of medicines authorities in Europe. We need to do these to be better prepared to address public health aspects and also aspects that might not be strictly regulatory in nature. So we've seen firsthand that we hadn't enough scientific capacity to deal with the sudden surge of activity because it was really focused on the same experts, and this caused some difficulties in timely appointment of rapporteurs. And it also meant that the burden of review fell on a small number of member states who had that capacity. So going forward, we need to invest in training, targeted and effective training to ensure that more member states can take up these roles in the future. We also need better planning and resource management. While the rolling reviews have worked very effectively during the initial vaccine applications, some of the subsequent applications had significant gaps, and this meant that resources were tied up that could have been used more effectively elsewhere. So a mechanism to recognize premature applications and to be able to prioritize applications would also be useful. And we've already started to work on adapting the rapporteur-co-rapporteur model for certain products, as well as improving the approach to generating assessment reports. So some of the areas that we will work on will be to expand cooperation with the European Centre of Disease Control and with the National Immunisation Technical Advisory Committees. We will expand communication on the role of regulators. We look to see how we can strengthen national tailored communication, and we've put forward the idea of bringing in some external consultancy to help us to adapt to make sure that the messages that we're giving are the messages that the public needs to hear. Now, many of you know, and you will hear in the next session, I believe, that we have new legislation in place that formalizes a number of the structures that were put in place during the pandemic. So our emergency task force has now got a clear legal basis. We have a new steering group on shortages for medical products that is based on the executive steering group that was set up during the pandemic. We've been given additional roles in managing shortages of critical medical devices during public health emergencies. So a lot of these things now really show the success of what we've done as a network through the pandemic, but also give us the tools to do this better in the future. Just to say, with respect to our extended mandate, which most of it has come into operation on the 1st of March, and we are organizing a stakeholder workshop on the extension to help inform stakeholders of all the activities that are ongoing and the plans and timelines, and we want to also listen to stakeholders' views and concern. So please do join this stakeholder workshop, and it will be live on our website as well. Now, two other issues I wanted to mention, but I think I'm running a bit out of time. So I just want to say how important it is that we continue to work with European organizations. We intensified our collaboration with the European Centre for Disease Control. And now that the HERA, the Health Emergency Preparedness and Response Authority, has been set up, we're starting to work with HERA to make sure that we really have proper synergies and we can manage those areas of a crisis that are not within our mandate. So I am participating at as an observer to the HERA board, and we're working on a memorandum of understanding to identify or to clarify the roles and responsibilities of our respective organizations. So let me finally come to some key messages. The last 2 years have highlighted the fact that the European Medicines Regulatory Network can deliver with great agility and flexibility in a crisis. But it's also brought the world of medicines regulators into the public eye. The European Medicines Network and the extended European community of manufacturers, wholesalers, scientists, regulatory professionals has worked with unprecedented agility to meet the needs of European citizens for medicine supply, new vaccines, new and adapted therapeutics. Delivery and coordination have been phenomenal. And it's exciting to see that the informal measures that we put in place during this pandemic have now been translated into new legislation which became operational, most of which became operational earlier this month. But at the same time, we need to use the momentum and energy we have seen to translate our learnings into sustainable systems and processes which will serve the stakeholders of Europe, both in peacetime and in crisis. The new legislation and the pharma strategy, as well as the European Medicines Agency Network Strategy to 2025, provide us with the tools to make this happen. We must use them well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ima, for this.
Do I sit up here?
No, if you would not mind to join here. That was a really impressive outline of the work of the European Medicines Agency and the last 2 years. I just realized it came together with the start of your mandate, so it must have been very, very hard to take over as executive director at the point of time where everybody was sent back home, home working started, and then you did this impressive amount of meetings and really to ramp up the response. Congratulations.
Well, I think no congratulations are due to me. The congratulations are due to the staff of my agency and the experts in the Medicines Regulatory Network. Such an efficient and motivated group of people I have never seen before.
Wonderful. yeah, we were really impressed how they were working and how the speed of action and reaction rolled out. Thanks a lot. And with that, we would like to call up the host of our conference, Ms. Lorraine Nolan. Lorraine joined HPRA in 2001 and held a number of different roles at senior level, including inspection, authorization of human medicines, medical devices, cosmetics, and controlled substances. Lorraine is also a member of the management board of the European Medicines Agency. And thanks, Lorraine, for hosting us, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Monica, for that introduction. And Monica, I'd really like to thank you and your team at GIRP for the opportunity to be here with you today and to allow us to host with you this conference as well. Unlike Emer, this is my first face-to-face conference in 2 years. And I have to say, it's just wonderful to be back. It really is. We can virtually conference all we like, but I don't think there is anything like the quality of introduction and the quality of discussion that we get during face-to-face meetings. I suppose the early part of my career was very much so wedded in the distribution sector, so I always feel it's a little bit like coming home for me when I get to talk to the sector. And it's so nice to see so many friends. I can't say colleagues, I would say friends in the audience today. So looking forward to maybe getting an opportunity to chat with you. Also delighted that the conference is in Dublin. I, like Emer, was born and bred and reared in Dublin, to use an Irish expression. It is a fantastic city, and I'm sure there are some of you in the audience here that maybe haven't been here today. So in spite of the rain, I do hope that over the few days that you are here that you get to enjoy what is really the world-famous hospitality in Dublin as well too. So I think fantastic agenda has been set for the conference over the 2 days. Certainly it is covering very many of the pertinent topics and issues that are relevant to everybody, whether you work in the regulatory sector or you work in industry. Our focus for this session is on the role that the national agencies and the EMA played during the COVID crisis. And I know during the panel discussion that will happen after Krista's presentation, which follows my own, we will get an opportunity to really think a little bit more strategic about the experience of the pandemic. So what I would really like to use my short presentation and my introductory remarks from is a little bit like Emer, I think, to reflect upon the incredible success the pandemic has been in terms of what has been achieved in vaccine development and vaccine rollout as well too. And fundamentally for me, even though as regulators we changed the way we worked, we changed the way we operated, I think one of the key factors that really led to that success was what was the really hugely integrated engagement across government departments, all health stakeholders and industry throughout that crisis period, which of course we are still working through, and we should not forget that as well too. As a national medicines agency, collaboration was absolutely central to the way that we operated during the crisis, much as Emer has outlined on a European basis for the EMA. That collaboration was very broad-based, whether it was providing early scientific advice to those that were sponsoring clinical trials for therapeutics relating to COVID, our contribution to the EMA activities, our engagement with the Department of Health, the HSE, the National Immunisation Office and others. An engagement with the industry and particularly the distribution sector was very key throughout for us as well. And it was really that end-to-end joined-up approach at national level, which was replicated throughout Europe and also on a global basis, that I really believe was a key success to what has been brought about during the pandemic as well. So, my next slide here. So, I've worked in the area of medicines regulation for over 21 years, and I do think what has been achieved in terms of the emergence of a novel virus, the development of a vaccine, and the rollout and all of the work in therapeutics, it's certainly beyond anything I have previously ever experienced before in terms of the pace of acceleration. And I know all of us are really familiar with all of the key milestones that are involved, but if you would permit me just to reflect on a few of those for the purposes of the presentation, because again, I think they illustrate really well just how quickly things were moving and the pace of innovation that we have experienced over the past 2 years. So going back to the 30th of January 2020, the WHO declared the emergence of SARS-CoV-2 as a public health emergency of international concern, and it was later declared a global pandemic on the 11th of March. 5 days later, the first phase 1 clinical trials of a COVID vaccine started, and it was a matter of weeks before we had the first preliminary and high-level findings from those trials. We also very quickly saw companies such as Regeneron start to publish data on monoclonal antibody cocktails capable of neutralizing SARS-CoV-2. And by the end of June, dexamethasone was shown to be effective in patients with severe COVID. On the 1st of October, the EMA announced its rolling review of the first COVID vaccine. Others quickly followed. The Comirnaty vaccine rolling review was announced on the 6th of October. And on the 21st of October, following a recommendation from the EMA, the Commission authorised the first COVID vaccine in Europe. And that was, of course, Comirnaty. So, from the declaration of a global pandemic to the authorization of a first vaccine, a total of 285 days, I think remarkable by any standard. And on the 29th of December, in a national context, Annie Lynch was the first person in Ireland to receive a vaccine. And even if you think about that, when the space of 7 days from the authorization of the vaccine to the making available, so the distribution system was truly live and active, and there was the small matter of trying to squash Christmas into that small time period during that week as well. So 1 year from the emergence of a novel virus, the development of a vaccine, to actual rollout, that is just incredible, beyond anybody's experience. And I think then, once we moved on from the first vaccination, we then began to, experience what was the most complex, from a logistics viewpoint, and the most ambitious vaccination program we have ever seen in Ireland. I think Krista will say the same for another member state throughout Europe and globally. And for us as a country, while the availability of safe and effective and efficacious vaccines was absolutely vital to the rollout of the programme, we were also in the position for much of the infrastructure, including mass vaccination centres, the digital supports that were used, they had to be developed within the same time. We also had the challenge of the scale-up in terms of the level of workforce that was required to run the entire vaccination programme. But all of that was delivered highly successfully, and during 2021 and 2022, including booster vaccines, as a country we have administered over 7.8 million doses. Almost 11 billion doses of vaccines have been used globally. And it is, as Emer says, safe and effective vaccines that have enabled all of us to be here today. This wouldn't have been possible without the efforts of so many. And I have to say the distribution sector was really front and central to that. I think your role throughout the rollout of the vaccines moved beyond, well beyond a step in the distribution chain to really being frontline to the efforts. And for us as an organisation, we don't get to do this often, but I really would like to congratulate the entire team at United Drug for what was simply the excellent work throughout that period of time. It is incredibly difficult, I think, to single out any one individual, but I think Catherine Cummins, your leadership and the dedication that you showed through this was just incredible during that time period. This was not just about preparation and being ready, which was a huge part of what was actually happening. It was anticipating in advance, and often with uncertainty, to be ready for the first vaccine rollout and for then all of the steps beyond. And it wasn't easy. These messenger RNA vaccines required very complex storage conditions. -80 wasn't something we've never really heard of before in terms of the storage of pharmaceuticals. It required new equipment, new validation, and coming back to that point of anticipating and always being ahead. I was so impressed when the team told me that at United Drug, thinking literally outside the box, prior to them ever having received a shipper or having sight of a shipper, they used pizza boxes to actually work out what the capacity of the freezers would be with respect to storage. There were new processes, the breakdown of packs for GPs and pharmacies, coordination of new packaging and labelling for smaller packs, as Emer has said, multiple shelf life extensions, use of different vaccines with different storage requirements. And again, as the programme progressed nationally and we really ramped up the delivery schedules of vaccines, was changing, so that had huge implications in terms of pick, pack delivery schedules and indeed capacity as well too. But all of that, I think, looked seamless from the outside, so huge congratulations to the team at United Drug. So I think for me, if I was to really sum it up, I think the pandemic response, it was an example of excellence in collaboration between those working across governments, government departments, particularly the Department of Health, the HSE, numerous health agencies, healthcare professionals and industry. And it really relied on the coordinated efforts of tens of thousands of people working across those areas. And it was the end-to-end engagement that was vital to the success of the vaccination campaign. Not unique to Ireland, again, similar examples throughout Europe and of this integrated approach at member state level and indeed on the global scale. And I think it's really through this lens that the national regulatory agencies and the EMA really played their biggest role, and it was by engaging with multiple partners and stakeholders to provide regulatory support at every step of the process. So as Emer has said, you know, as we're now beginning to emerge from the crisis, the period of reflection has already well begun. I know Emer has spoken about the lessons learned evaluation, you know, and I think in that lessons learned evaluation, we also need to reflect on the fact that an awful lot worked extremely well. So for me, it is about keeping the things that have worked well and then looking at the areas where maybe things did not go so well or maybe did not go so well initially and learning from that experience. So colleagues, I really look forward to discussing that with you during the Q&A, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Lorraine, and especially about the very kind words of our sector. I see here many in the room who have been heavily engaged in the vaccines campaigns, and we really appreciate the acknowledgement. With that, we would like to pass to the third in line, and I'm very happy to invite to the stage Professor Dr. Christa Wirthuma-Hoche. Christa is the head of the Austrian Agency for Health and Food Safety, and she is also the chair of the EMA Management Board. Once again, I would like to say that I could not imagine to have a better first round of speakers than the three of you. Thank you also, Christa, for having made the way here out to Dublin to join us in person.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Monica, for inviting me to this conference, and it's a pleasure to be here in this row, 4 ladies, to discuss with you supply chain challenges. And I would say, yes, it is also for me nearly the first meeting I'm attending face-to-face, and I'm really happy that it is possible again, because as it was mentioned already, it is so important to have also this interconnective discussions on different topics which we missed over the last 2 years. But nevertheless, and this was also mentioned, it was a big success, and the big success was because we cooperated all together. Yeah? We were at the home office, but we were cooperating much closer than we did before. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible to solve all the problems. Yeah, and the topic, I will have a brief presentation at the beginning before we have the discussion, is the strategy of the network. I'm quite sure that nearly all of you know the document which was published now more than 1 year ago. And I have to say that the speed of working on the multi-annual work plan due to the COVID situation was not so fast as we have expected. But nevertheless, I think also during the COVID situation, we worked on these specific areas, especially on the key areas which we have been identified on the topic of availability and accessibility of medicinal product. On the digitalization, yeah, this is such an important topic. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible that we are all working together, sitting at home and continuing our work. yeah, even faster than we did before. Yeah? So we are within the digital transformation. Of course, the topics innovation, antimicrobial resistance, and the very important topic, the supply chain challenges. And I really have to say that during the pandemic situation, you from the distributors have done a great job, because we had to organize really very fast different possibilities how to get certain medicinal product, which at that time were off-label. Yeah, and were applied due to personalized medicine, yeah, for specific to the place where the medicinal product was needed. And I think that was the same in every country, that we worked very close together and we managed. And also from my side, many thanks to you that really this was possible to organize more or less from 1 minute to the other. Yeah, the last but also very important is the sustainability of the network and the operational excellence. So concerning availability and accessibility, I was asked to focus especially on 2 topics. This is the availability issue and the supply chain challenge. So what has been done even during the COVID situation now, that we evaluated and looked for very efficient and targeted regulatory measures. We are all aware that this is a global issue. We can't solve it at national level alone. We have to cooperate, and we have to better understand the causes for unavailability. Especially in this situation, and Imar mentioned the export ban mentioned from India, and so these were situations where we had to evaluate which substances are really coming from this region where we are totally dependent on production in India and in China. And I have to say, for me personally, it was unbelievable that we are more or less to 100% relying concerning paracetamol on India. Yeah? So this is also something where we have to discuss and think how to bring it back to Europe, that we have also production, we are not so dependent on these regions. Then currently is the momentum, because the whole pharma legislation is under review. There is the plan, very tough plan, to have at the end of this year a draft of a new wording of the whole pharma legislation. So we have to think now what has to be changed in the pharma legislation in order to ensure availability of medicinal product, availability and accessibility. So, and what I said, it is so important that we have more coordination. We can't solve it nationally. We have to cooperate, and it was mentioned that during the COVID-19 crisis, we have this executive steering group on shortages, which is now in the legislation with the extended mandate with this specific group. And we all did something at national level. Yeah? So we have to share our experience, identify where we did have the best practice, and implement it. What we have to do is, concerning the topic availability and accessibility, we have to look at the whole life cycle, starting from the development over the manufacturing process and the evaluation to the marketing authorization, and especially then post-marketing, where is the medicinal product marketed? Where is it really available on the market? So we had already a task force for availability since years. At that time, when this story started, it were especially the small markets who had problems with availability of the products. Yeah? Cyprus, Malta, the Baltic states. But now it is a problem which is concerning all the member states. And within this group, this is a joint activity between the EMA and the HMA, and also the Commission. And we had a relook, and we have now 2 thematic groups, one dealing with availability and supply disruption, the other with communication, because communication is also so essential. Only when we are when this is transparent and we know where are the problems, then we can help each other. And there are other initiatives ongoing. And I think this is also something where we can say we have lessons learned from the COVID situation. We in Europe, we have so many national languages, but we have realized now that it is possible to have a product only with English labeling and the product information in the relevant language. This was with the vaccines, and this is also with the current COVID-19 treatments at the moment. And the next step would be to have it in electronic format, so that we have one package, but the product information is then available in all the different languages of the European Union. And we have to have more transparency on the marketed status, where the product is really available. Yeah, and the second topic is the supply chain challenge. Here we also have, especially, we have to enhance and increase. We have to enhance the traceability, the oversight of security where the substance, the active substance, the excipient is manufactured, over the importation to the site where the finished product is produced. That the responsible person is checking that they are GMP compliant. And from the side of the authorities, we have to increase our capacity of inspectors, because doing the inspections, doing an audit is a very, very essential activity. And it also was mentioned by Ima that we did a lot of remote inspections. We also did, especially when we know the company, it was possible to make a remote inspection. It was not possible if this is a new manufacturing site. Then we have to go there. And I have to say that the inspectors were very tough. They were, even in the COVID situation, flying around the world in order to enable the inspection work. In this relation, I would also like to mention the so-called joint audit actions, which is also a joint activity between EMA and the HMA to guarantee that all the inspectorates are doing the audits according to the same standards. And in order to enhance this, there is also in the EU for Health program a joint action, which is leading by Austria, in order to stabilize this situation and increase the number of joint audits. Again, the inspection work is very, very important. Then to reinforce also the responsibility for the product quality, yeah, and to encourage the supply chain resilience, because we are really very, very dependent on a limited number of manufacturing sites for certain active substances. And the trend is that for some active substances, the number of manufacturing sites is even decreasing. And yeah, we have to think which activities are necessary, as I mentioned again, to bring also production to Europe. And last but not least, we have to check whether we are flexible enough. Flexible to implement new manufacturing technologies. Yeah? Because a lot is coming, there is innovation ongoing, and we have to check whether we really have enough flexibility to accommodate all these developments. What are the objectives and the challenges? Yeah. We live in a digital world. Digital transformation is ongoing. We need everywhere databases. Databases in order to have a very good overview on the supply chain compliance. I would like to mention in this respect the UPD, the Union Product Database, which is there already for the veterinary product, and hopefully we will have it soon also for the human medicinal products. And in this respect, I would like to mention the SPORE system. So SPORE is the abbreviation for substance, product, organization, and referentials. It should be the system where we have all the information for all the medicinal product authorized in Europe available. And especially for you, interesting for the wholesalers, is the system for the organizations. The OMS, the Organization Management System, is already operational. So all the manufacturers have to apply the EMA for the identification, and there is also a unique identifier for each manufacturer. we have to understand all the actors in the supply chain. And I think also this situation now, the COVID situation, where we all were working so close together, the pharmaceutical industry, the wholesaler, the pharmacists, and the regulators, yeah, we understood better our different roles in the whole supply chain. Of course, we have to prevent falsification in the legal supply chain. We have it with the FMD. But to be honest, we are not really there. It is not fully operational in all the member states, I would like to say. And the system behind it, I do not want to start a discussion now, but I think I'm known for that I think the system is not really delivering what we, at least from the regulatory side, were expecting. And we also, depending on the topic, what to inspect, we also have to increase joint inspection between an assessor and an inspector, but as I said, this always depends on the topic for inspection. Yeah, concerning now, we have the strategy is there. We are working on the multi-annual work plan, and we are also nearly there from the HMA side. It's nearly finalized, and we are expecting to have an adoption at the next HMA meeting, which will take place in May in France. And but unfortunately, I can't present it to you today, so therefore I was asked to talk a bit about the Austrian multi-annual work plan, because yes, each national agency has a multi-annual work plan, and I would like to mention some of the points. We elaborated a paper on the identification of the different role of the stakeholder. As I said, this was very, very important. We published this document on our website. We were setting up a register to monitor all the products which are not available on the Austrian market, and we have it mandatory since the 1st of April 2020, so also since the beginning of the pandemic situation, that marketing authorization holders have mandatory to notify to the Austrian agency when a product is not available. And the next step we would like to do is to make the registers on our website. But we would like to connect it directly to the physicians, that a physician in the situation when they are prescribing a drug can check beforehand whether this product is available. That would avoid that the patient is going to the pharmacy and is recognizing there, oh, my product is not available. Yeah? And I think this stabilizes also the system, and very important. So this is one of the plans. Then we are working on the classification of the medicinal product, whether they are very critical, or not critical. And we have to elaborate different actions to avoid shortage, especially for the very critical medicinal products. We are fully aware that stockpiling is not the final solution for all the products, for all the very critical products. But nevertheless, we have also to discuss the stockpiling along the whole distribution chain, so that not only one partner in the distribution chain is responsible for stockpiling, but all the partners, and all together are increasing the availability of medicinal products. So this is our national work plan, but nevertheless, at the end of the presentation, I would like to mention that we are fully aware that we can't solve the problem alone, that we have to cooperate under the umbrella of the EMA, that we have to work together, that we have to exchange, we have to communicate. And at the end, I would also like to mention that there was a study showing that in cases of availability, 80% are affecting only national markets, some of the national markets, and not the whole European situation. So therefore, I think we can help each other in order to guarantee that the medicinal products for the patients are available for those who need it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Christa, for this outline also of the Austrian situation. Perhaps if I may start with the first question on the stockpiling. So our sector has the capability up to a certain extent to integrate buffer stocks into rotating stocks, because we can rotate it and make sure that the products do not expire. Would this be also part of the reflection
Yes,
you are having
yes,
in
of
Austria?
course. It's of course. This is a very important role of the wholesaler, that they have these products available which can guarantee availability for a certain period of time. So 3 weeks, 1 month, whatever, and it is under the rotating principle, and especially when it is necessary, they can put all the products on the market so that they are really available. And the other thing is that we have, depending on the crisis situation, evaluate and identify which are the products which are really needed. And this is also something which will be the task of this steering group to evaluate depending on the situation. Because what we have seen in the COVID-19 crisis is that some of the, of course, the COVID-19 products, but they were not there, the therapeutics, but we needed especially the substances for the intensive care unit.
Yes, exactly, yeah. That was the biggest problem at that time. Perhaps I may turn to Ima with another question. Over the extended mandate of the European Medicines Agency, how do you see the collaboration changing with the national medicines agencies, or intensifying? What will be different from this, the situation before the extended mandate?
So I think I see it as an opportunity to really formalize some of the structures. So we did have a very agile shortages steering group, which is now formalized into a steering group on medicinal product shortages, which has a lot of the same roles, managing shortages, but also looking at supply chains, also looking at collaboration within the network. Now, we've had a lot of informal collaboration. I think in the beginning of the pandemic, it was really focused on the shortages in supply chain. And then as we moved into the rollout of the vaccine, it was how could we coordinate these rollouts, make sure that all the competent authorities were were working as flexibly as possible. I mean, we just saw incredible flexibility from the side of the regulatory system. So it puts in place an opportunity for us to formalize these interactions. We'll have to look at the list of critical medicines, because as you said in the beginning, it was really about ICU supplies. But now we have COVID therapeutics, and some of the shortages actually are of the COVID therapeutics. So we will have to look at the list again and see what makes sense in the current crisis. And then we have the responsibility to look at medical device shortages in a crisis situation. That responsibility comes in a year later, so it's not something that we will do immediately. At least hopefully the current crisis will be over and we won't need to invoke that. But that's again another area where we will have intensified collaboration, but with different actors, because not all the medicines regulatory authorities are also responsible for medical devices.
Oh, yeah, this is very true. Yeah, this differs from country to country. Mm-hmm. And perhaps Lorraine, before we open to the floor for questions, we have now heard about so many initiatives going on. Can you drill it perhaps down from your point of view, what you think is the essence of what should change on the regulatory side in the view of upcoming legislation?
Yeah, happy to do so. And I think it is a time of huge change. And I think, post-pandemic response, with the network strategy, the pharma strategy, the proposals for the change of the pharmaceutical legislation, and then the expanded remit for the EMA, again, I keep talking about my experience of 21 years. I don't actually think I've ever seen such an intensive period of change all coming at once. But I would say probably, and it comes a lot from the experience of the pandemic, and it relates a lot to what I have said in my presentation. You know, if you really take it back up a higher level to kind of the way in which we discharge regulation and how that is changing, I think probably the pandemic really emphasized two key points, and Emer touched on one of hers in the presentation in terms of the way that regulation is changing. And I think, first of all, the intensified use of a global response, you know, as Emer has explained, under the International Coalition of Medicines Regulatory Agencies, was a huge amount of work, and almost to a point, you know, weekly and more frequent meetings, particularly upfront, to agree the data requirements for vaccinations. And that really helped accelerate vaccine development. And I think it really gave huge clarity to the industry. And I suppose we are living in a world where, you know, whether it's pharma or it's medtech, they are truly globalized industries. And we really need to start looking at things on a more global basis, pushing the agenda of convergence and harmonization. And I think the experience of the pandemic definitely has accelerated that, and I think we will look differently in that afterwards. But it's why the work in international coalitions and throughout all of the other international groups that we participate in as regulators, such as ICH, PICS, IPRP, and so on, they are really important. And I know Emer spoke about the post-approval change management pilots and the hybrid inspection pilots. Again, these are pilots of regulatory activities now coming post-pandemic experience to look at things on a global basis. The other moniker would definitely be that integration, I think, with health service delivery, very evident during the pandemic, because it is one of the key trends. And I think historically, if we honestly look at health product regulation, for too long in the past, it has been too disjointed from health service delivery. I think the decisions we can make, the benefit-risk evaluations that we can make, the quality of those is so much more enhanced by really understanding how medicines and medical devices are actually used in practice. And if you think about it, the pandemic has been a huge experience, a very successful one in relation to that integration. I think the model that we put in place in Ireland for Brexit and managing and preparing for Brexit really gave us an insight into terms of the coordinated approach led out through the Department of Health, working with us as an agency, the Food Safety Authority in Ireland, and really looking at the implications on supply chains for medicines and food. And I think that work really was an excellent investment, because not only did it help us to manage Brexit very effectively, but in fairness, we had a huge amount of collaboration systems set up that we could start to really inject those in at the very early stage of the pandemic. And I think, you know, overall supply of medicines was very well managed during that period of time.
Absolutely. The enthusiasm to speak to a real audience and not a virtual one has far advanced us in the time. And so somehow time has passed very fast. But before we close this panel, we would like to turn to our real audience and see if there is a real question and not in the chat.
First question in 2 years.
Of course, Thea has a question.
Oh, yes, it's lovely to hear all of these real comments from real life. I pick up on one of the things that Krista said. You said stockpiling on all levels. But isn't it actually one of the big learnings from COVID here, that if I was in the Nordic and I looked on the propofol situation we had big problem in Sweden. Karolinska was running out of this. But the truth was that it was sitting in other regions in Sweden. And even more so, Denmark and Norway had almost no cases intensive care. Isn't it actually so that we need a European collaboration that's much stronger, and where the stockpiles actually sit on a high level where you actually can direct where they're going? I don't think there was a true shortage in the Nordic. It was just on the wrong place.
Yeah. Now, I fully agree, and I also mentioned that during my presentation, we have to have both. We have the good collaboration, the information, who has which problem, and who can solve and help out. Yeah. So we are in the digital transformation. We need a lot of databases in order to have this information, and we started already to have a look which country have already implemented a kind of database to recognize where is a problem with availability. And the second is that we have to check what are the requirements at the different levels of the actors. Because look at the manufacturing side, for the marketing authorization holder. Several years ago, they had stockpiles. But nowadays, they are only producing on demand. Yep. So we also have to change perhaps something on that. Not for all products. I'm fully aware of this situation. But yes, it is a combination of all the different activities.
Yeah.
Good. Thank you very much. Maybe just a short final statement from each of you before we pass on to our next panel.
Who is starting?
Yeah. on what you think maybe the priorities of what we have to do next.
Well, I think we're in a unique situation now with the lessons learned from the pandemic. The pharma strategy for the first time in when did we last review it? 2014? But it's really the opportunity to see what worked and what didn't work. And to be, I think for me, this has made me think much more practically. You know, this is about putting regulation this is about how you integrate regulation into the wider healthcare systems and how you make it work with all the stakeholders involved, all the downstream and upstream stakeholders. And I think we have the opportunity to do this. I think we have the opportunity to relook at some of our processes, understand whether they really deliver, because actually what we want is delivery to patients. There's no point having products that don't reach the patients. We want the products to reach the patients, and we need to manage, we need to know where everything is. Because if we're going to have shortages in one place, as Per has said, and we don't have it somewhere else, we can adapt. But at the moment, we just don't know. So that's something that we really need to invest in and get it right this time.
Thank you, Eva. Lorraine, anything to add?
No, I mean, I think I would concur with absolutely everything that Emer has said. I do think we are facing a huge opportunity here. I think to future-proof the European system, and it really is important that we do capitalise on that. And you know, in addition to what Emer would say, I also think that one of the biggest challenges we're really facing from a regulatory perspective is the pace of innovation in the sectors that we actually stand over. The fact that products are increasingly non-traditional, you know, we have ATMPs, we also have digital products with convergence, and then of course manufacturing processes and technologies are rapidly advancing as well. So I do think the approach to regulation is going to have to change, because products non-traditional, use in non-traditional settings, non-traditional data sets. So I think having a much faster, adaptive, agile approach, and I think the policy framework, but it's not all about the framework, it's about how we operate as regulators as well to fit and match that. So I think there's an incredible opportunity ahead really to position Europe at the forefront of regulation, and also the industries in Europe as well, in line with that strong regulation, strong industry.
Thank you, Lorraine. And last not least, Christa, what do you think are the priorities now?
Thank you. I would like to come back to the statement of Per concerning the propofol. I think something else which has shown the flexibility and also the quick reaction was that there were problems with the packaging material. Yeah, and this is also something which is essential for availability, and we changed, we made a very quick variation and changed the pack size and cooperated with the company to make this product more available. So there are many, many possibilities. What I also would like to mention at the end is that we have a new keyword, this is agile. I don't know whether you have realized that already. I personally prefer flexibility, yeah, because it's more or less the same, but it is a new modern keyword to be agile and have this agility. So I think what we have to do is really, and this was mentioned also by Imar and Lorraine, we have to really look very carefully on the lessons learned from the pandemic situation, because then we can learn a lot. And therefore, I come back to the word agile and flexibility. We have to look how flexible we reacted to the different situations. And I would, at the end, mention another point where US wholesalers were so flexible. We also had a change in the procurement system, which we never had before. Because with HERA, we had also this joint procurement for the COVID-19 vaccines and also now for the therapeutics. So that was a new situation that the government was buying the medicinal product, and we needed you, the wholesaler, to distribute it to the different places. Yeah? And I think this is also to be mentioned, and we have to look at that, how to formalize it perhaps in the future or adapt it in the future. And again, thank you for this possibility to discuss. I would like to sit here longer and discuss much more. Thanks a lot.
So a very big thank you to this female powerhouse of regulators, and a big round of applause. I also would have loved to stay on with you. I think there would be a lot more to discuss than we had time for. But concerning our program, it's time for us to pass on to the next session. And with that, I would like to introduce to you someone who doesn't need an introduction. In a GIRP conference, it's Per Treuen. Per is a Vice President, Strategic Partnerships of IQVIA. And he has another very interesting panel prepared for us. And we are looking forward to continue to go a bit deeper into the discussion of shortages and shortages monitoring systems.
Sorry, I took it with me.
Okay, no problem.
Per, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Monica, and thank you for asking me to moderate this panel. And Monica knows that I'm passionate about the issue of shortage. This is an issue that certainly has been on the agenda long before COVID. And it's an issue that doesn't just hurt patients, the healthcare professional, the pharmacy, the wholesalers, and the manufacturer. It really hurts everyone. And I think it's an area where we actually can do better than we do. But naturally, COVID brought the whole issue to a different level than what we've seen before. And it's very clear that our preparedness for a pandemic was overall low. And now we might have the next crisis with Ukraine that might affect the system, maybe not as severe, but certainly affect the system. So it really says that we need to do something else. To do this, I have a panel of 3 excellent panelists. And my panel is slightly better balanced. It's 50% male, 50% female. To be practical here, I'm actually going to start to introduce Darren Scully first. He's our Irishman here. He joined the agency 2012, and he has done other things before, worked in academia, the pharmaceutical industry, and in clinical pharmacy. And he has done many different roles within this, all from the inspection part, and then increasingly focused on this shortage issue. So here is really, let's call it a practitioner in this. Although when you look on his academic records, you will see that he have collected all those letters, including the PhD in pharmacy. My second person here is Sophie Brunel, who comes from The Belgium agency, she is also a pharmacist that's the base from Ghent. Also worked in a community pharmacy to start with, but since 2017 with the federal agency in Belgium. And over time, she has focused on the issue of the shortage, and from 2021, she leads actually the team of 5 people that actually work on the shortages on the daily basis, but also the one that proposes the changes in the regulations and so on. And then we have a virtual member of the team here, which is Monica Diaz. She is the Principal Policy and Crisis Coordinator Officer at the European Medicine Agency. She has a long background in EMA since 2004, and as of March 2013, she is the Principal Policy and Crisis Coordination Officer. She has worked on the Brexit preparedness and the impact of Brexit. She has coordinated the EMA's activities versus HMA and EMA task force for on the availability to authorized medicine. And then during this COVID pandemic, she was one of the central people setting up the system that we now have put into new regulations, and including iSpoke system, the EU Executive Steering Group, and so on. And she's also the co-chair of the working group tasked to develop common framework for forecast demand in EU. So I must say I have an extremely competent panel here. I actually want to start a little on asking a little of your day-to-day perspective on what is the largest problem with the shortage. What is the shortage problem that takes most of your time? And if I start with you, Darren, from an Irish perspective, when you get back to the office, what is the thing that you will actually be dealing with, and what's the nature of those problems?
Thanks, Per. I'm going to reframe it as an opportunity for improvement, maybe, instead of a problem. And I think that there's 2. The first one is the timing of a shortage notification. So sometimes...
No, sit. Yes.
Sometimes by the time we receive the information on the shortage, it means that it's often too late, or not too late, but it's very tight to be able to respond. So, for example, if one medicine goes short, all the alternatives are there, but how do they find out about it other than if they have to react because everybody has just suddenly started ordering from them? The wholesalers have to react as well because they're going to start to get a run on product. So the timing of the notification is really important for us anyway, because it enables the system to respond. That's probably the most important one from our side.
So from your Belgian perspective, what do you think is the biggest day-to-day issue?
Actually, in shortages, I think there are 2 problems. You have like the real supply problems based because of a quality defect or a fire or a major event. And we have put a lot of effort in trying to find mitigation for those problems and solutions. And then on the other hand, we have the system of contingency, the quota. And that is more difficult because we get a lot of complaints from pharmacists and from wholesale distributors that they are not getting what the amount they have ordered, they are not getting it in time, or they are not getting it at all. And it's difficult for us as an agency to determine where's the problem. Are the pharmaceutical companies not putting enough on the market, or is there the distribution to the different wholesale distributors, is that not correct? Are some of them getting too much and some of them not getting enough? Or are maybe wholesale distributors using it for other purposes than public service? It's difficult.
That's interesting, and I do think indeed that there is a set of the countries where those type of daily problems is the bigger nuisance, the things that happen, and that normally ends outside the official statistics of shortages. There's been certainly a number of published reports of what shortages is. DG Santé made out of Technopolis had a summary last year, and we have done similar. And I think it's very true to say that most countries report fairly high number of shortages in the many hundreds. Italy reports the highest number, like 2,500, but the truth is that many of those are probably things that we should erase from the list. They might be very old. There is countries that says they have very little problem, like Denmark, and I think that's very interesting that some countries actually seems to be able to manage the situation quite well. It looks like most reported shortages is multi-source products, where there's many vendors. That might highlight a specific set of problems, and it might also be where you're saying, I'm not too worried about them because normally I have an alternative here. It's also very obvious when you look on this reports that there's very mixed quality of the reporting in some countries. Some countries actually do it quite well, and some actually succeed much less to have a good reporting ongoing. And when you get an overall European picture, it might not be totally correct. So our picture that there is very few product that has actually shortage over a broader set, more than 4 countries in Europe, that might be wrong. It might just be a lack of quality of the reporting. The nature of it might actually be slightly different. So that was our little warm-up here. What we're actually going to do is naturally to start with the biggest news, the thing of the announcement of the new mandates for EMA. And so we're actually going to have Monica to do a little presentation of what the new mandate actually contains. Monica, can you hear us now? Do you have Monica here? Technology. Now I can see you. So Monica, welcome, and I'm sorry that we don't actually have you here live, but could you please tell a little about what EMA introduced, the new mandate you have got and the new things that has been formalized from what you have been running as a pilot before? You're still on mute, Monica.
Thank you. Apologies. I couldn't find my unmute button. So yes, it is a pleasure to be here today to give you an overview of the mandate, the extended mandate of EMA in the area of medicines and medical devices shortages. I would perhaps ask you if you could put my slides on the screen, if that's possible. I cannot see the slides at the moment.
Now
I can see. If I can go back, or if you could go back to the first slide, please. This is already the third one. Yes, so thank you. So yes, and apologies for the delay and the difficulties in connecting. But as I mentioned, so it's a pleasure to be here today to give you an overview of the EMA mandate in the area of shortages, both medicines and medical devices. Next slide, please. So I will address 3 areas of the EMA extended mandate, but there are other areas covered by the new regulation 2021-23. But here I will focus on, as I mentioned, shortage of medicinal products, shortage of medical devices, and a new requirement now that has come at the end after the legislative process, which is setting up the maintenance and management of the European Shortage Monitoring Platform, the ESMP. Next slide, please. So I will start with shortages of critical medical medicinal products and major management of major events. So the implementation date of the regulation was actually 1st of March 2022. So we have been 2 weeks into the new mandate in this area. But I think what is important is to mention that the mandate in this part of the mandate focus very much on the initiatives and the systems and structures, ad hoc treatment and structures that we put in place during the COVID pandemic. And very much so, for instance, the medicines shortage steering group that is now established as part of the agency and composed by European Commission, EMA, and 1 representative from member state, formalizes the EU executive steering group on shortages caused by major events, which we set up at the very start of the COVID pandemic in March of 2020. Now, this medicines shortage steering group, so the so-called MSSG, will be supported by a working party of single points of contact in the member states, and that is the already in existence EU SPOC network, which we set up in April 2019. This was one of the outputs of the HMA task force on availability of authorized medicines, very important for exchanging information between member states on critical shortages. The MSSG is also supported by a sub-network of contact points in pharmaceutical industry from MAHs, which is the current ISPOC system. The ISPOC system was set up in April 2020, so that was as a result of the COVID pandemic. Now, the new regulation foresees the role for the agency in the context of crisis, so both public health emergencies and major events for medicines, but it also foresees a role in a preparedness role on monitoring, continuous monitoring of events, including shortages that may lead to a major event or a public health emergency. Next slide, please. Next slide. So the MSSG that I refer to, so in short is MSG, but it's the actual executive steering group on shortage and safety of medicines. So as I mentioned, it consists of European Commission, member states representatives, and EMA. But we have also as observers members from the PCWP and the HCPWP. This is the Patients and Consumers Working Party and Healthcare Professionals Working Party. 2 of working parties at the level of the EMA. So we will have representatives from these 2 working parties as observers to our meetings. We will also have interactions with HERA, with ECDC and the Health Security Committee. And there is, of course, the possibility to invite observers, so representatives from medicines interest groups. So these are industry associations, wholesale associations. This already happened, as you probably remember, at the level of the EU Executive Steering Group on shortages caused by major event during the COVID pandemic. And now this is also described in the new regulation. But there might be other actors within the supply chain, such as representatives of patients or healthcare professionals and consumers that may be invited for meetings of the MSSG. So I think perhaps one different aspect is, as you can see, member states can be accompanied by experts in specific scientific fields, and I will come to it, see how that is the case. And as I mentioned, it is supported by the Medicine Shortages SPOC Working Party. So the SPOC network now has become a working party, and by the sub-network of industry single points of contact as well. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, the role and responsibilities of MSSG during both public health emergencies and major events actually goes beyond shortages of medicinal products. So when it comes to shortages of medicinal products, so I'll start from that part. So the left-hand side here on the screen, the MSSG will have to establish a list of critical medicinal products and ensure the monitoring of those products. So these are crisis-specific critical medicinal products. For that particular crisis at stake, either a public health emergency or a major event. So in the current situation, we're still under the pandemic. We need to establish a list of critical medicinal products for the current pandemic. Then the MSSG has to provide recommendations on measures to be taken by the Commission, by the Member States and MAHs in order to prevent and or if not possible, then mitigate shortages of medicinal products. And then it also has a role in coordinating the measures taken by NCAs, MAHs and other entities. Now, the MSSG differs from the existing EU Executive Steering Group on shortages caused by major events because actually it goes beyond shortages. So there'll be situations where this group will also be responsible for looking at information related to the public health event and the major event and see if there is a need to have some urgent and coordinated actions in regards to the quality, the safety and the efficacy of the medicinal products. So this is a new aspect. And the idea here is that if there is an issue with a particular number of products from the quality safety point of view, and there are also shortages, we have the same structure, the same steering group that is discussing both aspects together. In that case, in case there is a need for coordinated actions in relation to quality, safety and efficacy, similarly, the MSSG will provide recommendations to the Commission and the Member States on any actions that need to be taken at union level. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, the MSSG will be supported by single points of contact in the Member States and in industry. So when it comes to the medicine shortages SPOC working party, here the working party will have a preparedness role. So we'll continue monitoring events and shortages that may lead to a major event or a public health emergency. So there is here the reporting of shortages and events that the working party will be responsible. But in addition to that, it will have also to report on estimate data on volume of demand. Now, when it comes to the ISPOC system, I think what is important is that the ISPOC system is only mobilized in a situation of a crisis. So either in a public health emergency or during a major event. And in that case, once we have established a list of critical medicines for that particular crisis, then we see what are the medicinal products for within that particular list of active substances, and these will be our ISPOCs, so our industry single points of contact. So this subset of companies then will have to report to the agency information on shortages, but they also need to report information on, for instance, active manufacturing sites for the API and for the finished product. They need to give information on marketing status, on sales and market share, available stocks, also forecasts of demand, and available alternative medicinal products. And last but not least, prevention and mitigation plans. And this includes production and supply capacity, which are different things, and potential alternative production sites. So alternative sites that can be registered in the dossier, and also minimum stock levels. Next slide, please. So what is the impact of this regulation from pharmaceutical sellers for medicine shortages? And I think this is probably important to you. So the framework for interaction between the MSSG and third parties includes, as I mentioned, representatives of wholesaler distributors. This was already in place and now is confirmed with the new regulation. But also it's important to mention that information may be requested from wholesale distributors regarding logistical challenges incurred in the wholesale supply chain. And this is to supplement the shortage prevention and mitigation plans for critical medicinal products, so in crisis time. And also it is stated both in Article 11.2 and Article 13.5 that wholesale distributors shall provide member states with relevant information and data, including information and data on stock levels of critical medicinal products. And this is because this is very important. Stock level information is very important so that member states can accurately estimate forecasts for demand. Next slide, please. So now I move to the European Shortage Platform, the so-called ESMP. So we have an implementation date of the 2nd of February 2025. So we have 3 years to set up the new IT platform. So as described in Article 13 of the regulation, we need to develop this IT platform that will facilitate the collection of information, not only on shortages, but also supply and demand for medicinal products. So the SMP is exclusively for medicinal products. And in addition to the information on shortage, supply and demand, there will also be information in relation to the marketing status of the medicinal product and whether the medicinal product is ceased to be placed on the market in a member state. Also, what is important to mention is that this IT platform shall be linked, stated in the regulation, to the database referred to Article 57.1.L of our founding regulation. So our IT platform will be linked to the current Article 57 database, which will then be transferred to PMS. So what is the scope of the platform? It is the monitoring of shortages, prevention and management. This platform is to be used in 2 different situations. So in a first instance, and primarily is to be used for shortages of medicinal products on the critical list during a public health emergency or major event. So this is now, during the COVID pandemic, we would use the SMP for the collection of all the information that are listed, that is to be provided by the ICE-box, as well as information to be provided by the national competent authorities. But also the regulation foresees that there is a role for this platform during the so-called peacetime or preparedness. And there we will have to collect information on actual or potential shortages of medicinal products in a given member state that can lead to a major event or a public health emergency. So this is the preparedness activities also foreseen not only in the regulation as a whole, but for the ESMP. Next slide, please. Now, there are a number of the development requirements that are described in the regulation. So perhaps the first one is to say that the agency will have to draw up an implementation plan to ensure that the ESMP is fully operational by the 2nd of February 2025. As I mentioned, we have 3 years to to make sure that this platform is fully operational. Now, we also have to develop technical and functional specifications for the SMP in collaboration with the MSSG. So there is a very important role for the MSSG in the development of the ESMP. Now, also referred in the regulation is that we need to ensure compliance with ISO standards and be based on domains of master data in pharmaceutical regulatory process. So this is reference to SPOR. And we need to ensure, of course, CCI protection. We also need to develop a standardized reporting terminology to be used in the context of the platform and guidance for reporting to this platform. And this has also to be done in collaboration with the MSSG. Now, the regulation also states that we need to ensure data interoperability with member states' IT systems. So the systems for monitoring shortages are available at national level, national competent authorities. And we need, very important as well, we need to ensure appropriate level of access for the European Commission, for the EMA, for the NCAs, and for the MSSG members themselves. Next slide, please. So here we try to demonstrate how in practice the SMP will work. And we have the 2 different situations. So we have the preparedness on the left-hand side, and on the right-hand side, we have in a situation of a public health emergency or a major event. So as I mentioned, perhaps we start with the right-hand side here of the slide. During a public health emergency or a major event, so this is focused exclusively on critical medicines. So these are the crisis-specific critical medicines. So now we are under the COVID pandemic, will be a set of medicines used for COVID patients. So we have the MAH, the so-called ICE-box, reporting directly to the SMP information on marketing status, market cessation, shortages, sales and market share, available stocks, etc. So all the information that I listed in my previous slide. What we have from the side of the national competent authorities through the single points of contact in the national competent authorities is then submission of information on demand data, volumes of sales, and volumes of prescription. So this is the information that is collected. All this information is collected at the level of the SMP. And this will allow us then to combine all this information, analyze the data, and see and prevent and try to anticipate potential shortages, and by putting in place coordinated actions at the level of the MSSG. So all this information needs to be collected, processed, and then escalated to the MSSG for coordinated EU action. Now, on the left-hand side, then, is all the activities during preparedness. So this is the monitoring of shortage that can lead to a public health emergency or a major event. So in the case of centrally authorized products, so we have the MAHs providing directly to us information on marketing status, on market cessation, shortages, and any other relevant data that may be required. But when it comes to nationally authorized products, MAHs send information directly to the national competent authorities. And then for a subset of these national authorized products, a subset of these NAPs, then the member states will channel the information to the SMP on marketing status, on market cessation, and on shortage. So this is for a subset of medicinal products. So this is in a nutshell how the SMP will look like. And of course, these are still very, very early days when it comes to the SMP. Next slide, please. So now I'll move to the last part of my presentation, which addresses the new role for the agency in relation to the monitoring and mitigation of shortages of critical medical devices. So here for the implementation of this part of the regulation, we've been granted an additional 1 year to implement this part of the regulation, which was very welcome. And so the implementation date is the 2nd of February 2023. And this is because for medical devices, we do not have any systems in place. Whereas for medicinal products, as I mentioned, the regulation very much describes what we put in place with a large number of new requirements. Of course, for medical devices, our involvement in terms of shortage was very limited or not at all during the COVID pandemic. So now the agency will have now a coordinating role when it comes to the shortages of critical medical devices. But what is important to stress is that this is only in the context of public health emergencies, so not in the context of a major event. And also what is important to stress as well is that that the regulation does not foresee any preparedness activities when it comes to medical devices, unlike what is foreseen for medicinal products. But very much so, this part of the regulation mimics what we put in place for medicinal products. But of course, it will have to be adjusted when it comes to the implementation, to the reality of the medical devices sector. But in a nutshell, so the agency will establish the Executive Steering Group on Shortages of Medical Devices, the MDSSG. And this steering group will be responsible also for adopting a list of categories of critical medical devices that are critical for the particular public health emergency. And of course, this list will be updated whenever necessary until the termination of the public health emergency. And then based on that list of categories of critical medical devices, the MDSSG will have to define the information that needs to be provided, and then needs to monitor the supply and demand for medical devices, including in the list. And this again with the view of identifying actual or potential shortages of medical devices. Then the MSSG will have to report, provide recommendations, and coordinate measures. So very much in line what is foreseen for medicinal products, on the measures that can be put in place to prevent, mitigate potential or actual shortages, and also as a role in providing aggregated data and forecasts of demand. So this is very much in line what is foreseen for medicinal products. Next slide, please. And similarly here, we can see in this slide the composition of the MSSG. So exactly the same as for the medicines shortage steering group. Same composition, same possibility to liaise with or invite observers for expert advice from the various representatives of medical devices interest groups, and that includes notified bodies, manufacturers, and other actors in the supply chain. Next slide, please. So as for medicinal products, the MDSSG will be supported also by a single network of single points of contact in the member states and industry, or we can call them economic operators. So the medical devices shortage working party will have to be set up. So it doesn't exist at this point in time, similarly to what we have already in place for medicines. But this is very much an operational group, and will consist also from one representative from each national competent authority as responsible for monitoring of shortages of medical devices. Again, here the role of the SPOC working party is to report on volumes of demand and forecasts of demand for the devices that are in the critical list. So again, we're focusing on a subset of devices that are critical for the particular public health emergency. Now, when it comes to the industrial single points of contact, here we have a number of economic operators that will be responsible for providing information to the agency, and that includes manufacturers and authorized representatives, and where appropriate also can be the case for importers and distributors. Now, what is important to say is that the role of those economic operators is to provide the information that is listed here in the slide, which is of course mandatory. So reporting will become mandatory. And here again, the same set of information, so details on shortage, sales and market share, available stocks, forecasts of supply, including information on potential vulnerabilities in the supply chain, forecasts of demand as well. So it's very much aligned, the information that needs to be provided by the ISPOCs for medicines and for medical devices. For the notifiers, you notice that we have here also notified bodies, and here for the notified bodies, they will provide to us information on the status, on number of applications, and capacity to process application. And this is for, of course, again, the devices in the critical list. Next slide, please. So I will now conclude and giving you an update on where we are. So as I mentioned, the regulation has become applicable as of the 1st of March for the monitoring and mitigating of shortage of critical medicinal products. So we're at the moment in transitioning from the ad hoc structures and processes that we put in place at the start of the pandemic to those that are foreseen in the regulation with the additional requirements that I mentioned. We also starting with the preparatory work to ensure a smooth and efficient delivery of the SMP on the 2nd of February 2025. And 3 years seems a long time, but of course to establish a platform, certainly that will not be the case. And last but not least, when it comes to the shortage of critical medical devices, although the date of application is 2nd of February 2023, the preparatory working is already ongoing because we need to set up the necessary structures and processes to be ready by the 2nd of February. And so the agency is also at the moment establishing the necessary interactions with stakeholders in the field of the medical devices. And this is because this is a new area for the agency for which we need to get acquainted with a new number of stakeholders in the field of medical devices in a short period of time. So perhaps I think this is my last slide. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Monica. I'm going to ask you a few quick questions, and then we're going to have a little longer discussion on how Belgium is preparing from this, and then a comment from Ireland. I just want to, the critical medicine list is certainly crisis specific, but you also, if I understand right, by September going to do some list which talks about of all medicines which are, so to say, the more essential one. WHO has a list today which covers about 500 different molecules. Do you have a comment about these lists and what will be in those critical lists?
Yes, so that is actually a new requirement that has been introduced in the regulation during the legislative process. So it was not there from the start. I think the idea there, this is Article 6.2 of the regulation, is that we need to develop lists of therapeutic areas, therapeutic groups of medicinal products necessary for emergency care, surgery, and intensive care. Now, we do not need to establish by September of this year the list of medicines that will be part of these therapeutic groups. We just need to put in to list what are the therapeutic groups. This is what we have to do until September of this year, or the MSSG will have to do, and then subsequently in a later stage, then we will actually see what are the substances, the active substances that will be under each of these various therapeutic groups that have to cover what I've just mentioned. So emergency care, surgery, intensive care. And the idea there is that we know that we may be faced with a different number of crises, public health emergencies or major events, but if we have already a set of medicines that may be required most likely for most of 90% of the crises that we'll be faced with, that will be already a very good starting point. And in fact, for the COVID pandemic, what we saw at the start of the COVID pandemic, the shortage that we faced with were for medicines in ICU settings. So we had to go through the process of seeing what are the most important medicines in the ICU setting for COVID patients. So if we had that information already up front, I think that process would have been much quicker. And I think that is the idea here with this request in the regulation, is that we do that process so that we are better prepared. And then once we have that list together, it will be easier to, when we're faced upon a specific crisis, to see what is then necessary for that specific crisis. And we can already take from that those existing lists, and that will facilitate and speed up the process.
And may I assume that for your preparedness phase, that list will be essential, or will, in the preparedness phase, will you monitor every medical product in Europe?
That is something that we have not discussed yet. What we will do with this, with the medicines in this list. So I think it's important to have those already identified up front. Whether those are the medicines that we need to closely monitor, I think you probably are aware of the discussions that were taken under the structured dialogue organized by the European Commission, part of the pharmaceutical strategy. And there we developed a methodology to come up with a list of critical medicines that would need that close monitoring. But that is slightly different from what is foreseen in this regulation. So this regulation is really focusing on intensive care, emergency use medicines. Now, it might be that a subset of these medicines that we will have in so-called peacetime, we have to monitor those closely.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you for answering my quick question. Sophie, in Belgium, you certainly also have, parallel to this, take your learnings from the COVID crisis and taking certain actions. You have a little presentation on that too.
Yes.
Yeah? I think it's probably easier. I think the clicker is up there. So, thank you, Monica. Can we get the slides up? Okay, thank you.
Yeah. I see. Yeah. Okay. So I will give a short presentation on the stock monitoring that we are doing in Belgium. Okay, so in 2020, just like everybody, we were hit by the COVID-19 pandemic, and we started creating a monitoring tool for to monitor the stocks of medicines that are used in the COVID-19 pandemic, we ask data on forecast, sales volume, and stock. In the beginning, this was done completely manually because we had to make it real quick, but this is automated since May last year. Because we have seen the advantages of this tool, we are looking to expand it to critical essential medicines, so for the regular shortages, and we are also looking to expand it to include all concerned stakeholders. So for COVID, we are asking data from the wholesaler distributors and the marketing authorization holders, but we would like to include hospitals and retail pharmacies as well. Up till now, we still ask every week data from the marketing authorization holders and the wholesale distributors. We ask both of them to send info on stock on a certain date. It's every Monday. We ask the average sales volume in normal circumstances, and we ask the sales volume of the past week. To the marketing authorization holders more specific, we also ask data on forecast. So when is the next planned delivery and what volume are you expecting at that moment? And the same for the subsequent planned delivery date. They are sending info for not all medicines, but medicines that are related to COVID-19. This is a list that has been set up in collaboration with the hospitals. It mainly concerns ICU medicines, so the sedatives, curare, opioids, antibiotics, also antiviral treatments and experimental treatments. We have also included medicines when they were named in the press that they could have an advantage in COVID-19, just to see how the sales were going, how they were evolving. And if we saw that everything was going okay, we could delete the medicine from the list, but we had to make sure that the patients that were using it for non-COVID indications were still able to get their medicines. We do get information from hospitals as well, but they don't send it to us via the tool, via the stock monitoring tool, but they send it via Google Forms. And depending on the criticality of the pandemic, they send it every 2 weeks or every 4 weeks. So for the moment, it's only once a month. And it's only, it's a shorter list of medicines. It's only the medicines that are used in hospitals. Of course, we use these data to do some calculations. So we have information on how much stock is available, and we try to estimate the needs. And we have to see, is this in balance or is this out of balance? And if it's out of balance, we have to take action. There are 2 ways that we use this data. So for the most medicines, we use calculations based on sales volume. We take an average of the last 4 weeks, and we see how long the current stock will last. This gives us time to work more proactively if the stocks are getting smaller. We do calculations per pack size, but if necessary, we can go to molecule level or even class level. For the more critical medicines, we use the data that is sent to us via the stock monitoring tool, but we implement it in another file for more extensive calculations that is based on the prediction models of new hospitalizations. We use also average daily need, the treatment duration, and in some cases, the average percentage of hospitalized patients that need mechanical ventilation. This is for the same purpose, to predict how long the stock will last, to gain more time to work proactively, and it is also used to estimate if we need to buy strategic stock or not. This is my short presentation.
Excellent. No, it's very good. Thank you, and please sit down again. May I ask, in Ireland, how different is the situation? Did you approach it on a reasonable, similar way, or do you have a special COVID learning from your Irish situation?
So what we have in place is not as elegant as Sophie's teams, but what it is a cooperation amongst the health system as well as the industry, the wholesalers, the marketing authorization holders, and then ourselves in being able to let the system manage itself in terms of supply, but we do pick up signals pretty quickly. Again, going back to the point I made earlier in terms of communication. So there is, in essence, a kind of a holistic approach to it, and hence it's the multi-stakeholder approach that we always advocate.
And we will come back a little later to that. But this whole discussion has been very focused on the COVID-like situations. And for many of the people in the room here who deals with the day-to-day business, and I know that's what you normally do too, Sophie, the shortages is much more mundane events that's happening. You said already from beginning that the typical event would be that a wholesaler says, I can't get what I need from but the wholesaler, sorry, the manufacturer doesn't say that I have a shortage. What more is needed for you to manage those things? And do we need to have another level of transparency of what the problems is? Do we actually need to know what the demand and the fluctuations is? And how much do we need to know what the alternatives is in other countries? And I heard here earlier we talked about e-leaflets, to be able, for example, to move goods easier between countries. So do you have a comments of what's on your wish list here to go beyond this true crisis situation?
There are two things that come into my mind. I would really like to have also a stock monitoring for the regular shortages, for the critical medicines and at all level, so that we can prove that it has an advantage besides COVID as well. And then on the other hand, we have put a lot of efforts up to now to find solutions when we have a shortage, and I think we now really have to invest in more preventative measures.
Mm-hmm. As?
Like my stock monitoring tool, it would be really good. But I also heard, but it's more like for on EU level, move more production or manufacturing to EU. We would like to work on contingency plans, shortage prevention plans. We have a lot of ideas, but we have not been able to work out all of them.
Do you have any suggestions of what more information you need and predictions here?
When I was thinking about it, I'm struck by the way we always are reacting to situations. We went from a pandemic and then potentially with what's happening in the Ukraine, and it's always trying to look around a corner. What's next, or how do we react? So one thing that I would like is to increase the cooperation and communication amongst all of the different stakeholders, because everybody looking around different corners and communicating what potential issues could be there would be beneficial.
Well, Darren, this little set up the story about what you really have done on how to get that collaboration on a better way. And I think you have a few slides that you wanted to discuss related to this too.
Thanks, Per. What I appreciate is that you're probably under time pressure, so I'm going to be very brief and give you a general flavour of what we've done. We are about 3 years into the development of the shortage framework within the agency. And what we have done is establish the multi-stakeholder approach. So there's every different stakeholder that we could think of, and as more come along, we do get involved with all of them. So on the screen there, you have patient representative groups. The HSE is our national health system, the marketing authorization holders, manufacturers, wholesalers, and healthcare professionals. And then the way we do it is coordinate every approach, because multiple problems can result in also potential lots of different stakeholders, which can result in lots of different potential solutions, and everybody does bring something to the table. So we try and facilitate a cooperative approach amongst all of the different stakeholders to bring forward solutions, and we do look for pragmatic solutions to the shortage. I said I'm just going to briefly take you to some of the things that we've done in terms of a review that we've had over the last 2 years. So there's some data here that I'll briefly go through, but I can talk to more afterwards. It's just some things that we get asked as people get more interested. The first thing is who reports shortages to us. the vast majority of the shortage reports come to us from MAHs, which is good and what is to be expected. But you can also see that there's a lot of different other stakeholders within that, including wholesalers. One point I'd note is that when a patient or a healthcare professional is the first entity to notify us, that usually means that it's gone through the entire supply chain from MAH manufacturer, wholesaler, through to the patient or the healthcare professional before it's notified. So it's already having an impact, which is where I went back to earlier on in this panel, which was the timing of the notification is important for us. In terms of the types of medicines that are affected, this just gives you, and it does reflect what happens on an international stage. The central nervous system takes up, let's call it the majority there, but it's broadly similar across the range until you get down to the oncology musculoskeletal. That also is to say that that doesn't mean that there's inherent issues with those groups of products. It could mean multitude of different things. It just so happens that they're the ones that are notified to us. Usually the question I get asked, okay, well, what are the types of products that are affected? So I've just broken it down there. I know you guys will get the slides if you haven't already, so there's more time for you to delve into that. But just to take a look, for example, at the cardiovascular, that the vast majority are hypertension. That's not unexpected given what's happened over the last few years with the azide issues in sartan products, etc. What is interesting from a whole health system approach in terms of the CNS, the first one on the left there, is that antidepressants do take up quite a chunk of those that have been reported short. That coincides with what our health system is telling us, especially during the first part of COVID, where antidepressants were more prescribed. I don't know, I don't have any insight into why that, well, we can take some guesses, but we don't really have any insight into that, but it does coincide and overlap with the types of shortages that we do see. In terms of how the multi-stakeholder framework has an influence, and it goes to your point, Per, what we see is that in roughly 20% of the cases, the shortages are prevented. That is due to the work of all of the stakeholders, from the alternative manufacturers and MAHs getting their products ready, the wholesalers being able to react very quickly to identify there's a shortage in this product. We'll be able to understand what are the alternatives, and then the wholesalers can manage the equitable distribution of that as well as the MAHs. Importantly, in 80% of the cases that we've had, supply is resumed, and if we just take a little bit of a deeper dive into that, just over half or just coming up to half are supplied either on time or early. And why that's important is because it helps the health system to plan. If they know I have got X amount of products, that's going to do me, let's say, until next week, and the resumption of supply is going to happen then, well, then they can say, okay, we can treat this type of patient or in this kind of way. They are able to triage a situation. But whereas the information isn't necessarily accurate, it can cause a ripple effect all the way down through into provision of health services. But I go back to this point, and you will hear me again and again talking about it, which is the timing of a notification. Just very briefly, the solid line in the middle, let's call that the impact date. So that's when a shortage happens. And if you look at the top one, which is the total, the notification of a shortage happens just under 2 weeks before it actually happens. So the green line is for pre-impact, so we're notified in advance, and the red one is after. If we stratify it into the high, medium, and low impact shortages, it's still in and around the 2 weeks for the high impact. The little dotted line there is 30 days, and why we've put that there is because at the outset of the shortages framework, we said for low impact shortages that they're notified to us at least 30 days in advance. Everything else is as soon as possible. So we're not exactly reaching that threshold either. And it goes back to the point of being, to use the key word from earlier, agile system to be able to adapt and respond to the situation. So my key message always is, can you tell us early, and whatever information you have, and then we'll work with each other to try and come up with a pragmatic solution. Then, based on the work that we've done, this is a very, very simplified version of what a supply chain is. I'm glad nobody laughed at me, because I do appreciate it's a simplified version. If we go from the left on the API manufacturers to the patients on the right. And based on the information that we have from the study that we've done, we're able to map the fundamental causes that we've seen to the supply chain as much as possible. From the slide, the more the issue hits the left-hand side of the slide, the more global the impact is likely to be. So, for example, if it's an let's say it's a quality issue or a fire or something that happens at an API manufacturing site, that the chances of the impact are more global are there. Whereas the more to the right of the slide, the more chances that it's going to be more local. So global on the left, local on the right. There is an issue there that I've kind of pointed out in 3 different areas, but it affects everyone, which is the communication issues. So more information that's communicated to all different parts of the stakeholders enables the entire system to be able to adapt. Based on that, we've come up with 10 recommendations that are divided into the optimization of the current framework and then also looking at prevention and mitigation strategies. So, for example, very briefly, the optimization of the current system is tackling that notification issue. How do we reduce the barriers for stakeholders to notify us of a shortage quickly? So we'll be going through we've lots of different ideas on how to do that. And then in terms of the prevention and mitigation strategies, and we've been consulting with all of our stakeholders nationally as well in terms of how do we look at maybe coming up with shortage mitigation plans, prevention plans, looking at the entire quality system as it stands at the moment, and how can we adapt that to look at mitigation and prevention measures. And I'm going to stop it there. Per, hopefully
Thank you very much, and please sit down again. I really think this also highlights an issue, and what party has what role. Who's actually responsible for planning the future delivery volumes? And Sophie and I have a little discussed that before. So I can understand if it's a single source manufacturer. So if you have a patented medicine, largely it's easy to say that the manufacturer has probably the best ability to plan it. But even that, I thought we had Casper here somewhere. If we have parallel trade, who is responsible for Symbicort in Sweden? 90%, by the way, is parallel imported, but otherwise it's AstraZeneca, but only for 10% of the volume. But if we go to multi-source, who is responsible?
I told you before, it's a tricky question, but I still believe it's the marketing authorization holder.
Okay, so in a typical market, we might have 10 manufacturers then, and they all take different decisions. It's really, I just say, it's really a tricky question. I would say that it's hard for a Swede to say, the country I really admire is Denmark. And actually there it's Amgros who calculates what the expected volume will be, and they notify all manufacturers and have them to respond to this, and it seems to work quite well. Now, who has responsible for inventory for normal use? I do understand that most wholesalers, for example, have a formula that is built on the given parameters as when things function normally. But then, who should have the responsibility of stockpiling here? I don't think it's an easy question. We have some countries that seems to do it quite well, like Finland or Switzerland, or they do it both well and cost efficient. I think that you need to define what's the essential medicine here and where stockpiling should be considered. But I also think that a little like we discussed, stockpiling needs to be done on the right level to get the maximum effect for the money. And I really think due to that, you have a very important role. And then we come to, I heard it several times, the allocation of available stock. Who is responsible, at least when we come to a crisis situation, where should stock go? And I don't think that there can be too many others when we have an emergency situation than the competent authority to do this. Or how does it work in Belgium? Who actually allocate?
You mean when
a
you have a
crisis situation.
shortage?
Yeah.
When we have like a situation of a limited availability, so there is still some stock, but not enough for the normal demand. And if it's estimated as a critical shortage, then we organize a task force. We invite experts, doctors, specialists, and we try to find. We set up recommendations. It's not binding, but it's a recommendation. Like we only have for 50% to treat 50% of the patients. We recommend to use this, and this indication, and maybe advise for this indication you can switch to maybe another alternative. That's how we do it.
Okay, thank you very much. I actually know, Monica, that we have used up our allocated time, so I just want to give a last chance for each person to say what have we missed and what additional do we need to add to this. So, Monica, you have listened to what the two countries has commented around here. Is there anything that you think we need to add, or a final word from you on this issue on the shortages?
Thank you, Pierre. I think perhaps two issues from my side. One is that you were discussing a number of preventive measures that we need to put in place because, as colleagues mentioned, we need to move from a reactive to a more proactive approach and as much as possible prevent shortages. And this is the work of the HMA-EMA task force on availability of medicines, is putting together a number of guidances in order to prevent shortage. So prevention is very important. That is one aspect. The other aspect that you referred to just now, about what do we do in crisis. So that's exactly what we're going to do now with demand data and supply data. We need to match that information. So we're now going to be able, with a mandate, to collect demand data from MAHs, from national competent authorities. We'll have supply capacity from companies, and we can do that at European level. So also just to say that many of the measures that both Sophie and Darren mentioned, I think what is done at national level then is also cascaded at European level and done in a coordinated manner at European level. And I think is the two together. So what is done at national level together, what we can do at the level of the EU, that will help us eventually to prevent shortages and ensure continuous supply of medicines to patients, which is, I think, all that we want. Thank you.
Darren, do you have a final word? Something we have missed here?
Not necessarily something that we've missed, more maybe just to the previous point, and it does go to what Monica said as well. It's an integration across stakeholders nationally and then into a European system.
And Sophie, last word?
I really believe that we now have to focus on the preventive measures, but I also heard Darren say that communication is important, and just wanted to say I agree. We have a platform in Belgium to communicate about availability of medicines, and it's really an advantage.
Yeah. I have to say thank you to my excellent panel on this issue. This is a too important issue to actually all different stakeholders, starting from the patient to everyone in the supply chain, that we cannot afford to miss to move this significant forward. And I think we have a situation just now where it is really possible to move it forward through defining the roles and combining with a good transparency of where problems are and where potential solutions are. So I end with that. I didn't give you a time for questions because I've used up all our time with a little bit of margin. So thank you very much here, and we are all ready for later discussions on lunch and so on. So thank you.
So thank you very much, Per, for that last session. My name is Martin Fitzgerald. I'm Deputy Director General of GIRP. So thank you, Per, for, as always, your expertise in moderating panels. It's my honor and privilege now to welcome the moderator for our next session. It's Olivier Simonet, who is working for Sensitech, which is a carrier company. Olivier doesn't need much introduction from me, as he's well known to many of you, but he's been working for Sensitech for 14 years, I understand, and you are Senior Manager for strategic marketing for the EMA region. So you have a huge panel. I know that you're about to moderate, so I'll leave it to you. I apologize that we're a little bit slipping on time, but you have about 30 minutes to get through your interesting session. So thanks, Olivier.
Thank you very much. Well, it's very nice to be here for a little bit more than just 2 hours for the last conference, where actually in Vienna I arrived, and then within 2 hours, actually within 1 hour, I was called by my management and telling me, well, you have to head home. And I was kind of thinking, well, I'm already there, but yeah, there was no way out. So yeah, so I just had to. So now it's fine to be back and having a microphone and being able to interact with all of you. So it's my pleasure to welcome my only panelist, Stefan Delaney, who is CEO for Q1 Scientific.
Thanks very much. Well, sit
yeah,
down.
please sit here.
Yeah. Perfect.
So it's going to be a bit more kind of like a discussion. So as well, if the audience has some questions as well, please make sure that make it known, and then we can add these discussions as well to make sure that we cover quite a lot of topics before the lunch. So as an introduction for this session, I mean, we've seen very clearly that the distribution of COVID-19 vaccines, of the importance of the distribution and storage of cold and ultra cold pharmaceutical products. It's a sector that is obviously by its nature has very significant supply chain challenges. And but that is actually, and it is one sector that is sharply increasing. And because of these challenges as well, it's also a very good nesting place for innovation. So we would like to explore what these challenges are, and what are the opportunities for innovation, and what we can actually also maybe use and leverage for the other parts of the pharmaceutical industry. So first, I would like, obviously, to give you the opportunity, Stefan, to introduce yourself, introduce your company.
Yeah, thanks very much. So I'll just tell you a bit about the company I work for. It's called Q1 Scientific, and probably all the discussions to this point would be very macro, zoomed out from a European and worldwide level, whereas probably what I will talk to you about is a bit more the day-to-day of how we move these things around and maintain the cold chain and that side of it. So Q1 Scientific was a company that was set up 10 years ago to provide environmentally controlled storage to the pharmaceutical industry. And I suppose if you categorize logistics and temperature controlled storage into kind of two sides of high volume, low risk, and low volume, high risk, we're probably more the latter. So if somebody comes to us and asks us maybe to store 1,000 pallets at ambient storage conditions, wouldn't really be what we would be set up to do. But if somebody comes to us and says, well, we have this very sensitive and very small volume molecule or reference standard or something like that maybe needs to be stored at ultra low storage conditions for a very set period of time, and the logistical challenges of moving it around needs to be controlled and managed very tightly, that's where we step in. So we have a storage facility in Waterford in the southeast of Ireland. We started back in 2012, 2013 with kind of 5,000 square feet of a storage facility, which caters to kind of -22 to 8, 25, 60. We do a lot of retain storage, stability storage trials, now into more reference standards, and have expanded the range of conditions. So prior to probably 2016, I, along with a lot of people, wouldn't have been that familiar with ultra-low storage conditions. And now we have 20 to 30 ultra-low storage chambers in our facility. And we would work with a lot of the kind of the vaccine manufacturing companies. So we would work with probably about half of the pharmaceutical companies that operate in Ireland, who would kind of assimilate us into their supply chain, or into their procedures really, to manage a process that is quite critical, and regulatory requirements of it are very strict, but is not that attractive, and is probably not that much. It's less on the side of money making and more on the side of a regulatory requirement that you must satisfy, and you must tick all the boxes, and you must do it to the perfect requirement. But sometimes I think our customers look at it a little bit like the poor cousin, that they just have to get it sorted. But maybe if someone else can do it for them, that's good, you know. So that's where we try and step in. And so we've probably had a very busy, along with I imagine everyone in this room, we've had a very busy last 2 or 3 years, which has been great, and we've learned lots about the industry. So hopefully that's a bit of a summary of what we do, and less how we do it, maybe.
Yeah. Yes, I mean, so you are obviously an Irish company, and we've heard everywhere, and we're going to learn even some more during this conference about the best practices for Ireland, which has been at the forefront and kind of example for COVID-19 distribution, COVID-19 vaccine distribution. What has been your part into this distribution, and what were your lessons learned, challenges that you met and you've?
Yeah, well, I mean, everyone this morning has spoken already about the stockpiling challenges and the supply chain shortages. And if you go back prior to COVID, one of the biggest one of the biggest drivers of those shortages is waste, is pharmaceutical produce that from manufacturer to patient doesn't make it. At some point it falls off, you know, it has an excursion, or it fails, or it falls out of tolerance, or something happens that the efficacy is called into question, and that product now cannot be consumed. And that number, I think, was up around 25 to 30% of manufactured products. So it's an incredibly huge number of produce that's never making to a final destination. And a bit like what gets managed, or what gets measured gets managed, that's probably the number one motivator for my side of the industry in how improvements can be made. And even if you look at very simple improvements that have been made in the logistical element, so you now have much more passive temperature controlled distribution processes as opposed to powered. So passive is where you charge up a storage unit where you expose it to ultra-low, maybe not ultra-low, you store it to expose it to cold conditions. It takes on a charge of, let's say, 2 to 8 or 5 degrees, and then it can hold that charge with your product inside for what used to be probably 60 to 70 to 80 hours is probably now more like 150, 160 hours. And if you think about you're transporting a product that's ultra sensitive to any excursions outside of that maybe 2 to 8 or minus 20 or minus 70 window, if you try and get somewhere from where you are to where your product needs to get to in maybe 60, 70 hours, you're probably going to do it most of the time, but it wouldn't take the biggest hiccup or pothole to literally and figuratively to push you outside that window of 60, 70 hours. So when you take your equipment that can do that 70-hour 3-day window up to 150 hours, which is more like 6-7 days, you mitigate a lot of those problems. You know, you suddenly have probably wiped out a lot of the, you know, it's a fine tipping point to say, you're now outside that 72 hours, the product is going to go out of spec, we can't use it. To get to 150 hours, or to give you the availability of 150 hours, it improves that number, improves how many make it to their final destination comfortably, a huge amount. I mean, the other, I suppose, innovation, I don't know, is it innovation? You could call it innovation, or you could possibly categorize it as the challenge of the industry, is the kind of eco-friendly element of what we do. And I mean, the industry probably has had a free pass for the last 2 years, and probably rightly so. You know, the pressure has been off in that respect because the COVID situation, it just needed to be resolved in whatever way possible. That pressure is now probably going to come back on in terms of the the carbon footprint, or the eco footprint of what we do and how we do it. And some of the things that are now coming into place is around, I don't know, is it called full circle or reverse logistics, where we would have received huge shipments over the years, and you're left with these shipping units and dry ice, and they go to landfill. You know, because they're so small, it's hard to take the cost of recycling them and bringing them back around, repackaging them, and that is now becoming more common. And a lot of the suppliers who we would work with, 3PL companies, they'll set up that product to be able to use by the manufacturer, the distribution company, and then they'll go to the end of the stage, pick it back up, bring it back around, and start the whole cycle again. So where you had equipment that was maybe being used once, maybe twice, that number can now be 20, 30, 40 times. And so when you think of that in an ecological footprint or a carbon footprint, you know, you're diluting the impact by 30 or 40 times, which is fantastic. So things like that, also from which I'm preaching to the choir, but in terms of the data logger and the connected, the kind of IoT connected feedback that you now have, there's been massive improvements made in that area where you will always have failures. You know, you will have problems with shipments. You will have maybe the control of the temperature equipment within has failed quicker than maybe someone thought it may have. And before, you wouldn't get that information until the end of the cycle. You get to the end and you'd say, no, it's failed. Too late. You know, you go back to the start again. Now you're getting that continuous feedback 24/7, every 60 seconds really. And very quickly you can pinpoint, these are the 3 shipments out of the 100 that started today that are in trouble. We need to resolve these so that they're not going to fall off the wagon, you know, that kind of thing. So that kind of zoomed in focus, I think, is really going to help to improve that wastage, or that I suppose samples that don't make it to the end of the cycle.
Yeah, and I was going to ask, when we're now on the topic of the eco-sustainability aspect of things, are you also looking, for example, at technologies like looking at replacing some of the refrigerants and everything, because obviously that's a major impact of temperature control. Yeah. And we know that the refrigeration gases obviously have some major impact as well on the environment. So. Yeah. I mean, again, it's something that's becoming more and more focused, and probably we're currently in the kind of, if you look at the carrot and stick stage, we're probably currently in the carrot stage where companies who are first movers to improve that, the dangerous gases or the kind of fossil fuel powered situations, where they're getting out in front and making those changes, they're getting the benefits because more and more people are now voting with their feet in terms of the green agenda. And so because they're getting out in front of that, they're getting the benefit. But very soon, the pressure is going to come on, and it's not going to be a case of, it'd be nice if you move to this green agenda. It's going to be a case, if you don't move, you're going to be fined, and you're not going to work in this space. I had a business meeting just last week with a company we're possibly doing a project with. This company's a billion-dollar company, a huge operation, fantastic organization. And they gave a 30-minute presentation, and they spent 5 minutes speaking about what they do and how they do it, and they spent 25 minutes speaking about how they're green, how they're looking after their staff, how wellness is now, excuse me, the #1 agenda for them, which is fantastic. But it just shows the person on the other side giving the presentation that's in their mind the most important thing now to speak about. And I think when you see that now happening probably across the board in terms of where the motivation is or where the pinpoint is, that's going to wash down through, and everyone is going to have to get on board. And they are really. I mean, everyone is moving that direction. But I suppose the last 2 years, the increase in single use and the requirement to do that has probably set people back a little bit. But I think now that we're maybe coming out the other side of it, that focus is going to come back in. Yeah. Well, I have to say, I mean, it's obviously also something we're looking at Sengstech and our parent company Carrier, and our competitor Thermo King as well. Obviously, it's something that we know we have to be doing, and so we're looking at alternatives, and so it's nice things coming up. You're obviously an outsourcing service provider of cold chain storage. So what would you say are your main challenges because of the fact that you're an outsourcing partner? Yeah, I mean, one of the boring challenges, which probably everyone goes through, is the human resource element. You know, that's I think if you speak to anyone from any industry across probably the world, but definitely in this country, getting staff, keeping staff is one of the challenges. But then it's probably a good thing, because the power is now in the employee's position, and they're in a position then to I don't know, is demand the right
word, but look for better situations in how they work. And that's probably only a good thing, because the best of the best and the great place to work and those kind of companies are now going to be highlighted even more for how good they are. And like everything else, everyone will have to follow suit and fall in. I mean, in terms of, I suppose, one of the challenges we would have had over the last number of years, and this is improving each year, but when we first speak to pharmaceutical companies, there's two scenarios they'll speak to us. Number one, which is very common in the last number of years, is that everything they're doing has ramped up. You know, they're manufacturing more, they're testing more, they need more space for people, they need more space for API or whatever it is. And so, like I mentioned earlier, storage is something probably they can move off site. They come to us and say, we have a new product coming online, or we're bidding in the global organization to manufacture this next product, but we don't want to store it. Can you guys help with that? And that's where we can help. Or the other situation is something has broken. A chamber broke down that we didn't think would break down, and now we're kind of questioning whether we're well set up to manage this process. How are you guys set up to do it? And one of the challenges in that is, when we go to work with a pharmaceutical company in that outsourcing, there's some elements that, well, we've never outsourced that bit, so we won't give you that, but you can do this little bit at the start. And probably if you mapped out the process, steps 1 to 10, they're looking at it and saying, well, 2 and 3, you guys can help us with that, but 4 and 5, it has to come back in for us to do that. And then maybe it can go back out to do 6 and 7. And there's almost an emotional analysis of processes and how suitable they are to be outsourced, as opposed to a risk assessment kind of matrix analysis. And I think it's moving more in that direction, that now people will look at every, the kind of horrible phrase of, we've always done it that way, so why would we not do it that way anymore? That's fading out, and people now look at everything and say, okay, let's jumble all these processes into our filter system or our algorithm or whatever way it is. Let's look at the risk profile. Let's look at the service providers and how suitable they are, the kind of tech transfer element and whether that can be done. And then if the score is above a certain level, they can engage. And that works much better in our perspective, because we want to solve headaches. That's the attractiveness of our service. We go in and we say we want to take headaches away from you guys. But if we're taking out one process and we have to try and create technology so that we can join back in, and then we're, maybe in solving this problem, we're creating a new problem down the line. We want to just wipe the whole thing and say, look, let us start here, do the whole thing for you, and then join back in. And so that's the challenge, to get some of our customers who probably have less exposure to outsourcing in the past to embrace it more and possibly see the benefits. But all these things happen in time, everything is a slow process in pharmaceuticals, as everyone will probably know.
And which are some of the lessons that you would like the pharmaceutical industry to learn from dealing with the ultra-cold type of products? Are there some technologies, some processes that you would like to be expanded, or? Yeah, well, I think a bit like everything, and I'm conscious I don't explain what everyone already knows to anyone in this room, because I'm sure there's people with much more expertise than me in the areas. It's not about, it's not necessarily about the capacity or the equipment, or it's about the whole holistic process. Anyone can buy an ultra-low chamber, or anyone can install capacity, but it's how well you're set up all around that. It's how well your staff are trained to react to breakdowns or to work with maintenance. We work with a large pharmaceutical company, and when they come into our facility, the only thing we do is we have lots of these chambers, we have lots of these ultra-low freezers, and so our maintenance team, the only thing they work on is these chambers every day. And our chambers aren't better than other people's. They break down the same as everyone else. But because it's the only thing we do, our maintenance team work on these every week. And so they know them inside out. Whereas when we go into our customer's site, they might have a chamber or 2 or 3 or 5 or whatever the case may be, and they mightn't have broken down in 2 years. And 2 years ago, the maintenance team, someone might have left the team and someone might have joined the team. So the person who's now the maintenance engineer in that position, they might have never worked on this machine, apart from maybe some preventative, some simple maintenance. And so it's how well you're set up to deal with the disaster situation is the critical key, and no different really to any industry. But obviously the impact, if you're not well set up in this industry, can be quite large. Yeah. So now you have a lot of knowledge in the ultra-low temperature sector. Are you considering the next step into going into cryogenic, or?
Yeah, it probably will be the next step for us, and the way these things happen with our company is when a customer comes to us and asks us to look at something, we will sit down with them, and if it ties into our capabilities and it's part of our kind of core strategy and ties into our strengths, we'll bring that service in for them. So, I mean, 5 years ago, maybe not 5, maybe 4 or 5 years ago, we never stored anything below -20. And then a small customer, a spin-out customer from Trinity College, Dublin, came to us and said, we're starting this product, we have this small molecule we want to store, we're 2 people and we have a laptop and we certainly don't want to buy an ultra-low freezer, so can you store it for us and we're going to do the analysis on it. And we had to go and find out, not to say find out what an ultra-low freezer was, but where we could get them, how to manage them, how to have backup in place. So you can't buy 1, you have to buy 2, unfortunately, at least when you're buying the first one. And now we probably have 20, 25 of those units. So really, if somebody probably asked us 6 months before that point, will you do ultra-low storage? We kind of say, it's not really what we do. Whereas now, three of our biggest ultra-low customers would be vaccine manufacturers in Ireland. And so the cryogenic is probably the next follow-on from that. It's something, again, we're not currently exposed to, but we're looking into it with 1 or 2 customers. And if it makes sense for them and it makes sense for us, then it'll be the next route we go. We're currently expanding into a second facility, so it probably...
And which specific extra challenges would you foresee if you were to go into that sector?
Well, I mean, in our position, when we go into pharmaceutical customers and we tender to do business for them, our biggest selling point is we are the experts in what we do. We believe we are, and we hope we are, and they hold us to a higher standard than they do themselves, which is only a good thing, and it brings us on. And we've had the HPRA to audit us. We've had the FDA on our site, and it's always been very positive. But that product offering only works when you're the absolute best at what you do. So we know transport, we know stability management, we know backup redundancy, on-call 24/7, our quality system. Because we're very focused on this one little niche area, it allows us just to focus exactly on that and nothing else. So we do 400 or 500 thermal mappings on our chambers, or we do 300 or 400 calibrations every year. So we really can be the experts in that. The cryogenic space is something new to us, and so we would never let ourselves go into that until we're absolutely up with the best of any company on the area, so that we're not using our first customer to kind of feel our way around the area and make the mistakes and go, oh, that's how that works. Oh, we'll know that better now in future. We would never allow ourselves to be in that situation. So the challenge to enter that market is, if when someone asks us to do it, we have to go 0 to 100 very quickly, and you can do that. We can bring in some people who have previous experience or different ways, but that's the challenge. Our business has grown probably tenfold in the last 5 or 6 years, and that's by being the trusted partner, the expert, a bit like Sensitech, the exact same thing. Everyone knows the name Sensitech and the products you have. We wouldn't dream of risking that name and the trust people have of our service by going into that cryogenic sphere until we're absolutely perfect at it and we know it inside out. And so that'll be the steps we'll take if we do go down that route.
Very wise. I would like to open up the floor for questions. Oh, there is one over there.
Thank you. Frank Toussaint from BSMA. So I have a question. You mentioned a few challenges that the companies are facing. And so what is the turning point of going to Q1 Scientific? Is it like a break of the fridge? Is it like a risk analysis? Is it well in the quality systems? Or what do you see from the labs moving out to outsourcing services?
Yeah, it comes in many forms. I mean, what we've noticed of late is we work with a lot of companies who really want to ramp up their R&D department, or how much R&D they're doing, or maybe they want to become the testing facility of their group. So we work with a couple of multinationals in Ireland, and they want to make their site in Ireland the go-to site for testing or for R&D services, but they don't want to buy loads of chambers or build fridges or freezers. That's not, anyone can do that. That's not groundbreaking technology. So they'll come to us and say, we have the capability on the laboratory space, we have the capability on the people who can run labs, you can do the storage. And so it ties in pretty well, like I was saying. The testing side of what these companies are doing is very close to their heart, and in a lot of cases it's part of the IP, so they're maybe a little nervous letting that out of house. The storage is less so, it's more straightforward, there's less kind of secrecy involved in the process, so they're more comfortable to say, you guys look after that bit, we'll keep this bit, this kind of fun bit in-house. And so that's one of the big motivators, but obviously one of the biggest another one is something breaks. The manufacturer or the supplier told you this will never break, and if it ever breaks, the spare will kick in, and you won't even notice the interaction. And then someone rings us and says, "It's been off for the last 17 hours, and we don't think it's going to come back on. So can you come and collect it and put it in your fridge or whatever?" So that usually gets people moving pretty quick as well. Unfortunately, but look, there's lots of reasons people come and work with us, but. Usually once they start, they don't stop because storage can be a pain. So if someone else can do it for you, that's usually a good thing,
Thank you.
Cheers.
Is there another question? No?
That's okay.
Oh, so it looks then like we caught up for the lunch. That's actually good. So thank you very much, Stefan.
Thank you
for this.
So thank you very much, Olivier. Thank you very much, Stephen, for that insightful and engaging session, just the two of you. That's very much appreciated. Now, we're coming to a very important hour-long session, and that's lunch. Thank you to our friends at IQVIA, Per, Simon, and Eddie. Lunch will be upstairs in the Chancery restaurant, and we will reconvene here at 2:30 sharp for our next session. And it's on the ground level, sorry.
Yeah.
Opportunity is out there, everywhere. For discovery, for breakthroughs. The challenge in healthcare is navigating vast quantities of data and information, disparate stakeholders, and new technologies. It's a complex, disconnected environment. At IQVIA, we believe this requires a new approach. Because when we create intelligent connections, you can see paths you didn't know were there, accomplish things you didn't think were possible, and drive healthcare forward like never before. We call it IQVIA Connected Intelligence. Connected Intelligence brings together IQVIA's expansive portfolio of capabilities, including unparalleled data, advanced analytics, innovative technologies, and cutting-edge services. With our industry-leading healthcare expertise, intelligent connections enable you to modernize R&D, demonstrate value of treatments, enhance stakeholder engagement, elevate execution, and drive operational efficiency. Only IQVIA has the global scale and commitment to the healthcare ecosystem to deliver this next-level approach to moving healthcare forward. Discover deeper insights, drive smarter decisions, and unleash new opportunities. IQVIA Connected Intelligence.
In this changing world, you can rely on us to meet all the supply chain challenges. We provide solutions, reducing your environmental impact. We are ready for tomorrow.
Opportunity is out there, everywhere. Opportunity for innovation, for discovery, for breakthroughs. The challenge in healthcare is navigating vast quantities of data and information, disparate stakeholders, and new technologies. It's a complex, disconnected environment. At IQVIA, we believe this requires a new approach. Because when we create intelligent connections, you can see paths you didn't know were there, accomplish things you didn't think were possible, and drive healthcare forward like never before. We call it IQVIA Connected Intelligence. Connected Intelligence brings together IQVIA's expansive portfolio of capabilities, including unparalleled data, advanced analytics, innovative technologies, and cutting-edge services. With our industry-leading healthcare expertise, intelligent connections enable you to modernize R&D, demonstrate value of treatments, enhance stakeholder engagement, elevate execution, and drive operational efficiency. Only IQVIA has the global scale and commitment to the healthcare ecosystem to deliver this next-level approach to moving healthcare forward. Discover deeper insights, drive smarter decisions, and unleash new opportunities. IQVIA Connected Intelligence.
In this changing world, you can rely on us to meet all the supply chain challenges. We provide solutions, reducing your environmental impact. We are ready for tomorrow.
Opportunity is out there, everywhere. Opportunity for innovation, for discovery, for breakthroughs. The challenge in healthcare is navigating vast quantities of data and information, disparate stakeholders, and new technologies. It's a complex, disconnected environment. At IQVIA, we believe this requires a new approach. Because when we create intelligent connections, you can see paths you didn't know were there, accomplish things you didn't think were possible, and drive healthcare forward like never before. We call it IQVIA Connected Intelligence. Connected Intelligence brings together IQVIA's expansive portfolio of capabilities, including unparalleled data, advanced analytics, innovative technologies, and cutting-edge services. With our industry-leading healthcare expertise, intelligent connections enable you to modernize R&D, demonstrate value of treatments, enhance stakeholder engagement, elevate execution, and drive operational efficiency. Only IQVIA has the global scale and commitment to the healthcare ecosystem to deliver this next-level approach to moving healthcare forward. Discover deeper insights, drive smarter decisions, and unleash new opportunities. IQVIA Connected Intelligence.
In this changing world, you can rely on us to meet all the supply chain challenges. We provide solutions, reducing your environmental impact. We are ready for tomorrow.
Opportunity is out there, everywhere. Opportunity for innovation, for discovery, for breakthroughs. The challenge in healthcare is navigating vast quantities of data and information, disparate stakeholders, and new technologies. It's a complex, disconnected environment. At IQVIA, we believe this requires a new approach. Because when we create intelligent connections, you can see paths you didn't know were there, accomplish things you didn't think were possible, and drive healthcare forward like never before. We call it IQVIA Connected Intelligence. Connected Intelligence brings together IQVIA's expansive portfolio of capabilities, including unparalleled data, advanced analytics, innovative technologies, and cutting-edge services. With our industry-leading healthcare expertise, intelligent connections enable you to modernize R&D, demonstrate value of treatments, enhance stakeholder engagement, elevate execution, and drive operational efficiency. Only IQVIA has the global scale and commitment to the healthcare ecosystem to deliver this next-level approach to moving healthcare forward. Discover deeper insights, drive smarter decisions, and unleash new opportunities. IQVIA Connected Intelligence.
In this changing world, you can rely on us to meet all the supply chain challenges. We provide solutions, reducing your environmental impact. We are ready for tomorrow.
Opportunity is out there, everywhere. Opportunity for innovation, for discovery, for breakthroughs. The challenge in healthcare is navigating vast quantities of data and information, disparate stakeholders, and new technologies. It's a complex, disconnected environment. At IQVIA, we believe this requires a new approach. Because when we create intelligent connections, you can see paths you didn't know were there, accomplish things you didn't think were possible, and drive healthcare forward like never before. We call it IQVIA Connected Intelligence. Connected Intelligence brings together IQVIA's expansive portfolio of capabilities, including unparalleled data, advanced analytics, innovative technologies, and cutting-edge services. With our industry-leading healthcare expertise, intelligent connections enable you to modernize R&D, demonstrate value of treatments, enhance stakeholder engagement, elevate execution, and drive operational efficiency. Only IQVIA has the global scale and commitment to the healthcare ecosystem to deliver this next-level approach to moving healthcare forward. Discover deeper insights, drive smarter decisions, and unleash new opportunities. IQVIA Connected Intelligence.
In this changing world, you can rely on us to meet all the supply chain challenges. We provide solutions, reducing your environmental impact. We are ready for tomorrow.
Opportunity is out there, everywhere. Opportunity for innovation, for discovery, for breakthroughs. The challenge in healthcare is navigating vast quantities of data and information, disparate stakeholders, and new technologies. It's a complex, disconnected environment. At IQVIA, we believe this requires a new approach. Because when we create intelligent connections,
us virtually is Eric van Asselt, who is a senior specialist for quality assurance for MSD in the Netherlands, and he has worked 20 years in the pharmaceutical industry. So I think that's my job done to introduce you all, and I think we will leave the discussion up to the three of you for the next period. So over to you, Lutz and Thomas.
So, at first we will have Eric. He will come to us virtually from the Netherlands, hopefully. Hi, Eric. Eric, you see, I'm not alone. Okay, fine.
I hear something.
Great. So, the floor is yours.
Okay, very good. I do not see my presentation at this moment.
Een ogenblikje.
Okay. I assume that you can all hear me. I don't hear anything at the moment. Can someone confirm to me that I'm in the meeting?
We can hear and see perfectly.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Lutz. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Erik van Asselt. I'm very pleased to be part of your conference, and I'd like to thank GIRP for inviting me to give this presentation. I will talk about improving last mile temperature control for room temperature products. And as you may know, temperature is a very important parameter in our supply chain. It's a critical process parameter that can impact drug product quality. And they can happen during manufacturing, packaging, storage and transportation, all to the end patient. Temperature is important to control because at elevated temperatures, product degradation can be accelerated. And that can have impact on the expiry of the product itself. However, also subzero temperatures, low temperatures, can have an impact on product quality. For example, aggregation may happen in case of proteins that are present in the vaccine formulations, and is leading to ineffective products. So we need to understand that temperature is important and that we need to control it. And basically, there are 5 principles that you need to keep if you talk about temperature control. First of all, you need to know the specifications of your products, of your processes, but also for your systems. So the processes are manufacturing, packaging, storage, transportation. And your systems, like a building automation system or a temperature data logger, needs to know what the specifications are for the process. So the first step is thus to have the right temperature specifications. And for products, these are determined doing stability studies at 5, 25, 30, 40 degrees, depending on the product. And based on these stability studies in climate chambers, the specifications are set, but also the expiry of the product. After the first step is that you need to control your temperature, and that should be done in a controlled environment, and it can be with an active or a passive system, like a thermal pack-out or a temperature-controlled truck or a controlled warehouse. And then step number 3 is that you measure your temperature. You have to use calibrated sensors, and they should be located at hot and cold spot locations. And that's based on temperature mapping studies. So it needs to be qualified. You need to know exactly how to measure the temperature. Step 4, you need to collect your data. And it needs to be securely stored, and it should be also available and retrievable, whether it is electronic or in paper format. And it should be comply to the ACOA principles, the data integrity ACOA principles, standing for attribute, legible, contemporaneous, original, and accurate. And the data should be complete, available, of course. And in the last step, you need to investigate excursions if they are happening, because you need to determine if the product can still be used by the patient or not. And it all according to good distribution practices or good pharmacy practices. So if you keep these 5 principles and you do it in the right way, you have your process in control. If you now go to room temperature products, then you see that there are more than 60 different kinds of specifications, 50 to 25, 0 to 25, 2 to 30, below 30, all kinds of specifications are set for our room temperature products. And that's quite challenging, especially in the last mile. If you ship 300 different kinds of products in one car, for example, and there is an excursion, yeah, what are you going to do when the temperature is 28 degrees? Part of the product will be impacted, the other part will not be impacted. If you need to search for conditions for 30 or 300 different kinds of products, that can take a lot of time. So you need to have a solution how to deal with this kind of situations. And one solution that we are proposing in this paper is published a couple of years ago is the last mile temperature model. And in this last temperature model, last mile temperature model, we have 3 rules, very simple rules to apply. So first one is that the temperature in the last mile product vehicle is designed to stay between 15 and 25 degrees. But in case of hot or cold weather conditions, you may experience sometimes excursions. And then we say, if the product is between 2 and 32 degrees within 24 hours, then that will have no product impact if it is supported by stability data. If products do not meet requirement number 2, then you should list this product as a strict 15 to 25 degrees product, or you should mark it in some way with a visual indicator. And in that way, you can much easier manage your last mile. The benefit is the following, that you really simplify your temperature management for the supply chain, and that's not only for the wholesaler, but also for the logistics service providers, receivers, and manufacturers. We did a survey among a lot of products, more than 10,000 products, and it turned out that 90% of the products can be shipped between 2 and 32 degrees based on the things that are indicated on the outer package. If you apply this model, it will also reduce temperature excursions and also false positive temperature excursions. So it makes your life much easier. The assessment goes much quicker, and you will have less cost in the supply chain. You also will increase the quality via clear governance, because the 10% that is left, these are the 15 to 25 degrees products, and you can focus on these products, so you can provide some special insulation or apply active systems to really focus on a strict 15 to 25 degrees regime. And you can work this model with established procedures already. Last but not least, it also will improve the drug availability in the last mile. As we heard earlier this morning, shortages of medication is a very hot topic in the last mile. We need to try to have the product available when needed by the patient. So when a car is arriving at the pharmacy and the patient is coming after 1 hour, the patient expects that the product is available. But if there was an excursion of 28 degrees in the car, the pharmacist is not able to handle the product to the patient, and the patient needs to wait, or the pharmacist needs to request a new supply of the medication. So it's important that we understand the specifications, that we set the right specifications in order to have the right product available for our patients. Thank you very much for attention and the work. I would like to go back to Lutz.
Thank you, Eric, so much. Thank you for the introduction to the topic, which is for sure it's a scientific topic in parts of that. But with Thomas, we will see as well that we can do that. We can bring boxes to the world, and we can see what to do out of this scientific evidence over here and how to supply that.
Yeah, perfect. Okay. So I guess it's my turn.
It's your turn. Would be great. Yes.
Okay. See if my We'll see if my presentation is popping up. That's there. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Perfect. Now I can see it as well. Okay. Well, good afternoon, everybody.
Thank you, Monica and Martin, for the invitation of today. Yeah, I will talk a little bit about, as Lutz said, about the last mile delivery on temperature control. This is what we do, and we try to help pharmaceutical wholesalers to bring the medicines at the right temperature towards the pharmacy. I will think I need to press next. Yeah. Okay. So first of all, the demand for cold chain logistics is growing due to several parallel changes on the market. The last years have seen a rise of temperature-sensitive biopharmaceuticals and biosimilars. Simultaneously, with the growing middle class and higher income levels, there is an increasing demand globally from markets for more advanced medications. In addition, stricter regulations, as well as an increased supply of very sensitive and personalized products, put higher demands on safe, temperature-controlled transport. So, what I just said, there is an increase of sensitive biopharmaceuticals on the market, together with a growing demand for specialized medication and the stricter regulations on how to transport temperature-sensitive medicines. Temperature-sensitive medicines are often also very high-value products, and high-value products are a high risk as well of loss in revenues if the temperature is not respected during the transport. Also, high-value products are related to a certain level of what I could say social responsibility. Why? Because the respect of temperature control is what we have seen as well in the slides of Eric, is that during transport will guarantee an effective treatment for the patient at the end. There are tougher cold chain storage and distribution constraints as well, what we can notice. For example, the COVID vaccines of the past 2 years, which challenged a lot the actual distribution methods for wholesalers and other logistical parties. But as well, what I would like to say, the data. There's more data available, as what we had in the past. New technology, like those data loggers, will help solving many challenges of cold chain logistics. However, with new technology and possibilities of better control come even stricter regulations that all stakeholders in the pharmaceutical cold chain must keep up with. So, to answer all these trends, let's say, inside the cold chain, there is a strong need to fulfill a complete integrated and easy-to-use solution which is adapted to the logistical infrastructures of the wholesalers, which I repeat every time, which are completely different as for pharmaceutical manufacturers. So even if both parties are transporting the same product, they need to respect the same temperature, they have absolutely not the same constraints and requirements. So, so today it's already 26 years that we are supplying plastic totes with integrated plastic isothermal boxes, fully adapted to the logistical infrastructures and the automatization systems of wholesalers. Today, boxes can be traced back as well with an RFID technology. On the third picture, you can see that during the COVID vaccine transportation, there needed to be individual vaccines to be transported, which was never seen before for wholesalers as well. So we needed to adapt the actual packaging. And we even go further today, because cold chain, well, as I just mentioned, get more and more important. It's going to be completely part now of when constructing a warehouse. So also together with the clients, there is a need for a strong cold chain partner when constructing new warehouses, and this also we gain more and more experience. Another challenge, what I could say in the cold chain today, is how to handle large size volume products. Unfortunately, the pharmaceutical manufacturers, they don't take in consideration really when they are making the product and when they are designing their packaging. It's like how it's going to be transported afterwards in the last mile distribution. And today we see more and more products coming on the market which don't fit inside the standard boxes. And that poses a real problem, a challenge towards the wholesalers. To give you just a quick example, I was a few weeks ago at a wholesaler, and he had an automated warehouse. So everything is standardized. And I was really surprised that he told me that some cold chain products we don't put in our catalog because we are not able to handle them inside the warehouse. So sometimes they don't sell medicines because it's not adapted to the warehouse today. So having standardized a lot of distribution models is good, but it gives you also less flexibility. And I think we need to think about this in the future, like how can a warehouse still can maintain a certain flexibility of order picking and order preparation to respond to products which don't fit inside the standard logistics process. Then last but not least, I also would say that there is a real need for quality assurance support from your cold chain partner. Today, a lot of old models, let's say, of distribution are changing. To give you another example, we have a customer which has, for example, instead of having a lot of regional warehouses, they decided to make a big national warehouses inside one country. But this changed completely the qualification procedures of cold chain, because for that fact, you don't have anymore a local transport, which is just for 2, 3, 4 hours. But you have now transports which can go up from 24 to 36 hours for a wholesaler in some cases. So we need to adapt every time also to these changements inside the supply chain organization. We can also think about seasonal configurations. If I take a country like France, in Lille, or you go to the Côte d'Azur, absolutely not the same temperatures. Or if I take a big group as Lutz is working for, they have companies in Scandinavia, but as well in Italy. So also on the group level, there is a lot of different constraints in terms of seasonal configurations. And as well, due to stricter regulations, there's a need for thermal testing and qualification reports to support the quality assurance. And then a subject, the last subject which I would like to add to my presentation is the need to reduce carbon footprint. Well, this is a subject I think every company today is working on. Also, we as a supplier for the pharmaceutical wholesalers is a subject which we are working on since a couple of years. Waste reduction, okay. Sustainable energy consumption. Our customers, they are putting, for example, solar panels on their warehouses. Electric vehicles to make the deliveries inside the city centers. Optimization of the route planning, etc. So we, on a tote level, we can, just to give you an example, we have 2 French wholesalers. Together they have 30 tons of plastic waste each year. Okay, how can we handle with this? So we, as a supplier, as a tote supplier today, we set up a program which is the circular program with one objective. Well, there is no waste anymore from our products at the wholesaler. So each time when the wholesaler has a tote which is broken and which is normally seen as waste, we take it back, we recycle it, and we use it for the production of new ones. So this is also like a 4th challenge, which I could say in the upcoming years for the wholesalers inside the supply chain. Okay, thank you very much for your attention, and I give the word back to Lutz.
Thank you. So thank you, Thomas, for the insights to the tote business. Yes. and how that is used in the last mile. So Eric showed more or less a glimpse in our project, which is ongoing. And we see it's ongoing, and with some slides I can as well show you some more insights into that. Otherwise, I have to do a traditional Irish dance over here. But then Martin has to help. Okay. So challenges in the last mile delivery. So when we have the challenges over here, and Thomas has shown some of them. It's not just the tote itself, it's more or less the last mile has much more. So when we load our vans, our small vehicles, then we have open air normally between the vehicle and our buildings. We have the same more or less as well on the pharmacy side. We have multiple drop points because more often, or most countries, we use the so-called milk run, and then we deliver to pharmacies. We have multiple deliveries per day to our pharmacies because in some of our countries we have thousands of articles. In countries like Italy, we have 80,000 stock keeping units. In countries like Germany, we have 120,000. In countries like Norway, we have 8,000. Yeah. So why is that so? Monica could explain. It is like that. For wholesalers are doing that. We supply the market. Even then, a pharmacy cannot hold 120,000 products in Germany, so we deliver it more often every day. When we have a look at a single delivery, we deliver roughly 35 different products per delivery. Yeah, so it's not comparable to what companies, Eric is working for MSD, yeah, so in total, they can focus on single products. We cannot just focus on single products because our deliveries are much more complex. We as well have night deliveries, yeah, because we want to supply next day when the pharmacy is opening. So we have to deliver overnight, which is as well more complex. So you see, last mile is pretty complex. In average, we deliver in Europe, all over Europe, within 4.6 hours. So in countries like Sweden, we normally deliver within 24 hours, but there's as well very fast supply chains, like in Germany, there we deliver within 2 hours. So on average 4.6, much faster than Amazon normally is doing. So, and this is just the average speed, what we do in pharmaceutical business. We have our tote. And the good thing is we don't just have a tote, we have as well a lid. The lid is protecting our products. Very important over here, yeah? So weather protection is not just a roof or something other. It's as well the core, what we take for our delivery, which is most often the tote, what we deliver to our pharmacies. The wholesale portfolio, I just shown the wholesale portfolio, which is extremely big, and it's growing as well every year. And at the end, when we have a look on the batches, it's pretty small what we have over there. When you have a look at our orders, we have just 1-2 pieces of this and 1-2 pieces of that. And as well, for sure, we have a very short time for our patients picking up the products within a pharmacy. In some countries, you go to the pharmacy, might be the product is not available, but then it comes within hours, and so the patient is getting the right product in a very, very fast time. And as well, Thomas has shown, European wholesale is from Scandinavia to Greece, so from -35 to up to 45. So this is huge differences as well in the temperatures. So this is a basic why we produced and why we get into this project for LMT. So for sure we are not the fastest into that. Yeah, we started 2018, but at the end we did some steps. So and even within this supply chain congress, we got very, very good feedback on that. So what we did is we collected a lot of data. We collected data about our product portfolio. So is LMT, could it be real? So and we did that, and what we wrote down in the article can be done. So we have scientific evidence, but we have as well the data from our product baskets. So then we talked to a lot of industry partners, and we onboarded them, and we got a lot of feedback from that as well. So the marking outside pack, the master data, and as well the available stability data, that was pretty interesting to get all of that information. But we are looking into that, and we want to apply that data to 2 specific markets, because Romania and Austria, that was the chosen countries, have limited portfolios. When we would apply it directly in Italy, it's pretty complex. When we just have 8,000 products in Romania, it's more easy to implement this product, this portfolio. So we are ongoing in a deep dive. But we are missing partners. Seems to be that Corona and a lot of things which is going on is getting a lot of companies focusing on things which is happening very fast. So we need friends supporting us. We need friends from industry supporting us. So please, so we have some partners, but the more is the better, because the more data we have, and the better, the easier it is to implement the LMT model. So that's it from the inside, from the last mile. So we're open for questions. So Eric seems to be, there is no question. So thank you.
No questions? Oh, yes, Andreas.
Yes.
Yes. Thanks very much. And not a question, but just to support you, because I think the work you're doing here is really going in the right direction. So as Eric was mentioning in the very beginning, when you have a car to deliver to the pharmacy, you have so many different products with so many different requirements on board that you need to know what is happening in case of an emergency, in case of a temperature discussion. Then you need to know what is in there, and you need to know it with hitting one button. And therefore, yes, congratulations. And if I can support you in Austria, please let me know.
I think Austria did the first steps in that. That was as well more or less good, extremely good ideas what we have seen in Austria. So that was a starting point when we set up the project. So and take these guidance what you give over there in Austria. That was a very good starting point. I think so. But as well, I think we have to change some rules over here as well, and it takes time. Yeah. We'll see. Thank you for the comment. Other comments or questions?
Or compliments?
Just Eric, just say that 90% of the product could be between 2 and 32 degrees. Do you have a database? Because as a full and wholesaler, it's not always easy to see. You don't have this information always on the pack.
Eric, you are muted.
Eric, I think you will be unmuted.
Yes, I was muted.
Okay.
Very sorry for that.
Now we're here.
Maybe, Luz, you can say a few words about this, because you did an analysis on the data that's within your company.
So what we did is we did a sample basket. And then we really had, I think, 5,000 products, and we had a look on the outside pack. Yeah, and then we have seen what is on the outside pack. Because we know the outside pack information is more or less made for the patient. Yeah, pretty easy, but we got a lot of information over there. And then we had a look on these 60 different outside temperature ranges, which you can see. And you can see, for sure, some of these products are not registered with EMA, they're registered locally or something like that, very old and very specific what's on the outside pack. But what we see is 90% of the products don't have any problem from the outside pack with the LMT model. You see that directly. So we didn't, that was a very easy one, but we had to have a look on our packages, what we don't do normally. And we didn't take it from the data, from our ERP systems. We really had to look on the outside packages of what we have on stock. But it was just a sample, but we wanted to do a big sample of that. So 5,000 products, random. That was a basis for that. In a market like, yeah, we did it in Germany, yes. Other questions, comments? Thank you. Oh no, sorry, yes.
We seen some information a little time ago from one of the big pharma companies that shipped some products from Europe to Ghana directly on vaccines. Is there any information available or more details on that project? From anyone in the room?
I think it's not directly last mile, but...
It's a general comment because
yeah.
Obviously it adds value.
No? Stefan? No comment on that.
So, if there are no more questions, then it remains for us to say a big thank you to Eric, to Thomas and you, Lutz. You know each other so well, so you didn't need a moderator, but thank you for having, nevertheless, taken a bit up the role of a moderator, having given us insights in the challenges of the last mile. I also thank you especially for the sustainability comments. I think this will be a topic which will keep us busy. And thank you, Andreas, for your comment. We know that the Austrian Transport Code was the basis for our work here, but we try to improve the situation, and for your willingness to help further. You already have helped a lot on that. I would like to mention that here. So thank you.
Thank you.
And we, yeah, bigger. And I'm now very pleased to introduce Mr. Brendan Cuddy, the head of manufacturing and compliance services at the European Medicines Agency. Brendan joined the EMA in October 2002, and he was head of manufacturing and quality compliance services between 2014 to 2020. Brendan is currently the chairman of the Good Manufacturing and Good Distribution Practice Inspectors Working Group, the GMDB IVG. Albeit virtually, it is so great to welcome Brendan here once again on stage, returning for the second consecutive year virtually. So we hope next year we'll have you finally in person again back, Brendan, ahead of the inspectors panel. And if the technique works, the floor is yours. Do we have Brendan online? Okay, it seems we are getting there. The change between the virtual and the physical is not always obvious, as you have seen during the morning session. It would, of course, be our preferred option to have everybody in person here on stage, but unfortunately, due to still some travel restrictions which are in place, this is not possible for everybody. So, if it still takes a while, we could also use the opportunity to already start introducing the co-moderators of our next session. We will have here in person on stage Mr. Richard Breuning. We could also use the opportunity to
Rafi, can you hear me?
My own voice. Introducing the co-moderators of our next session.
Rafiq, can you hear me? Hello?
Brandon, I can hear you and I can see you.
Okay, great. I'm very sorry I had terrible problems connecting. I don't know if Monica can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you and I can see you now, Brandon.
Oh, marvelous.
Perfect.
Brilliant. Hello, everyone. I'm very sorry for the technical problem I had, but you know how it is these days when you're joining remotely. There's always a gremlin that's ready to strike. So, Monica, does everyone have my slides? Can you see my slides? I'm not sure what's...
The slides are not yet on, but I think they are coming. For the moment, we see also Rafiq. Can we get Brendan's slides up? 2 minutes. So, Brendan, it seems it takes a tiny little bit until we get your slides up.
Okay, no problem. So maybe I can just introduce myself while we're waiting. My name is Brendan Cuddy, and currently I'm the chairman of the GMDP Inspectors Working Group at the EMA. And today I'm hoping just to give an update on the activities that the IWG have been working on for the last year or so. And hopefully that will also serve as an introduction for some of the more detailed topics that will be discussed on the agenda this afternoon. I'd also like to just thank Monica and for the invitation to participate here today at the GIRP Supply Chain Conference. I've had the great privilege of participating in a couple of previous conferences, and I've greatly enjoyed them and found them to be hugely educational. So thank you, Monica, for this opportunity. And as usual, I can see you have an extraordinarily excellent panel of speakers lined up. So I'm going to take the minimum amount of time so that you can maximize all those really excellent speakers. So can I just have the next slide, please? I can control me. Okay.
So.
Oh, no.
No, that was too fast.
Yeah, sorry. A bit lively. Okay, so just a few words of introduction about the IWG. It is a working group of the agency that aims to increase harmonization amongst member states in inspectional practices and procedures and establish harmonized guidelines for industry operating in the environment. It's made up of senior inspectors from every EEA member state, and it's attended by the European Commission, and it's observed by inspectors from third countries, so countries where we have international agreements, such as Switzerland, Japan, the United States, New Zealand, Australia, Israel, Canada, and of course the United Kingdom. And it's also observed by international partners such as WHO and EDQM. The IWG has a triple mandate to the agency, to the Commission, and to the heads of Medicines Agency to carry out various pieces of work. The IWG covers the manufacture and distribution of medicines for human and for veterinary use, for marketed medicines, as well as investigational medicinal products, as well as active substances. Another important piece of work that the IWG oversees is the maintenance and development of the UDRA GMDP database, which I'm sure you're all familiar with. And in that database, the member states enter manufacturing and wholesale dealer authorizations, GMP and GDP certificates and non-compliance statements, registrations of manufacturers, importers and distributors of active substances, and then for regulators only, third country inspection planning information. Now, the IWG plays a small but very important role, in my opinion, in pursuing and furthering harmonization in the EEA within the single market. And, you know, as you know, a single market relies on a system of legal instruments that set out legal obligations and responsibilities of those participating in the market, so that really there's a level playing field and everyone knows the rules of the game. And within the pharma legislation, the pharmaceutical legislation sets out the obligations and responsibilities of the manufacturers and distributors, but also for the national competent authorities and the agency itself to license, supervise and enforce the requirements in the legislation. And within that, then, the IWG plays a small role in terms of developing and maintaining GMP and GDP guidance that interprets those legal requirements and obligations and provides then a harmonized interpretation for manufacturers and distributors across the EEA. In addition, the IWG develops and maintains a harmonized quality system manual for inspectors to ensure that the procedures they're following are coherent and consistent across the EEA. And then to ensure that that is actually happening, the IWG formed a compliance group which oversees the operation of a joint audit program to ensure that legislation and the quality system are implemented by inspectorates across the EEA, and that the standards of supervision, such as inspection of manufacturers or distributors, are consistent. And in this way, everyone can rely on each other's supervisory system. So it's a very important element of that harmonization activity. And then finally, the IWG acts as a forum for discussion of issues or problems where there might be a need to arrive at a harmonized interpretation, and as a result may issue Q&As, which you know, are guidance that it's a bit quicker than writing a new guidance. An important part of the work of the IWG, of course, is stakeholder engagement. And just last week, we had our annual interested parties meeting with industry associations. And it's a great opportunity to hear from stakeholders about the themes and priorities that they have. And it's an opportunity for us also to exchange that kind of information. We also then, through normal guidance development, will seek stakeholder input and consultation to ensure that the guidance we're developing is really coherent with activities of stakeholders. And then, of course, through written correspondence, we receive letters throughout the year from stakeholders. And it's important to note that GIRP has been, over the years, a very regular and constructive contributor, and I think we've greatly enjoyed our interactions with GIRP. Now, this year, the IWG are in the second year of a 3-year work programme, and this work programme was really developed following the publication of the EU network strategy and the agency's own regulatory science strategy, which set out various priorities for the network. And just 3 of the thematic areas that apply to the work of the IWG were around supply chain integrity and resilience, around maintaining product quality, and also the impact of new manufacturing technologies on the supply chain. In addition, then, since the publication of those network strategy and regulatory science strategy, there's also been a couple of new developments. Of course, the first was the pandemic, which we also had to take into account, but also then the entry into force of the new veterinary regulation 2019-6. And that brought some new tasks for the IWG, which I'll explain now in a couple of moments. So we could say now that the priorities for the IWG going forward over the next couple of years will be to continue to focus on enhancing the traceability, oversight and security of the human and veterinary medicine supply chain. And over in the short term, that will be primarily looking at making changes to UDRA GMDP and ensuring that those changes are carried through into the database for stakeholders and for authorities, and also implementing other elements of the veterinary regulation which will enter into force by 2025, and in particular new GMP guidance for industry is anticipated by January 2025. I mentioned the pandemic, of course, and the impact on supervisory systems by the pandemic, where inspectors have not been able to carry out inspections, and how we have tried to deal with that disruption through use of alternative tools to on-site visits, such as use of distant assessment or a later tool that's been termed hybrid inspection, and also looking to develop better processes to facilitate reliance on inspections carried out by third country authorities in certain circumstances. Other areas we will look at, of course, and it's a very important area, is inspector capacity building in GMP and GDP inspection, both in terms of being able to deal with the workload, especially in relation to the disruption from the pandemic, but also in terms of skills and knowledge building as we start to see the impact of innovation and technology into manufacture and distribution of medicines. And I think on the agenda later will be a topic on digitalization. And again, this is an area that we've been looking at, particularly in relation to manufacturing, but we'd be very happy to look at the impact on distribution as well. And finally, we'll also be very interested in continuing our work to reinforce the responsibility for product quality by harmonizing and reinforcing guidance. So really core business in terms of updating and producing new guidance for industry. I mentioned the pandemic earlier, and just to highlight again, that obviously the pandemic was hugely disruptive to the work of inspectors, with national and international travel restrictions prohibiting the ability to carry out on-site inspections. Inspectorates also may have had their work impacted through agency business continuity plans. And of course, manufacturers and wholesalers also were operating under those similar restrictions that prevented them from hosting an inspection team. And so, despite these problems, the objective of the IWG was really to minimize the disruption on the availability of medicines by working towards regulatory flexibility together with the European Commission and the Heads of Medicines Agency. And this regulatory flexibilities were published during 2020, at the beginning of 2020, the pandemic outbreak. And you can find the link to the guidance here. And amongst other things, the guidance sees an automatic extension of the validity date for GMP and GDP certificates. It also elaborated the possibility to carry out distant assessments of manufacturers and wholesalers in lieu of on-site inspections as an emergency procedure. It introduced some specific GMP flexibilities for certain medicines that were classified as crucial in the fight against COVID. And then it introduced a range of GMP, GDP, and plasma master file specificities that were not product related, but were more just for general manufacturing or distribution. And during 2021, the IWG continued to keep those under review, and around September of last year confirmed their continued applicability to the end of 2022. And of course, this year we're continuing to keep those under review. These are just some of the examples from the GDP side, the work of the responsible person. So, for example, whether an RP could work from home, who they could delegate duties to, and so on. And then equipment and premises and deviations from normal practice. The second major change then that I mentioned was the entry into force of the veterinary regulation, and this regulation in itself also brought into force two new regulations as regards good distribution practice for veterinary medicinal products and good distribution practice for active substances used as starting materials in veterinary medicinal products. And these two regulations were elaborated following consultation with the European Medicines Agency, and in particular the GMDP IWG, who worked really hard to produce these two scientific advices, which were turned into these two regulations. And you'll see here that the principles that the drafting group were really trying to stick to while developing these regulations were that the GDP should ensure the identity, integrity, traceability and quality of veterinary medicinal products and active substances across the supply chain, that those in turn are appropriately stored, transported and handled, as well as to ensure that they remain within the legal supply chain during storage and transport. It was very important that the measures should be similar between human and veterinary medicines, and that they shouldn't be more stringent than those for medicinal products for human use. In addition, the drafting group had to also take into account GDP that had been issued by other international organizations or countries. So they also looked at other standards other than EU standards in the development of these, the scientific advice. It was intended that the GDP would apply to wholesale distributors operating under specific customs regimes, such as free zones or customs warehouses, to ensure that the entirety of the supply chain is covered. And of course, it also applied to other actors in the supply chain, for example, brokers, so that everyone participating in the supply chain comes under the control of the regulation. Excuse me for one second. Thank you. The second element that the new veterinary regulation brought in was the requirement for a number of databases. Excuse me. And you'll see here there are 3 databases on the slide: the Manufacturing and Wholesale Distribution Database, the Union Product Database, and the Union Pharmacovigilance Database. And I'm just going to speak about the Manufacturing and Wholesale Distribution Database. I think that's the one of most importance today for this session. And of course, that is the UDRA GMDP database. But the new regulation itself also came with other implementing acts. And one of these implementing acts required that the UDRA GMDP would be linked with the agency's spore information repository or master data list. And for those of you who don't know, SPORE stands for Substances, Organizations, Products and Referentials. And it's that linkage with SPORE that I just like to highlight to you, because it does mean some changes in how manufacturing and wholesale distribution authorizations and GDP certificates will be issued going forward. And really the main changes are summarized on this slide here. First of all, the simplest change, if you like, was just to introduce modules in the database to cover veterinary medicine. So extending the wholesale distribution authorization, the API registration module, which were up until that point just for human medicines, to extend those to veterinary medicinal products. And then the integration of all the modules in UDRA GMDP with the OMS part of SPORE, so the organizational master data. And this meant that instead of authorities entering the name and address of a company into UDRA GMDP, that the company name and address would in turn come from OMS, from a standard dictionary, which means that as at the end of January, national competent authorities can no longer create a site within UDRA GMDP, and it means that everything has to be within OMS. This impacts both human and veterinary medicines, because there was no way just to distinguish between those types of products within UDRA GMDP. So what does that mean, really? Well, if you are one of those people who has to apply for new or updated wholesale distribution authorizations, then please check that your organization is correctly registered in OMS. If it's already there and it's correctly registered, you don't need to do anything. But if it's not registered in OMS, or if the information is not up to date, please do raise a change request with the OMS team to register new or updated master data. But please remember that you have to build in a bit of a lead time of maybe 5 to 10 days for that change to go through, for it to be available for the national competent authority who's going to issue the updated or new wholesale distribution authorization. So you really have to plan ahead and plan this lead time into your application lead times. In terms of then what that means on the ground, please do contact your national competent authority to understand how national application procedures are working. So I think that's it, Monica and colleagues. Thank you very much for your attention. I'd just like to thank a whole lot of colleagues at the agency, in the Commission, and of course all the members of the IWG and observers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Brendan. Yeah, we really appreciated the insights in the UTRA GMDB IWG. A lot of the topics you just mentioned now, we will deepen then in our subsequent inspectors panel. But just a couple of words, we really appreciate it within the peak of the crisis, the regulatory flexibility, which was a big relief and a big help to our members. Thank you for the GDP guidelines for veterinary medicines to be so close or almost identical to the one for human medicines, which is a big help for our members. And also thanks for alerting us to the OMS. We already have communicated to our members about that to please all check the entries in the OMS. We hope, Brendan, you can follow the rest of the discussion. I'm sure it's going to be interesting for you. And with that, we would like to pass on to our inspectors panel. And I would like to introduce our two co-moderators. First of all, Richard Breuning, who is here with us in person. Thank you very much, Richard, for joining us. We really appreciate. Richard is a former GMDB inspector colleague and now active in consultancy. And we really like to have you here with all your knowledge and all your expertise. And last not least, a long-standing friend of ours, Dr. Rafik Bishara, who is the current chair of the US branch of the Pharmaceutical Cold Chain Interest Group within the PDA. He served as an advisor to WHO and has a long-standing career with Eli Lilly. I hope the technique will work so that you can fully benefit from the support of Rafik in this co-moderation, Richard. And I would like to hand over the floor to you with this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Monica, for your introduction and inviting me to help to moderate the inspectors' session. So to moderate the inspectors' session is not so easy, so therefore there are two moderators today. Okay, I will invite the inspectors to take a seat at the front. It's a special session, and it is a good tradition to have an inspection panel. And I don't know conferences where so many inspectors are active, play an active role during a supply chain conference. So you are very lucky that we have so many inspectors today. We are with 6 inspectors. 5 inspectors are here in person, and 1 inspector is online. That's Nele Matthijs from Belgium. She has problems with COVID, I heard. It's a pity. And Rafik, of course, a good friend. We are doing this together, and we will succeed, I guess.
Yes, we definitely will succeed. And I also would like to welcome all the inspectors, those who are available in person and the one that's virtual, like myself. The only thing is I only see 3 inspectors, so can you help me record who are the other inspectors that are there, please?
Yes, I can help you, sure. We have today Andreas Krasnich from the Austrian Inspectorate, the first person. We have Emma O'Brien from the Irish Inspectorate.
Hello.
Hello, Emma.
We have Ethel Mertens from the Belgium Inspectorate.
Hello.
Hi.
Manuel Ibarra from the Spanish Inspection.
Hello, Rafik.
And
Hello, Emmanuel.
finally, Peter Brown from the MHRA UK Inspectorate.
Hello.
Welcome everybody to this session and to this panel. As said, a good tradition, and it gives the opportunity to exchange information and to learn from each other. It's not necessary to say that respect for each other's opinion is very important during the exchange of information. What about the structure of this session? The first hour we will have some presentations of the first inspectors, then we have a break, and then we have 2 presentations more and a Q&A session. So questions at the end of the session, please. Then I like to invite Andreas, the first speaker today, and working for the Austrian inspection, head of the GMDP sector. I like to give you the floor, and I like to hear about the veterinary regulation, the New York regulation, the handling of temperature-sensitive products, something about OMS, Organization Management System, and the flexibility of the regulatory.
Thank you. Thanks, Richard. So, good afternoon. And as Richard was introducing my topics, I can sit down again because Brandon was already touching all of the topics I wanted to share with you. However, maybe I am able to give you some slightly other insights, even if the topics themselves are the same. What I did, and I don't want to steal your time, is I was trying to put the best links in there. I was touching the single topics, but I'm quite sure that you were able to receive the entire presentations themselves, and I was underlying for every single topic also the respective links where you can find the original basic documents where all the information is given there that you might need. So the regulatory flexibility for GDPs, it wasn't, as Brandon already mentioned, it was not only for GDPs, it was also especially for GMPs, it was also touching the PMF part, the plasma master file part. You know, many medicinal products are manufactured out of human plasma. And yes, I was trying to put the focus here on the GDPs, as I think that this is of most interest of you. Yes. Here you can see, here is the link. Brandon also was sharing the link. I made the experience that when you are using the link, what Brandon is sharing, you might run into problems. That's why this one is looking a little bit different, but I tried it out with several different browsers, so you should be safe with this one. It's the 4th revision from July 2021, and therefore it's nothing new. But just to let you know that there is still some flexibility in place, even if I'm very happy that we are able to meet here in person again. It really feels very good, and thanks for the invitation to be here. Yes, I put here really excerpts of the entire document, so I took out the text which I find is of importance. So on one hand, yes, the regulatory flexibility, the reason for it is to minimize the risk of shortages. You know, this is a widespread topic now these days. And on the other hand, we did not say we're waiving any provisions, but we said let's at least ensure European quality, so to speak. However, it is also a disclaimer packed in here that this is coming from the these parts are coming from the inspectors working group, and but in the end, if there are any problems, but I am not aware that there have been any problems since March 2020, that it would be the European Court of Justice being here responsible. Yes, you can see there are several topics touched. It's not only from the inspectoral point of view, there are also other areas here addressed. But for you, in the GDP area, it is Section 2 and Section 6 which are of importance. Which measures will be taken in respect of GDP certificates and wholesale authorizations? Brandon was already mentioning it. They were firstly prolonged without further inspection and through an automatism in UDO GMDB to the end of 2021, and it was then prolonged in September 2021 to the end of 2022, and we will see what this ends here will bring with that respect. Yes, however, please don't forget that even if it's mentioned here that the certificates and the authorizations are prolonged until the end of this year, an inspection can take place at any given time. So it's not waiving inspections if an inspection deems to be necessary. Yes, we were trying to bring this guidance, this flexibility throughout the EEA to all member states and all inspectorates in a harmonized way, and I hope that this worked for you, because it should be in place since 1.5 years now. Yes, and it's also mentioned here that even if it's the intention to have European harmonization here in place, of course, national obligations are usually here in the first row to be respected. Yes, I have to admit that I was also learning a lot about our system, our European system. For me, it was always crystal clear that the responsible person or the qualified person in the industry is allowed to work remotely. And then I learned that in several countries that it's not always the case. So we were here discussing and learning from each other. Yes, also the delegation from work from one responsible person to another responsible person, which on the first sight looks quite an easy one. It's not so easy, especially in case when responsible persons themselves are suffering from a COVID infection. So what to do if you are not a big company having several responsible persons? Then you need to rely on colleagues which are familiar with the topic itself. Yes, and even if you are running out of experienced personnel, the flexibility here was in place to even source out the obligations to people who are not responsible persons themselves. Yes, some member states require that you are announcing the change of a responsible person, some don't, and again, here is a lot of flexibility in place. Yes, if you need to have some new equipment in place, then again, here we are open for a very, very big flexibility as long as you're able to show that you have your processes under control. Yes, very, very important, and I keep on telling you that, is that you have a stable quality risk management process in your own company. It helps not only in days in normal days, but it's extremely helpful in crisis situations as we were facing it in the last 2 years. If you have a proper quality risk management system in place, then you can handle such situations much better. So you know, I am a very big fan of quality risk management. Yes, you know, more than the half of our life is addressing documentation and also audits and internal audits. With travel restrictions, you have problems, but also here, I guess we all learned that there are other possibilities as well. However, if there are corrective and preventive actions to be in place, then there is no way out. You have to improve your system constantly, and this flexibility which was given from the authorities' point of view should only help but not let you out of your responsibility. Same is true for training. I'm quite sure that we are also, we had here in this round last year this training virtually, this year again in person, and that's not just true for this kind of event, it's true for several kinds of events, and therefore we are now all used to virtual training. Yes, that's it from a deeper point of view regarding the regulatory flexibility within COVID. Do you have any immediate questions? Yes, please.
May I? Thank you very much, Andreas. As I said before, we really estimated a lot what has been done here by all of you. However, just a little bit after the peak of the crisis, we have got some reports from our members who had inspections in person with several inspectors coming on site. They were quite scared because if there is contamination in the warehouse, they cannot continue to commission the deliveries. Are there any ideas, tips, if ever something like that happens again, and we need this regulatory flexibility, what to do to explain that this is maybe not the appropriate time for an in-person inspection, or if authorities don't apply the regulatory flexibility, what to do?
Yes, so of course, personally, I'm a big friend of direct communication. So if you are facing such a situation, and I can tell you, we have, of course, we have had this situation on our own as well. And I remember it was just recently in these days is quite relative, but you might remember when this Omicron variant became prominent throughout Europe, we learned that our wholesale dealers were quite suffering because many of the employees were not able to come to work any longer, and therefore even the middle and upper management was necessary to load and unload the vehicles. And of course, we need to do our work as well. And of course, we need to follow the rules which are given by the government. And if government is not allowing us to do the inspection in case of travel restrictions, then we did not. And in that case, when we learned that due to this Omicron variant of the virus, that our our contact persons are not able to give us answers to our questions, then of course we were rescheduling the inspection. So usually it should be possible to find another date. However, please bear with us as inspectors, as we need to do a lot of planning as well, and to change plans, I don't need to tell you that, is for us is the same challenge as for you. So whenever it's possible, we tried to conduct our inspections with all the necessary safety measurements in place. So we were conducting the inspections with the masks. We were conducting inspections remotely. However, this, I have to tell you, is for both sides a lot of additional work. And personally, but that's my personal opinion, without having a sufficient output in the opposite if you're going to meet in person. It's quite similar to the event here. It's much better to meet in person.
Okay, I'd like to postpone questions to the end of the session.
Okay.
So at the end of the session, after the break, we have a Q&A session. And I'd like to ask to accelerate a little bit, Andreas, if possible. So,
thank you.
Okay.
Will Brandon still be online?
I don't know.
Brandon said, I think he said he can stay online. Brandon, if you can hear us, can you confirm we can still ask questions to you later on?
Yes, of course. I'm here till the end.
Thank you.
Okay, it's okay. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's Emma's turn.
Now you can go on, but a little bit faster. We don't have enough time.
This was not the idea, no? This was not the idea.
Okay.
So handling of temperature sensitivities.
Surprise me.
Okay.
With the next presentation, please.
I'm going to Mass.
It's coming?
Not sure.
That's true.
Yes, here we are. This will be a short one because in the first session this afternoon, we heard, it was the last one before lunch, we heard a lot of ultra-cold storage and transportation. And in the first one in this afternoon, we learned about how we can follow up on temperature excursions. So nothing really new. The only thing is that we are moving towards new technologies. That's my personal opinion here. What I did again is I was trying to... Where's the receiver? Yes, what I did again is I was picking out the entire text passages which are of relevance to you. So here we can start with EU GDP 1.5. Quality risk management is a systematic process for the assessment, control, communication, and review of risk to the quality of medicinal products. It can be applied both proactively and retrospectively, because, I prefer the proactive way here. And in our national ordinance, it is requested that all pharmaceutical companies have to subject any processes, thanks, which are relevant, including the transportation process, to a risk analysis process. But it's different. You don't have always dig so deep. So it's up to you to decide how deep are you using this quality risk management process. And I think that in the first session this afternoon, it was really very nice described how these obligations are now slowly entering real life. Yes, I tried to highlight also the potential risks you have to look for in your quality risk management process. I was putting here all the necessary points in the EU GDPs from my personal perspective, which are of importance. And here again it says, what should I do if a temperature excursion occurs? What is the measurement I have to take? And if you have a database available, as mentioned already today, it makes you much easier to react. When we think of a vehicle transporting lots of different medicinal products, if I know what is on that vehicle and if I know about the requirements of the entire package, then everything is fine. Because for the package, it does not make a difference if it's still within the warehouse of the manufacturer on its way through the wholesale dealing process to the pharmacy, in the pharmacy, or in my bathroom. The entire package does not know that. So you have to know what are the requirements of the entire package. Yes, it's a challenge, of course, and Lutz was mentioning that he was doing a pick of 5,000 packages randomly, but yes, it's a start, and I think you should keep on. So when here the question on the slide is, what are the ways out? I think the only way out is to follow the example what was given today. Yes, you need to have your quality system in place. You need to have your responsible person. And it says a degree in pharmacy is desirable. Well, that gives quite open space for interpretation. And depending on the entire member state, it is different set in the entire ordinances or in the law. Yes. Having said so, this is only new technology. The principles, from my perspective, stay the same. And as those messenger RNA vaccines, and this technology is also quite new, it is advisable to follow the rules. So I have put here together the leaflet information on one hand from Comirnaty, from the Pfizer and BioNTech vaccine, and on the other hand from Spikevax, from the Moderna vaccine. So I would just recommend to stick with the procedure in this case, because we do not have any available data regarding stability or what is going to happen. We are now, after having the vaccine available for more than a year, we learned a lot, yes, but not enough to say it's no problem if it's not handled within its temperature ranges. Yes, and therefore, please follow those rules which are mentioned in the entire leaflet. That's from today's point of view, from my personal point of view.
And again, the questions at the end of the
questions session. At the end of the session.
Thank you for your presentation.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, and here are the links. On one hand, to the Austrian Codex Transport, which I still think is a quite valuable document because it shows some practice, how you can set the given provisions in practice, and also the link to Eric's, Lutz, and Rafik's paper here. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. It's interesting to see that the current GDP guideline is covering also the COVID problems. What you said, the same principles are for COVID covered medicines and for vaccines. So that's a good thing to know that the GDP is still actual. What about this?
Yes, it's open to new technologies.
And also that, yeah. I'd like to hear the you can take a seat. Yeah. I like here the opinion of Peter Brown about the handling of temperature-sensitive products, with the focus on COVID problems.
Yeah, thank you, Rafik. Thank you. So, my voice is slightly off. I have to excuse me. My daughter kindly got me really ill over the weekend. She's only one, bless her, but my voice is slightly gone. So rather than talk about sort of the highlights of some of the technical theoreticals, I wanted to talk very briefly around a supply that was fulfilled sort of in conjunction with the MHRA by the Foreign and Commonwealth Development Office in the UK, which was a supply of vaccines to the Pitcairn Islands. And I'm not here to give you a history lesson, but the Pitcairn Islands sort of was a mutiny on a ship called the HMS Bounty in 1790, and these mutineers ended up on this island, and it's actually one of the least, it is the least populous judicial area in the world as a judiciary. So it has, sorry, the jurisdiction, not judiciary. I think it's got a population of 41 people. And it's located over 13,000 kilometres from London. No, sorry, much more than that, 19,000 kilometres from London. It's over 12,000 miles. Again, such a remote area has its own unique challenges, and obviously there's a humanitarian perspective which made it sort of critical to fulfil this. You know, a small area of sort of 41 people could be absolutely crippled relatively quickly. As a British overseas territory, that we have an obligation to supply medicines out there, but this was fraught with many issues. So for anyone that's ever complained about qualifying a transport route, I've had to write this down. The shipment went from London to Paris, from Paris to Los Angeles, from Los Angeles to Tahiti. From Tahiti, it then was met by a British warship from the Ministry of Defence, where it then travelled to the Pitcairn Islands, where it then travelled via longboat, with paddles, finally to its land destination in a car, which is a phenomenal journey and wrought with challenges, as I'm sure you can appreciate. Nonetheless, it was a success. If you take away the very end temperature reading where the probe touched one of the ice packs, it skewed it a little bit. But several challenges were faced there, which is far from just keeping the medicine in temperature. You know, although, especially with vaccines and these ultra cold chain or sort of frozen products, presents its own particular challenges. You've also got to consider, especially when you have supply chains that are becoming more and more convoluted and more complicated, that there are so many moving parts where things can go wrong, aside from just, well, the medicine's gone out of temperature. So in this instance, the practicalities of, for example, you know, the landing of the shipment in Los Angeles, making sure that customs paperwork was completed in advance beforehand, that medicines could then move through in a matter of minutes or hours as opposed to days for their onward journey to Tahiti, through to the various contractors you're using, and of course, one of the largest problems that I see we have in the GDP world these days is subcontracting. You know, who's subcontracting? Who's subcontracting the subcontractor? You know, do these people have the competency to do this? And when we're talking about such sensitive medicines, you know, to me, one of the most significant challenges is ensuring that you've actually mapped out who's dealing with those, who's physically picking up the package. And when we're talking about sort of a journey of 19,000 kilometres, it's clearly a consideration such as repackaging of the medicines in there, the conditioning of validated boxes, the qualification of the persons that are doing that, which in this particular instance all involves sort of significant and extensive training, you know, all the way through from other government agencies to these contractors who are sort of relative experts in getting to remote sectors. So when we're talking about the challenges of qualification, yeah, absolutely you need to make sure that the packaging that you're using is fit for purpose and it's going to be willing to withstand the conditions it's in, but all of the moving pieces around that are just as critical. You know, that the people that are dealing with the packages, that you understand the supply route, that the responsible person has appropriate oversight, all particularly important. And you know, having been, how should we put it, having had an interesting past of, you know, the British putting their boots on various territories, we've had a few of these challenges to go and support. So there was a South Pole as well. The South Pole was actually easier, believe it or not. to get medicines to. But when we're talking about these supply chains and these supply networks, I think it's really important that we are thinking about the wider impact of not just the medicine's temperature control, but also all of the moving parts within that. Slightly off kilter from the message that Andreas was talking about in terms of the control and the risk management side of things, but I hope that sort of provided some insight and gave you a spin into some of the challenges that the industry and the MHRA has faced in terms of the distribution of these vaccines.
Thank you for sharing this with us. I have the same question about the Irish experience to Emma O'Brien.
Yeah, so I'm conscious that tomorrow you will hear from the wholesaler that was involved in the implementation of the technology and the vaccine rollout here in Ireland. But just to speak from a regulator point of view, that similar to colleagues here from other inspectorates, this was an area of new technology for us. And, prior to the arrival of mRNA vaccines here in Ireland, we didn't have a wholesaler that was engaged in this particular activity. So I think from a regulator point of view, we really saw value in the early and the continued engagement with not only the wholesaler, but the wider health system to really understand what the vaccine rollout required and to ensure that the processes that the wholesaler was putting in place was sufficient to meet the needs of the vaccine rollout. So I think our role as a regulator was very much a supervisory role, but I think it was hugely beneficial for all involved, including the regulator, considering this was a new technology, to have that early engagement with the wholesaler and the wider health system to ensure that we could then support the wholesaler as they implemented the new process.
Thank you. Interesting. Yeah. Because of the time, we have to go on to another topic, and that's the FMD, the Falsified Medicine Directive. Maybe the first time during this conference, but we still have an FMD and the consequences of the FMD. And Emma will give us insight in a project in Ireland to reduce the alerts. That's one of the problems of the system. And to understand what the reasons are behind the alerts. And it's a project together with other stakeholders. You are welcome.
Thank you. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So today I'll give you an overview of the implementation of the Falsified Medicines Directive here in Ireland. Specifically, the requirement for players in the supply chain to scan the 2D barcode and to ensure that a tamper-evident seal is intact prior to supply. All right. Here we go. So to start, I'll briefly outline the background to the requirements. I'll then explain what we mean by the use and learn phase. So some of you here may be more familiar with this being referred to as the stabilization period. I'll also explain why, 3 years after the delegated regulation, we are still in the use and learn phase here in Ireland. I'll give you an overview of our plan to exit use and learn. And I'll give you an indication of the level of communication we have had to date with stakeholders and any planned communication for the future so that we can support stakeholders as they transition to the new system or the live system. So as we're all aware, the delegated regulation sets out the rules for safety features appearing on packaging of medicinal products for human use. It also sets out the obligations of wholesalers and individuals entitled to supply the public with respect to those safety features. So the delegated regulation came into effect on the 9th of February 2019, so a little over 3 years ago. And since then, Ireland has been in what we refer to as the use and learn phase. So during the use and learn phase, wholesalers, hospitals, and pharmacists were encouraged to scan medicinal products. However, if an alert was generated, they were permitted to supply those packs, provided there was no overriding concern for falsification. So there's a number of reasons why, 3 years after the delegated regulation came into effect, that we are still in the use and learn phase. The first is Brexit. So there's no doubt that the UK leaving the EU posed some regulatory challenges for Ireland. We could plan for those challenges, and indeed we did. A significant amount of time and effort went into engaging with MAHs and wholesalers in order to understand the regulatory challenges Brexit posed so that they could be addressed before the UK left the EU. What we couldn't plan for, however, is what would physically happen at the ports and entry points into Ireland on the day that the UK became a third country. While colleagues in customs and revenue were of course planning for all eventualities with respect to this, we simply had no way of knowing how quickly perfectly compliant medicinal products would move through the ports and what sort of impact that would have on stakeholders such as wholesalers. Therefore, a decision was made to enter a use and learn phase, which would be put under continuous review. So in early 2020, we were at the beginning of what we all now know turned out to be a global pandemic. The pandemic posed a number of challenges for wholesalers, hospitals and pharmacies, which made the prospect of ending use and learn during 2020 or even during 2021 very difficult to consider or plan for. Wholesalers at the beginning of the pandemic and all throughout the various waves of infection that we experienced here in Ireland were dealing with an increase in demand for medicines, staff shortages due to sickness, and for one wholesaler in particular, the rollout of not only the initial COVID vaccine, but every booster vaccine to the entire country. Throughout the last 3 years, the Safety Features Oversight Group met on a regular basis to discuss the challenges faced by each of the stakeholders involved, with an aim of identifying a timeline for Ireland to transition out of the use and learn phase. The Safety Features Oversight Group consists of the following groups: the Irish Medicine Verification Organisation, or the IMVO as you'll hear me refer to them as. They manage the National Repository System here in Ireland. The Health Products Regulatory Authority, who regulate manufacturers and wholesalers, among other stakeholders. The Department of Health, who are responsible for changes to national legislation. The Health Service Executive, who represented public hospitals, and the Private Hospital Association, who represented private hospitals. And finally, the Pharmaceutical Society of Ireland, who regulate both the pharmacies and the pharmacists. So in mid-2021, the Safety Features Oversight Group decided on a phased approach to ending use and learn. It would consist of 7 phases, starting in Q3 2021. We now know that the final phase will end on the 30th of May 2022. So phase 1 was completed on the 28th of September 2021, and it was a voluntary pilot programme with wholesalers whereby primary wholesalers were requested to scan 1 pack from each batch at goods inwards. If any alert was generated, they were required to quarantine that batch and investigate the alert with the MAH. We had a 5.3% alert rate during that pilot. However, 97% of the alerts generated was due to the data not being available on the repository system as it wasn't uploaded by the MAH. So both the MAH and the wholesalers investigated those alerts, and all were resolved within 2 days with absolutely no impact to patient supply. The other 3% of alerts that were generated was due to the data from the Irish repository system not uploading to the EU repository system due to a technical error with one of the FMD software providers. That was rectified in 3 hours. It's important to note that primary wholesalers are in effect the designated wholesalers, and ordinarily wouldn't be required to scan the medicines prior to supply. So this pilot programme that the wholesalers volunteered to participate in was invaluable in identifying issues before they got further down the supply chain. It was also an excellent opportunity for wholesalers to test their own internal procedures with regards to investigating and communicating with respect to alerts. Phase 2 consisted of FMD software providers turning on the red, amber and green colour coding system for alerts, and this was completed on the 10th of September. So prior to this, regardless of whether an alert was generated, the system showed green as default. The turning on of the colour coding system just focused the operator's attention to what was showing up on the system once the product was scanned. Phase 3 and 4 occurred on the same date, the 28th of February 2022. So phase 3 was the end of use and learn for returns for wholesalers. So what that meant was that wholesalers are now required to scan returns and ensure they are in the active state prior to returning them to saleable stock. If an alert is generated, the wholesaler is required to quarantine that pack and investigate the alert. Phase 4 saw the red, amber and green colour coding system being turned on for pharmacies and hospitals, similar to how it had been done for the wholesalers back in September. Both phases were completed on the 28th of February 2022 with no significant issues reported to us to date. So phase 5 consists of a pilot programme, similar to one that was completed in September with the wholesalers. This time, wholesalers, hospitals and pharmacies that wish to be involved are required to investigate any alerts that are generated as a result of scanning activity. They don't have to withhold packs from supply. However, it is more to get them into the practice of investigating alerts and ensuring that they have the processes in place to do so. So this pilot programme is being managed by the IMVO, and it is taking place on a rolling basis from today into May of this year. There's a typo on that slide that will be corrected in the slides that you receive following this conference. So phase 6, which is due to occur on the 9th of May 2022, is in effect the go-live date for wholesalers. Any alerts that are generated at wholesale level must be investigated and suspected falsification ruled out prior to the supply, or in the case of returned medicines, before they are returned to saleable stock. So wholesalers will be out of the use and learn phase for about 3 weeks before they are joined by pharmacies and hospitals on the 30th of May. Once again, for those stakeholders, all alerts generated must be investigated and suspected falsification ruled out prior to supply. The 30th of May this year will be the end of the use and learn phase in Ireland. Of course, the phased approach to ending use and learn was decided by the Safety Features Oversight Group, taking into account the challenges faced by each of the stakeholders involved. The Safety Features Oversight Group engaged with impacted stakeholders on a frequent basis, with each competent authority responsible for communicating with the stakeholders that they regulate. Just to give you an idea of the type of communication we have had to date and the communication we are planning, we've had targeted written communications with wholesalers, hospitals and pharmacies in advances of the phases occurring. We've run a pilot programme to help us to identify specific issues and to give stakeholders involved an opportunity to test their own internal processes. The IMVO has held interactive information sessions for wholesalers, pharmacies and hospitals. The IMVO, in consultation with the Safety Features Oversight Group, are currently developing alert handling guidance. So this guidance will define the roles and responsibilities for all stakeholders in investigating any alerts that are generated, so that the investigation can be concluded quickly. It is anticipated that this guidance will be available on the IMVO website in the coming weeks once it is published. And finally, the IMVO will have a helpline for pharmacies and hospitals once the use and learn phase concludes at the end of May, in order to assist them with that transition. It is envisaged that this helpline will be available 7 days a week. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the interesting presentation. And a good example of how you can improve these things. I was 2 weeks ago at a big parallel wholesaler, one of the biggest of the European Union, and they told me that they didn't have any alerts the last 2 years of falsifications. And normally they had between 10 and 20 each year. So does it work? I didn't see official figures, but this is an example of that it's working. It seems like to work, the FMD. Okay, then we have another topic, and that's the situation in Belgium. It's a good example of what to do to reduce shortages. And Ethel will give us insight in the measures in Belgium and the obligations for the public wholesalers and so on.
Record, this
Welcome.
is Rafiq. Record, can you hear me?
Yes.
I was going to make a proposal to be fair to everybody, including the speaker and Ethel. We're approaching our afternoon break time. May I present to the audience and all the inspectors that we enjoy our coffee break now, come back after 30 minutes. At such time, record, I'll be glad to start moderating, and I would beg the inspectors to contain the presentation to 10 minutes. I know they have lots of good information and slides, because the value add in the presence of the regulator is the question and answer. We need to feel comfortable. They have shared with us lots of information, but it is my judgment the audience will benefit from that. So my proposal, and Monica, you need to approve that. We take break now. We come back. I will be glad to moderate the second half of this session. Each inspector will let us know through slides, 10 minutes, and that will be 40 minutes of presentation, and we keep the last 20 minutes for question and answer, all 5 inspectors. Monica, floor is yours to tell us what do you think.
Yeah, for me this is very fine, but I would ask the question to SL,
You're the boss.
whether she would like to have us to have a coffee first.
That's okay, yeah. No
and then,
problem.
yeah, let's get a coffee first and then listen to SL, yeah?
Okay,
Thank you.
Ethel, we appreciate your flexibility as usual. You're a fantastic inspector, regulator, director, and a friend. Thank you, thank you.
That shows that inspectors are flexible.
Opportunity for innovation, for discovery. Opportunity is out there, everywhere. Opportunity for innovation, for discovery, for breakthroughs. The challenge in healthcare is navigating vast quantities of data and information, disparate stakeholders, and new technologies. It's a complex, disconnected environment. At IQVIA, we believe this requires a new approach. Because when we create intelligent connections, you can see paths you didn't know were there, accomplish things you didn't think were possible, and drive healthcare forward like never before. We call it IQVIA Connected Intelligence. Connected Intelligence brings together IQVIA's expansive portfolio of capabilities, including unparalleled data, advanced analytics, innovative technologies, and cutting-edge services. With our industry-leading healthcare expertise, intelligent connections enable you to modernize R&D, demonstrate value of treatments, enhance stakeholder engagement, elevate execution, and drive operational efficiency. Only IQVIA has the global scale and commitment to the healthcare ecosystem to deliver this next-level approach to moving healthcare forward. Discover deeper insights, drive smarter decisions, and unleash new opportunities. IQVIA Connected Intelligence.
In this changing world, you can rely on us to meet all the supply chain challenges. We provide solutions, reducing your environmental impact. We are ready for tomorrow.
Okay. Would you please take a seat? We would like to continue the last part of the conference.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to introduce to you Ms. Ethel Mertens, who is the Director General Inspection, Federal Agency of Medicine and Health Products in Belgium. Ethel, welcome, and the floor is yours. Thank you.
Okay. Hello, everybody. I've heard I can start, so I will start my topic. Maybe the presentation can put on the screen, please. Yes. Thank you. So they have been asking me to tell something about our system of the difference in Belgium between wholesalers and full-line wholesalers. It seems to be a very particular system we are not always aware of, but Belgium seems to have a particular system of public service obligations, and I will tell you something about it. So what is the definition of a full-line wholesaler? A full-line wholesaler is a wholesale distributor to whom public service obligations have been imposed. Why do we have public service obligations? The purpose is that the patient can get his product, his medicines, as quickly as possible when he needs it. That is our purpose. So the public service obligations are there really for public health in the interest of the patient. What are these public service obligations? They are mentioned in the legislation. Of course, a full-line wholesaler does also have to fulfill all obligations of a wholesale distributor, like GDP compliance, etc. That's normal. They have to do the notification of a geographical area that they will be serving. They have to permanently dispose of a stock of medicines with which he can daily and normally meet the needs of the area he serves. There must be a participation of a guardrail, so that even in the weekends, the patient can be sure to get his product via the pharmacist, to get his product when he needs it. He has the obligation to supply the medicines to persons who are authorized to supply medicines to the public. In Belgium, it's the pharmacies. For human full-line wholesalers, it are the pharmacies. Of course, to do all that, they need to have sufficient personnel and maintain the sufficient personnel, sales and operational services, and means of transport to meet the daily requirements of the area he serves. He has to make all arrangements necessary to supply on an urgent basis. I have to tell you, in Belgium, we have a system that, okay, Belgium is not that big, everyone knows, but we have a system that there are deliveries at a pharmacy level every 3 hours, mostly. Every 3-4 hours, so that makes it it's 3-4 times a day, sometimes the pharmacists are delivered. So they have to make sure that they can do it. And they have also to provide backup by another full-line wholesaler if necessary. a lot of obligations we are aware of, and we are proud to say that we have a lot of full-line wholesalers who really do respect that successfully these obligations. And how can we make sure that this full-line obligations can be followed by these full-line wholesalers? A common wholesaler, general wholesaler distributor is obliged to supply the full-line wholesaler in such a way that he is able to fulfill these public service obligations. That means that every wholesaler who is not a full-line wholesaler has the obligation to deliver the medicines when he is asked for by the full-line wholesaler. Okay, you would say then public service is guaranteed, but we have in Belgium also the system that the full-line wholesaler can also perform activities who are not related to public services. So they can also perform deliveries to other wholesalers or even abroad. Legally correct, no problem, but that, of course, brings up a big discussion between pharmaceutical companies and full-line wholesalers. So I will give you the lines. So we have full-line wholesalers. They can distribute from one to another. Then you see here the full-line wholesalers. You see the green ones that are the mandatory deliveries, that are the deliveries who are really related to public service obligations. But on the other hand, there can be also deliveries not related to public service obligations. And then, of course, there are some issues. What are the needs for the Belgian market? How many quota has to be put on the Belgian market to fulfill this service, public service obligations? It's a big question, big discussion. There are, of course, discussions between full-line wholesaler and wholesale distributors. Full-line wholesalers do complain that they can't get enough medicines from the wholesaler, and the wholesalers say they put enough quota on the market. And it's hard to check for the inspection, because when there's a problem, they always come to the inspection. It's normal. It's very difficult for us to check what is true. Do they really put enough on the market, or is it do they don't put enough on the market? And so we have also lack of data sometimes for that. Of course, competent authority is always looking for solutions, and I can tell you that we have already a task force for several years, a task force shortages with the participation of all the sectors, full-line wholesalers, industry, pharmacists, even patients, parallel traders, etc. And we found out a solution in 2019. We thought, as a competent authority, our interest is public health, and we thought that could be the solution to limit the activities of the full-line wholesaler only to those related to public services. So that would mean that a full-line wholesaler could only deliver to a pharmacy anymore or to another full-line wholesaler, but the other activities non-related to public services couldn't be done anymore by a full-line wholesaler. It was really, this measure was really taken to make more enforceable the obligation to deliver by the pharmaceutical company. So there wouldn't be any discussion anymore. So the pharmaceutical company couldn't have an argument anymore on saying, oh, but I'm delivering you, but I'm not sure that the product will be used for public obligation or not. So, but, and we are in a democratic country, there were appeals, and finally there was a suspension and an annulment by court. So we had to look for other solutions, and we find some. And now, recently, in November 2021, as one of the reasons there are so many problems is that we have a lack of data, and so we want to gather some data, and we have the new transparency legislation that must help us to relate it to these issues. But my colleague Nele will tell you a little bit later on. So that is the system, how it's working in Belgium, the full-line wholesalers, and my colleague will tell you about the inspections and the control of the public service obligations.
Thank you very much, Esther. And I would ask the audience to hold on the questions until we hear the rest of the speakers, and then we will allow for question and answer. May I please introduce the next speaker, Ms. Nelly Mathis, Head of Division Distribution, Federal Agency of Medicine and Health Products in Belgium. Nelly, floor is yours, please.
Thank you very much. Do you understand me?
Yes, we can hear you very well, and we can see you.
Good, because I had some internet problems. You still hear me? Because I see a lot of issues on my phone, but you still hear me, correct?
We can hear you and we can see you.
Okay, I don't see you, but no problem. So, good afternoon, everyone. I will present some slides related to the public service obligations, like just presented, and the relation with our inspections on good distribution we do in Belgium. Actually, we focus specifically when it goes to public service obligations on team inspections at the wholesalers and the full-line wholesalers. We focus then on the available stock or on the organization of guard role. This we have done in the past. And currently, we were more busy with handling complaints related to non-deliveries or insufficient deliveries. And when I speak about complaints, oh, sorry, you don't see the... I see the first slide. Do you see the second slide already?
Nelly is looking for the next slide, please. The second slide, please. Thank you.
I didn't realize it was not presented yet, but it's just showing what I just has told. So it's the team inspections we focus on and the handling of complaints of non-deliveries or the insufficient deliveries. And when I speak about the complaints handling, next slide, please. Then we speak about a big work. Why? We actually ask a big amount of numerous sales data at the full-line wholesalers, at the companies, the marketing authorization holders, and the wholesalers. Why? We want to review this data to identify actually the possible causes or sources of these non-deliveries, insufficient deliveries. Related to this, we also had discussions with companies, with the marketing authorization holders actually on the quota that are put on the Belgian market. What just Ethel has discussed about is this quota sufficient or not? And then all those data, we need to review it. It's a very intensive review and of course, quite logic time consuming. All this resulted actually in an impossibility almost to perform such requests and very tough investigations for all or every complaint on supply problems that we receive. And because of this enormous work we have, in the next slide, I actually, oh, it's the previous one, yeah. The problem can be summarized actually like that it's very difficult to know the exact needs of the Belgian market and how to evaluate efficiently these problems. A solution we have discussed, and actually it's in consultation with the concerned stakeholders, is in Belgium we have a new transparency legislation. Since November last year, it has become implemented in a royal decree. And the aim of this legislation is actually to improve the visibility of the needs of the market and enabling a better evaluation of those problems. Also to increase transparency to the national competent authority on the quantity of medicines needed to ensure the obligations related to public services. And it also gives us more data allowing to verify that all obligations on public services are met, but then on all distribution levels, marketing authorization holders, the wholesalers, and the full-line wholesalers. And next slide, please. So actually, what do we ask for in this transparency legislation is that the full-line wholesaler should deliver monthly a detailed overview of his available stocks of medicines, also the quantity of incoming medicines, and the quantity and the destination of the outgoing medicines. And with destination, we mean the pharmacies, the full-line wholesalers. It can be returned to suppliers or others. That's how it's really defined in detail in this legislation. And actually, it was asked to keep it short, and it's also only 4 slides, but that's what we wanted to present about public service obligations in Belgium. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Nelly, and I appreciate you keeping us on time. Again, please hold your question until we hear all inspectors. Our next inspector, please, is Peter. And Peter comes to us from the MHRA. He is Health Product Distribution he is Lead Senior GDP Inspector, Medicine and Health Products Regulatory Agency, the MHRA. Peter, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So today I've been charged with talking to you all about Brexit. Lucky me. So this will be a mere hour-and-a-half lecture. Don't mind. So today was about the implications of Brexit, and you know, as a sort of spoiler, headline alert. Really, the practicalities are not much has changed within the UK sort of encompassing Northern Ireland and the Great Britain sort of inspectorate model for a variety of reasons. And good, right, there we go. Right, so in terms of legal framework, we are, from a variety of mechanisms, bound to the auspices of EU GMDP, and that's not going to change. So there's a variety of groups that the MHRA are members of, you know, PICs, for example, that rely on the basic framework of EU regulation as their baseline. We also have sort of mutual recognition agreements with other territories, and they are on the basis that we are compliant with the compilation of community procedures, and that's what we're expected against, and that's what we're audited against when we are audited. So from practical purposes, everything really in terms of how we inspect and the way the medicines are manufactured and distributed, nothing really practically has changed. There's a couple of minor caveats to that with regards to sort of some of the adaptations we've made within Great Britain, so Scotland, Wales and England, which we'll get onto in a moment. So we're now the licensing authority is the term we use for those 3 countries, and we're the competent authority for Northern Ireland still, which means that we have, for example, responsibility to upload data to UTRA GMDP for Northern Ireland. We inspect against EU GDP in those territories, and we then run sort of our parallel system, if you like, for the rest of Great Britain. And we have our new MHRA GMDP also to govern those licenses separately. So in terms of implications for Northern Ireland, sorry, excuse me, we've had to bring a variety of different product codes in. So PL stands for product license. So in terms of medicines that can be distributed into Northern Ireland, encompassing both EU supply and Great Britain supply, you've got the product license for Northern Ireland, general product license and centrally authorised products. So effectively, product license for Northern Ireland is a medicine that's only distributed within those regions, and they're specifically maintained against sort of QP release within Northern Ireland or another EU member state. We still follow that. We have the NIMAR protocol, which I'll talk about a little bit later, which is the Northern Ireland MHRA approved route supply medicines, and SecureMed is still enforced in Northern Ireland, and we maintain compliance against SecureMed. In terms of Great Britain, no prizes for guessing what PLGB means, but that's another authorised route that we have sort of through there. We've also implemented a responsible person for import, an RPI, which is a new addition to product licenses we'll talk about in a moment. And we are committed to completing a consultation in 2022 about a replacement for SecureMed that would operate within Great Britain. That is still TBC, but it's something that the ministers have committed to, so we can expect. So in terms of what authorisations are required, effectively any products that are being supplied to Northern Ireland have to be hold the appropriate licenses, either central authorisation or local authorisation. Products can be supplied from Great Britain to Northern Ireland without an MIA, provided that there's appropriate qualified person release in an EU territory. So even though the manufacturing site is located outside of the single market and the EEA, and the products have undergone appropriate batch testing, they've been commissioned as part of Article 51, or they've been imported by use of supervision of the RPI process that we spoke about earlier. And of course, they require the usual anti-tampering devices that you'd expect as the obligations of the delegated regulations. Sort of going into a little bit more detail about batch testing, in which case. So the QC testing, if any QC testing is done, it has to be subject to a mutual recognition agreement in any of those territories that we hold them with, either with the EEA recognised territories. Any batches imported into Great Britain from the EU doesn't need to be batch tested further if it's then supplied onwards to Northern Ireland. So the same regulatory standards are recognised in Great Britain, even if it comes from the single market into Great Britain, then off to Northern Ireland again. Obviously, appropriate licenses need to be held by the sites that are completing that. FMD safety features, sort of quite an interesting section, and it was really interesting to hear some HPRA colleagues discussing the processes that are rolled out sort of in the Republic of Ireland. But the delegated regulation still applies in full, and there is still an obligation to decommission those unique identifiers, and that will be continuing for the foreseeable. This includes medicines that are going through Great Britain, and any medicines that are manufactured under that PLNI license will still require manufacturers, even if they're located in Great Britain, to have access to SecureMed to upload those unique identifiers to systems so they can be appropriately decommissioned when they are overthrough from Northern Ireland. Again, so further discussions on the position are not scheduled for sort of 2.5 years now, but we are discussing bringing in a parallel system to utilise for the rest of Great Britain. This is quite new. Some of you may not have heard of this, the Northern Ireland MHRA approved route. These are specific exemptions that have been agreed with the EU Commission and pertaining to the supply of medicines, certain specific medicines that are quite niche and without the continuation of allowance of the importation from Great Britain to Northern Ireland would represent a risk to the supply chain and patient health. But effectively, there's a list of medicines that can be found under that link, which are authorised to be supplied under that approved route. And even though they are PLGB, so product license Great Britain licenses, they still are authorised for that supply into Northern Ireland. Simply put, the rationale there, to the best of my knowledge, is that it may not be commercially viable, for example, for some of these medicines to obtain that separate licence status. And so this is the agreement to ensure that patient safety and patient public health is met. Companies can't just nominate a medicine to be supplied under the NIMAR route. It has to be approved by the Department of Health and Social Care in the UK. And there's quite a convoluted, long process that I won't bore you with now. But it's effectively ensuring that medicines aren't discontinued and that there's still a robust patient supply over there. And we have the Northern Ireland Executive and Department of Health in Northern Ireland in consultation on those matters. very conscious of time, so you have to excuse me from whizzing through some of these. Methods of supplying this, so directly from a marketing authorization holder or via wholesale dealers based in Northern Ireland, are the only routes that those medicines can enter the country and the supply chain. The Regulation 43ZA under the Human Medicines Regulation sets out those obligations, and they're quite prescriptive. This is supposed to be a really particularly controlled and recorded supply, and we're not expecting this to be a widely used route. You'll be surprised if there are more than sort of a dozen or so wholesalers undertaking this route. The wholesalers in Great Britain need to be referring to that list as I referenced earlier, supplies to Northern Ireland, and if it's on the list, it can be supplied. If it's not, it can't. If products are removed from the list, then no continuation of supply can continue, and you'll have to go through the consultation process again. So pretty straightforward as a supply mechanism, not dissimilar from the Department of Health export ban list. If it's on there, that's a prescriptive model for what can and can't be supplied. Really running out of time now, but the responsible person for import is a new addition to the WDA holders in Great Britain, and the purpose of the responsible person for import is to allow medicines to be imported from territories within the European Economic Area usually for sort of grey market activities, PLPI, for example, or export out. We've sort of taken advantage of having an opportunity to rewrite the rules here, as within the UK, we had taken quite a lax approach to liberal is probably the right word, liberal approach to qualifications for an RP. The green pharmacy would be desirable, but it wasn't a necessity. And as a result, we did have some, what's the right word, not concerns, but it was easier to become an RP than it possibly should have been. So the RPI process was an opportunity to change that. In terms of adding professional qualifications in. But effectively, this will allow medicines to be imported into the UK, providing that the RPI can demonstrate that they've been released in line with the provisions in Article 51. So in other words, they need evidence of QP release or quality control certificates, whichever they might be, usually from a manufacturer or a wholesaler, to bring the medicines in, and they need to keep records of those in the same way that, for example, you might maintain the records of a supplier or a customer that you've qualified. Well, we'd expect you to be maintaining the same records if you're utilising this route for that supply. And we'd be seeking evidence for that when we inspect. Only products that have marketing without an authorisation in the UK are outside of that scope also. Export territories obviously has become a big one for the UK now, as we no longer are members of the European Union, so access to the single market is restricted. It places a lot of emphasis and burden on wholesalers now if they want to supply into European territories, and to justify why that is the case, given that free market access is no longer required. There's some interesting questions and examples that have propped up there. For example, are medicines now in the UK considered introduced medicines? Is that a route that could be supplied? Are there special exemptions in European states where they may be looking to cover shortages? There's quite a few caveats there. Pre-certification quarantine is not acceptable for this RPI process. That still needs to fall under a manufacturing authorisation. In other words, you can't import goods that haven't been released under that RPI model. And when we're talking about those product licenses, essentially authorised products, PLNIs, for example, PLs, there needs to be appropriate segregation and recording of those batches. Obviously, we now have a border in the Irish Sea, the customs border, a further consideration for an RPI, and goods must be decommissioned, or there must be evidence of decommissioning from when they leave the European Union territories into the UK. Most importantly, if wholesalers in Europe do want to utilise this route supply to anyone in the UK, it needs to be ensured that they're only supplying to wholesalers, so direct supply to hospitals and pharmacies is not permitted under this route. Okay, I ran a few minutes over. I'm sorry, there was a lot to talk about. It's a big topic, but thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Peter. We appreciate all the information, and we appreciate sticking to the time. It is my pleasure to introduce to you our next speaker, Mr. Emmanuel Ibarra, Head of Inspection, Spanish Agency for Medicinal Products and Medical Devices. Manuel, floor is yours, please.
Thank you. Just the one with the 2 slides, so I will be very brief. Yeah. Thank you very much. I've been offered the opportunity to talk to you about digitalization, which is not maybe, I think I was not attending the previous meeting, so it was probably the topic that nobody wanted to talk about. That's the price you have to pay, you're not. No, I was just joking. But this is a very wide topic, a topic on which your knowledge may be higher than mine. And probably this is something that you will be doing on your own interest already. The question is that this is not something that is coming from something that is being imposed from the competent authorities, but is something that your own business logic will be promoting. The question is that here the authorities do have the role of, let's say, enablers to set, let's say, the rules or game of providing resources for you to develop these strategies, but it's not something that is being imposed by the regulation. First, what we would expect or would be referring to when we say digitalization is a process in which you gather data, you analyze the data, and you turn data into information that is relevant for the business and for the regulatory compliance, knowledge about your process, your business. This is part of a general trend in the healthcare environment, and when I say healthcare environment, I mean the clinical side, clinical trials, manufacturing, distribution, the overall product life cycle of medicines, and also the administration of that medicines to the patient. It's not only in manufacturing, although let's say what we have in our minds when we say digitalization, it's mainly manufacturing and clinical trials, but it also affects your business. And not only for the purely logistical perspective, that is probably the one that you're more interested in, and maybe us as authorities want to get another, let's say, information from the process. It has clearly an advantage from the business standpoint. So in this regard, I'm sure you have gone as far as you can go, because this is your main interest, of course. But you need to respond also to customers' expectations. It's not only a platform to place orders, to track orders, for which you already have software and standards to communicate with your customers. It's also an element that may serve to respond to requests from regulatory authorities, like the one you have seen from the Belgian authorities before, or some pilot programs that are ongoing in other territories. And of course, for the very ambitious shortage information gathering system that EMA is going to implement. So having this infrastructure would help you to give a proper response to these queries. Some challenges are integration and communication with other systems, because it has to be done in an automatic manner, and also flexibility to accommodate requests from different customers or from different authorities if you interact with different authorities. It creates I am a GMP inspector by training, so I have some, of course, security, data integrity is always an issue when you come to IT systems. It should not be only a tool for lean logistics, and there I question, are we getting too lean? Because sometimes we have heard here of stockpiling that some years ago was almost a taboo word, and now we have to consider if we have gone too far in this leaning process. And operation on demand could be the best practice, but it should be evaluated on a case-by-case basis. You have to place your bet on scalable solution because it's probably not a one-size-fits-all solution. So you have to make some adaptation to your particular case. It's also a challenge for regulatory agencies from a GDP standpoint, and also from the point of avoiding or managing market shortages. And what I would say is the more challenging matter, and it's something that happened, for instance, with real-time release process, quality by design. The more information you know, the more information you have, the more knowledge you have, demand and action, demand that this is fed into the decision-making process. And sometimes it's not easy to build that part of the whole cycle. You have data, you turn them into knowledge, information, and then you have to decide based on those elements. And that is all from my side. I promised you to be brief, and I have complied with my promise.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel. We appreciate the information on digitalization. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to open the floor for questions to our presenter. May I please remind everybody that in this session, our first speaker was Mr. Brandon Cuddy. May I please remind you, he is still with us. Thank you, Mr. Cuddy, for being with us. And I'd like to suggest if there are any questions to Brendan, we'll start with that, and then we'll open the questions for all inspectors and my partner, Mr. Rickard Bruning. Any questions for Mr. Cuddy, please? I'm relying on my helper with the microphone since I cannot see the audience.
So here we go. I hope I'm not shouting through my mask. I'm wearing a mask here. So question for Brendan, and thank you very much for staying around till the very end, Brendan. So Brendan, in Ireland we are currently confirming the data on the EMA OMS database is correct and accurate as of today. We must confirm the presence of the organisation ID reference number and the location ID reference number. When we do that, we must confirm it back to the HPRA that we are happy with the accuracy and correctness of the data. Is it the intention to migrate or to move the data from the EMA OMS database to the UDRA database?
Yeah, thanks for that question. Thank you very much. No, the data will only live in OMS, and UDRA GMDP will read it directly from OMS. So, and that's the limit of my technical expertise on that, I'm afraid. But no, it won't move from OMS into UDRA GMDP.
How quickly will the UDRA be updated by the OMS?
Yeah,
will it be instant?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think the refresh rate will be about every 30 minutes, I think, is my latest information in terms of how frequently the data will be read from OMS by UDRA GMDP.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for those questions.
Any other questions for Mr. Cuddy, please? Well, Brendan, thank you very kindly for being with us today. On behalf of GIRP, I'd like to thank you for all what you shared with us and staying for the question and answers. We really appreciate that. And like Monica said, maybe next year, all of us will be in person at that cold chain conference, supply cold chain conference. Okay, Brendan, if you're staying, maybe some questions will come later. If you're not there, we'll share them with you.
Thank you, Rafiq. I'll stay to the end, but could I just say thanks once more and apologies for the technical problem I had at the start, and also that I'm devastated I'm not there in Ireland for what must be one of the first face-to-face conferences this year. So I'm, really devastated I couldn't be there, but hopefully next year. Thank you.
Thank you again very kindly. Ladies and gentlemen, may we please open the floor now for our inspectors. I would like to start by saying thank you, Andreas, thank you, Ethel, Nelly, Peter, Emma, and Manuel. Questions to the inspectors, please.
Hello, my name is Donal O'Sullivan. I'm with Co-op Animal Health wholesaler here in Ireland. My question is for Peter Brown. Peter, thanks for your presentation. It was very informative. And I suppose do the same conditions apply to veterinary medicine as you described there? It seemed largely for human medicine that you were discussing, so does it apply to veterinary medicine? And secondly, there were a lot of terms and conditions, let's call it, for Northern Ireland. Would you be worried about viability of supply to such a small market with so much individuality required for products to be in the market? And then lastly, in relation to, as the regulatory divergence takes place over time, is that something that would concern you as well?
Yeah, I thought I was going to get away with it. Thank you. Yeah, so to go from the top then. So at the moment, the RPI process is for human medicines. There is ongoing work to consolidate and harmonise with the veterinary regulations, but as of yet, that's not been completed. So it is subject to human medicines only. In terms of the sort of the marketplace there and the viability of it, yeah, you're right. It's a particularly small supply area, if you like, compared to some other parts, more densely populated parts of the UK, which is effectively why the NIMR process was necessary. As when we came to talking about, well, you're going to have product licenses Great Britain, product licenses Northern Ireland, a lot of companies effectively threw their hands up and said, well, this isn't something that's going to be commercially viable for us, which is why it was necessary to go back and negotiate with the European Union to get that NIMR list approved. So, I mean, those medicines are where there's a particularly small patient population. So in terms of the viability of continuing to supply there, the NIMR route, we're hoping, is going to fulfill that in its entirety. The idea of the process was it's flexible. If players pull out or new players arrive into the market to exploit the conditions, we have the flexibility to adapt that list. So although it's not quite what we had originally envisioned when we were talking about the withdrawal agreement and the agreements there, that we didn't really understand sort of the challenges necessarily that companies would find with having the customs border located in the Irish Sea for leaving Great Britain, combined with having to hold multiple marketing authorizations for products where there's sort of a niche patient population. So we're confident this is the solution, and we're really happy that we've worked with partners in the EMA and through the EU to make it happen with that collaboration. So we believe that should sort of solve the supply route issues. In terms of regulatory divergence, well, we already have had some limited regulatory divergence, so in terms of the RPI function. Frankly, for the foreseeable future, there will not be any. We, as I said, we have mutual recognition agreements. We have memberships to international bodies which require us to adhere to EU GDP and GMDP even, and those won't change. How our relationship looks in the future, we're looking some of this to be reviewed in 2024. December 2024 is sort of agreed with the Commission. Perhaps it will change there, but aside from in the latest edition of our rules and guidance, which was released quite recently, we've added some particular clarifications around sort of operations particularly, so how importation works. We've beefed up a little bit qualification of customers and suppliers and their bona fides. But no, we're not anticipating any significant regulatory divergence. The idea is to maintain this harmonisation as much as we can obviously allowing for the NIMR route, the RPI, etc.
Thank you, Peter. Emma, I'd like to ask, with the Falsified Medicine Directive, are there any new challenges for wholesaler in Ireland, please?
I don't think so. I think wholesalers in Ireland are very well prepared to transition out of the use and learn phase and into the live system. You know, throughout the use and learn phase, we've had a lot of cooperation and interaction with wholesalers throughout. And I know that's something that's echoed by the IMVO as well. I think, you know, we're confident that they've tested their processes and their procedures, given the fact that they have participated in pilot programs, and also because this is something that's been on our inspection schedule for the last number of years, so we've had an opportunity to review those processes and the procedures that are in place. So I think wholesalers in Ireland are very well positioned to transition out of the use and learn phase and into the live system, so we wouldn't anticipate any significant issues.
Thank you. Questions from the floor, please.
Hello, I'm Mari Krass from Tallinn, Estonia, Magnum. I have a question concerning FMD and maybe possible exemptions. It's not maybe a question, but rather a topic to discuss. What I'm talking particularly is about donations to Ukraine. Today, when we are sending products out from the European Union, we have to commission every single pack. Actually, it adds on quite a lot of days to the shipments, which is actually critical. What is your opinion? Should European Union be more flexible in such cases? Thank you.
In the case of supply to Ukraine, is it?
Yes.
Yeah, so, you know, obviously, the HRA supports the provision of medical supplies to Ukraine, but we would encourage companies, where possible, to use existing supply routes so that you can cover off instances like that where you can decommission prior to export. So preferably through the authorised supply routes, but absolutely, I think it's something that probably needs to be discussed given the humanitarian issue there at the moment, but certainly would encourage, where possible, to use the authorised supply routes.
Thank you, Emma. A question, please, for Manuel. Manuel, some authorities in Europe are still requesting paper data rather than electronic data. I'd like to hear your comment on that. And part B, have you heard of anything in regard to hacking or cyber attack on your digitalized system?
Concerning the second topic, no, but we all know that some authorities experienced some problems in the past when the vaccines were being subject to assessment. So this is something that we cannot rule out, and we have to be vigilant. In fact, I'm speaking now on representation of my authority, but we have increased the security levels internally to face any possible threat. Well, maybe saying any possible threat, of course, is an overstatement. I mean, try to avoid that those threats become a real hazard. But no, it's not something that we should be focusing on, but we should be, vigilant and keep with usual business practice to the maximum extent. And regarding the first question, whether there's logical to have problems in accepting electronic versions of documents, procedures, records, delivery notes, I would say that this is a thing of the past, and provided that the system is properly built, validated, and robust, and offer the sometimes more guarantees than the paper version, I would encourage those authorities maybe to engage with the stakeholders and to learn from the system, and for those stakeholders that are experiencing those problems, to try to, well, it's not educating, but to explain the system, to get the authority to pose the questions, to challenge the system, and then when they're familiar with the system, they can feel confident and comfortable to accept it. But I would say it's you know, we're going in that direction anyway, so we will have sooner or later to accept this system if they're well built and offer, you know, security. But this is, I think this is a question that other members of the panel can answer as well.
Any comments from other members of the panel, please, about the electronic digitalization versus paper versus security versus hacking, please?
I mean, from the MHRA's standpoint, you know, digitalization is something with the forefront of what we're doing at the moment. So a couple of years ago, I think we spoke at this. I spoke here at GIRP last. We were talking about, you know, what constitutes an electronic record, what constitutes a GDP record. Well, you know, I would argue if you're sending WhatsApp messages and communications about shipments, deliveries, procurement, supplies, it's a GDP record. You know, and we'd expect you to have provisions to make some of those available, especially if it comes to sort of deeper investigations. I mean, interestingly, I found, well, prevalence now coming in blockchain as well, companies wanting to employ the use of blockchain to encrypt and demonstrate the transition of a route as part of a qualification process from the manufacturer down to the wholesaler. I can't see that going away. You know, it's just become more and more prevalent. These blockchain, limited forms of artificial intelligence and algorithms. You know, we've already got companies that are utilizing algorithms now to, when they're qualifying their customers and their suppliers, it's automatically downloading data from the MHRA and we release it. It's cross-checking things against UDRA, running bots and scripts, and you know, it adds another challenge to an inspection. You know, making sure that they're PQ tested and, you know, they're hitting all the specs that are required to. I also find it's a really useful inspection tool. You know, I'm not really, I know why we need to do them. I'm not saying that we shouldn't be doing them, but I'm not really a fan of remote inspections. There's something tangible about sitting there with someone. It's harder to hide things. It's harder to diversify away from a line of questioning. But they do have their use. You know, I've received, during lockdown, I was investigating a case of falsified medicine diversion, and the metadata from a load of data that I'd requested sort of demonstrated to me that the provision of all of the origins of these medicines was falsified. You know, the guy that sent it to me authored them themselves, and it was supposed to be coming from Spain, and actually the IP address was pinging from North London on the emails. So,
yeah, that's the case.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was involved in that. Oh,
that's
yeah,
right,
yeah.
So,
yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
They made up the origin in Spain. They were not,
Yeah, so it's actually a building.
By chance, I was involved in that case as well, yeah.
So yeah, digitalization is something that I can only see competent authorities and licensing authorities sort of pursuing more, and our inspection strategies are going to have to become more sophisticated. But you know, at the moment, I can't speak for colleagues here, but sort of the use of paper records, I mean, it is still prominent, it is still prevalent, and we don't have any legislative provisions to stop that. But I think it's certainly going to become much more difficult in industry to justify using those paper records when we have the additional uses and security of digitalization.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you, Manuel. Other questions from the floor, please.
Is it done? Yeah, thank you. I'm from Estonia, Wholesalers Association. We've been discussing today data collection and shortages mitigation and using the data and analytics, and we have been discussing as well as supply chain transparency. And my question would be, what, if any, and then if where, are the red lines concerning supply chain transparency? Are we going to full Monty, so to say? Thank you.
Are we going to what?
So, how far does the transparency go? And when it comes, and it links to your presentation about
I am sorry, I cannot hear you.
Could you
Are we commenting, or should we go to the next question?
Yes, my question was, what are the red lines to supply chain transparency? Is there something that should remain hidden? Where are the lines? Or should everything be made public? All the data?
You're aware you're asking to inspectors, right?
Yes, of course.
But then, towards an inspector, it's easy. There are no secrets for an inspector. So to an inspectorate, everything must be made available. So the data that we are collecting is really for the competent authority, our aim is not to publish them, to make them really public for everyone. It's really for us to use them to look forward to a strategy, to develop a strategy to mitigate the shortages and the problems that we are dealing with concerning distribution. But again, for the competent authority has the right to ask all these things, and certainly an inspectorate, yes.
Thank you, Ethel. I would like to ask Andreas, in your presentation, you mentioned storage at minus 90 degrees C and minus 60. What is your counsel for wholesaler about storage at minus 196 degrees Celsius for cell therapy?
Yes, thank you, Rafik. As mentioned already during my presentation, it's a new technology, and I'm quite sure that this stress test that we had during the pandemic is just opening the door to these new technologies for other medicinal products as well. This technology of messenger RNA is not only important for building vaccines, but also for manufacturing of other very important medicinal products. And therefore, I think it will stay with us, even when the pandemic hopefully will be gone more or less soon. Then this technique and those ultra-cold storage and ultra-cold transport will stay with us. And in the principle, I do not see any difference to storage and transportation of medicinal products to be stored at room temperature or to be transport or cold chain products. So it's just a new segment, which is a new topic which is opened up, a new technology which is there, but it will accompany us in the next years, and I don't think that it will disappear again.
Thank you, Andreas. And ladies and gentlemen, I'd just like to inform you that Andreas had several other topics to discuss with us today, but because of time, you may want to network with him at the networking after our session if you have the time. Andreas has several other topics that you can all benefit from. Other question from the floor, please.
Hello, thanks very much for some great presentations. So Peter, you just touched on it in terms of hybrid inspections, and it doesn't replace being on the ground. I suppose like the hybrid inspections have been a necessity over the last kind of couple of years, obviously given the current circumstances, but how do you see them evolving, and maybe how as regulators, what areas maybe do we need? And I suppose it's not just the Peter, I guess if anybody has an opinion on it. How do you see the role of hybrid inspections evolving at all over the next kind of couple of years? And from your experience of hybrid inspections, maybe are there areas that we could learn more, because I guess it's still a relatively new kind of technique and approach to kind of inspecting. So I suppose where are kind of areas that we could improve on it into the future, and where could it be best applied, I guess? Thanks very much.
Well, I mean, from my perspective, yeah, I mean, the bottom line is, the reality is that hybrid inspections aren't going away. Yeah, they're there. Remote inspections will remain. As I said, during lockdown in England, I had a remote inspection of a company, and it all went really well until I asked the guy to walk outside of this unit he was in. And he had his phone, and he's walking outside, and he told me he was at number 6, and he walked outside number 2. And, I mean, straight away, that's something I wouldn't have picked up if it wasn't for those extra steps. So, I mean, there's limitations and restrictions. I think you're quite right, though, that a hybrid approach is probably going to be sort of the way forward. I mean, in terms of how I would see it, and this is just my personal opinion, if I was driving a hybrid program, was that there'd be a lot of data harvesting beforehand, which can then be properly assessed and analysed so the inspectors can assess risk a lot better and focus their mind on where the on-site elements need to be conducted. Drawbacks, it's fairly onerous on a company to have to host those two different types of inspections. Again, if we talk about paper-based systems, that's a lot of document scanning, potentially. And that's a lot of time for an inspector to sit down as well and go through all those documents. If it's electronic, there's compatibility matters, when you're downloading databases, files, security, passwords, etc. So, I mean, personally speaking, if I was a company, I would be, well, firstly, I'm sure that you're, no offence is meant, but I say that you'd much rather not have us sitting at your company anyway. So I would encourage sort of the digitalisation and the moving forward of electronic records to be something that companies could do to better facilitate our new way of working. As when it comes to my inspection, certainly, and some of my colleagues' inspections, I'll be expecting a data dump effectively, maybe the day before or a few days before the inspection. And then when that's completed, it gives me an idea of where to focus or where to start asking my questions. So, remote access, cloud systems, encryption, accessibility of documentation. I mean, if companies are looking for agility in that inspection process, that would be where I would be suggesting might be a good place to begin.
Thank you, Peter. We're approaching the end of our time. So one more question from the audience, if possible.
Okay, just a comment on the previous question from the colleague in front of me. I think, yes, we do need full traceability. I think the HPRA are very clear in relation when they're giving out licenses to people that they need full transparency, full traceability, fully mapped supply chain, all physical, financial, and all the flows you like. And I think with the best will in the world, I think Peter Brown has written 2 excellent articles in relation to what has happened in the UK. And I think if we're not as sophisticated as the falsifiers, we're going to be caught again and again. So I think there's an urgent need to actually, I suppose, as the group here and everywhere else is, that the RP has a very important role. And I think they have to actually not only just know the quality system, but they got to know the full supply chain. And I think Peter's aspect is if they walk out different doors, that's a problem. But I think it is now a tougher place to be. I think they've got ahead of us in some cases. And I think we all need to keep our families safe. And I think that's really where we are. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the inspectors for their time, for their knowledge. Thank the audience for an interactive session. Thank my co-moderator, Rickard. Thank Monica, GIRP, and everybody for the opportunity to be with you. And with that, I'd like to turn the floor to Monica, please.
Yes, so we come now to the end of a very inspiring first day. It has been a lot of content, a lot of information we have received in the morning session and from you in the afternoon. And it's just up to us to also say a very big thank you. First to the co-moderators of this afternoon, Rickard, you, and many thanks, Rafik, as well as to our speakers. Thank you very much, Brendan. And then I take it in the order. Andreas, Emma, Essel, Nele, Peter, and last not least, Manuel. Many, many thanks. From start to finish, it was an inspiring, engaging day. And I think we have all deserved the drink and the dinner. So thank you very much to our long-standing friends and sponsors from KNAPP who have kindly offered to host our dinner tonight. The dinner will start at 7:45, but as I'm sure we all need a drink before, drinks will start at 7 o'clock. And we would like to wish you all a nice evening. This is the occasion to network, to chat, and to benefit from all what a Zoom meeting cannot offer. So enjoy, and see you tomorrow all at 9 o'clock, fresh in the meeting room. Have a nice evening. Thank you.
In this changing world, you can rely on us to meet all the supply chain challenges. We provide solutions, reducing your environmental impact. We are ready for tomorrow.